supplement the UNODC and and Cartagena City Hall welcome you cordially to the second high-level conference in the Americas on illegal trade of wildlife taking place here in the Santa Teresa Hotel in Cartagena de Indias. This walled city is welcoming guests from different parts of the world for this second round. The first round took place in Peru, where the Lima Declaration took place in 2019, and where 21 initiatives were agreed by Dominican Republic, Mexico, and the UK, among other countries, to tackle this problem that threatens the life and the habitat of jaguars, among many other species of flora and fauna around the world. This morning, and as part of this event, we had a liberation of wildlife at the Sociedad Portuaria de Cartagena between January and February this year. The 33 regional environmental authorities in Colombia liberated in the country 2,372 individuals belonging to 125 species of animals. This is going to be shown in the following video. This liberation initiative took place thanks to the actions of the Ministry of Environment of Colombia, the regional autonomous corporations, and also some of law enforcement agencies like the National Police Department, which have helped bats, bears, deers, frogs, tarantula, among other species of fauna. So with this, we expect to preserve the life and the ecosystem. So please wait a second until we can play the video. Thank you. We may be having a few technical difficulties in the meantime. Okay, there we go. After watching this beautiful video, we want to give a floor to the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia, Carlos Eduardo Correa. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being here today with us. There's nothing more fulfilling to the soul than liberating fauna, especially that fauna that's been captive for so long. I mean, this really fills up our spirit. We've been discussing that it is like planting a tree. It is like planting life and feeling that we are contributing to our own life in this planet. I want to salute all the attendees, all the guests, and everybody that came to the liberation. We just came back from the port. I want to salute Mr. Tim Hemmings, chief of UK mission in Colombia, Leigh McElpenny, the illegal wildlife trade chief of the UK, Lourdes Rafland, the chief of mission from Denmark, Adriana Laguna, the deputy minister of environment from Panama, Francisco Cruz, deputy minister of policies and environmental policies in Colombia, Alejandro Mariano Maquielo, the director of inspections of environment of the Ministry of Environment from Argentina, Betania Gonzalez, national director of biodiversity of the environment Minister and Sustainable Development from Argentina, Baron Adrian Lacla, Biodiversity Director of the Environmental, Water and Ecologic Transition Minister from Ecuador, Rubena Watson, Chief of Division of Wildlife Conservation and Fight Against Wildlife Trade of the United States State Department, Hector Jose Ventura, Congressman of the Republic of Peru, Mr. Javier Moton, the EPA Director in Cartagena, Angelo Bacci, Director of the Cardique in Colombia, Adriana Santa, the Director of Forest and Biodiversity in Colombia, Eric Castro, Director of Coastal and Maritime Affairs of a Ministry of Environment in Colombia, Mr. Captain Francisco Arias, Director of the INVEMAR, Luz Marina Mantilla, Director of the Sinchi Institute. Also special welcome to the UNODC representatives, those connecting online, very special welcome, and the ambassadors who are not here with us today, and also Saf Wakmi, the minister. Zach, hello. I was told you were going to be connected. Mayor General Alejandro Barrera, Director of Carabineros and Rural Security, and everybody present here. I think this address today is more a reflection and an awareness words of what we're doing in Colombia. Today we're seeing in the world a triple crisis: climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution, contamination. And today we are here to work in one of the actions that, if we come together, we are going to be able to do long-lasting actions, and this is the effort to stop the loss of wildlife. This is one of the most profitable businesses in the world, moving more than between 20 and 40 billion euros in this wildlife trade, and most of this wildlife is taken from our forests, from our country. Colombia only has 6% of the whole Amazon, but for us it means that 34% of our territory, of the territory of a second most biodiverse country in the world, the country that hosts 10% of all the global biodiversity, and that's the wealth that we must understand. beyond a message or a content or just a speech. So this is why it is so important that out of this venue today, we have or we create messages and also actions. So in this second conference in the Americas on illegal wildlife trade, we are calling upon for action. What are we going to do? I was at a conference with the financial sector, and the president of the sector told me, what are we going to do? And what we are going to do is to build awareness, educate, and work together for one same purpose. Not only based on numbers and figures, but with a purpose, and it is to teach, to educate the citizens about the natural heritage we have in Colombia. In this era, approaching the Holy Week celebration, we start to see this trade in the parks and roads, and that's where our average people that goes to a restaurant and orders a meal with a species that's an endangered species. That's where citizens can work. That's where tourists that are driving on the roads from the, I don't know, downtown to the Caribbean area and they see a parrot or a macaw can work to avoid this to happen. Today we're here, government agencies, transnational, national authorities, local authorities, and this is where we have to establish public policies to disrupt these trade. But this message goes out to those people out there, those citizens. We need to help for them to build their environmental awareness. In the year 2021 in our country, we issued a law by President Duque in the month of August, and it is the law on environmental crime. In the year 2020, Colombia prohibited shark fishing, seeking to protect our maritime ecosystems. In the month of August, we built and declared the public policy of the protected area system in our country. We also issued very relevant decrees and regulatory framework for sustainable use of our forests and oceans, but also we signed and declared, issued the law on environmental crime. Today in Colombia, deforestation is a crime. It's a crime that represents between 5 and 10 years of incarceration. And this applies not only for those deforesting, but those that promote or finance deforestation. Likewise, illegal fishing and illegal trade of wildlife that gives between 4 and 12 years of incarceration. So that's the public policy. This is the authorities with whom we've been working with greater control with the regional corporations and with a greater control through our National Police Department and our rangers. But also, we need that joint work from the whole society. And in each of the countries that are here present today, we are having the same problems at different levels and sizes, but we all share the same problems. And here in this venue, this is the opportunity to find these joint solutions, to look at those best practices, to have these regional public policies, not only at the national level, because the Amazon, we share it more than 5 countries, because this is the lungs of the planet and also a source of biodiversity. Only in our region, in the Americas, we have 9 countries that altogether represent 25% of global biodiversity. What does it mean? That we have a huge natural wealth, that we have this natural heritage that's going to be the most important, valuable heritage for the planet in the upcoming years. And I say upcoming years because it looks like we're just gaining awareness. This pandemic helped us become more aware as human beings. And today, this has helped us build this universal language today worldwide, uh, ranging from a very little boy up to a big corporation speak the same language, and it is the language of the climate, the language of the biodiversity, language of the water, of the trees. And that's something wonderful, because all resources, financial, technical, scientific, human resources, all around the planet are being devoted to work to stop this triple crisis we're going through today: climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution and contamination. So this event here today is an opportunity to deploy all this scientific rigor, technical rigor, to see what's going on, to find solutions, to set commitments. Today, I want to thank the UK, the ambassador, Cullen, who's not in the country with us today, but also the Prime Minister, their Environment Minister, Zach, a very good friend of this country as well. And I want to thank you, because they have had very relevant initiatives. And Colombia has joined and also led initiatives such as the High Ambition Coalition. This is where we seek to protect 30% of our land and maritime areas by the year 2030. Initiatives like these, agreements and treaties that we're signing today, like this Buckingham commitment that's being signed today in the private sector, which is very important for this to happen. Those transport, mailing companies, ports also play a relevant role. Also the United Nations for their support and initiatives. Every country present here today for being here and for their commitment. And you know what I like the most? That only 2 hours ago, when we were doing deliberation, we had ideas for the next year on what we had to do, who we had to invite, and this means that we have a proper spirit. There is initiative, there is will, and that we can do this. This is why Colombia, in Glasgow, in COP26 in the month of November, President Duque made an announcement that's very important, that got us to work very strong and hard. And the announcement was that Colombia was going to protect 30% of land and maritime areas, not by the year 2030, but by the year 2022, 8 years before. So this is why we are moving in that direction. But the most difficult thing is not the declaration, but the implementation and the management of these areas that have to do a lot with what we're doing here today, because that's where we have the greatest percentage of biodiversity in our planet, in those protected areas. That marine corridor that we're working with between Ecuador, Panama, and Costa Rica, for it to be the most important protected corridor in the world. Those are initiatives among countries that show that the environment has no borders, no boundaries, but at the same time they're looting our forests and oceans, that's where the biodiversity is, and the environment has no borders, so we have to work together so that they don't go cross the borders, so that we can preserve those species we have in our country. So this is the big challenge. All those actions, in particular in our country, we have we've taken them up to a policy level. First law issued by the President Duque, the climate action law that incorporates all the commitments in the framework of a Paris Agreement to be a carbon neutral, a commitment so that by the year 2030 we have zero deforestation, commitment so that before 2030 we'll have 30% of our maritime areas protected, commitments to have 1 million hectares restored by the year 2030, and to preserve more than 2.5 million hectares through sustainable agricultural projects, commitments for energy transition and a just transition of the labor market, a circular economy, commitments to triple the recycling rates in our country, also to prohibit the use of single-use plastic that's contaminating our oceans today. And all these together has taken us to present in the coming days in the Congress a second law, which is the biodiversity law. With these, the big two goals of our country, which is carbon neutral and neutral positive, it's going to become a law, not only at a government program level, but neutral carbon and positive nature. This is the big goals we have with our neighbor countries in Latin America. We are having these bilateral initiatives, but also regional initiatives. In the Circular Economy Coalition, in the work that we've been doing in the 30-30 with the different countries and around the initiatives we have, not only the Pacific, but also in the Caribbean and in the Atlantic. And all these brings us together. We have this purpose, which is to protect our biodiversity and to stop illegal wildlife trade, which I said it's one of the most profitable businesses today. So welcome again. This is going to be a huge day to share experiences, to learn, to contribute. And from here, from Colombia today, in this second round, we can then send a message to the whole world. We have to work all together to protect the biggest, greatest heritage of our humanity, our forests and biodiversity. Thank you very much and welcome. Thank you very much, Minister, for your words. We are going to hear now Lord Sal Goldsmith, Minister of Environment of the UK, and as I said, or as the Minister of Colombia said, a very big friend of our country and the environment. The words by Minister Goldsmith were sent through a video.
In areas spanning Peru and Ecuador on the border, helping to protect and restore that incredibly biodiverse landscape, providing green jobs for people and safe passage for wildlife. And on the back of the Global Illegal Wildlife Trade Conference that many of you attended in London in 2018, the UK is investing 46 million to tackle the illegal wildlife trade around the world. We're investing in reducing demand, including by working with CITES and traffic in Latin America and the Caribbean, and backing efforts to change behavior worldwide, close the gaps in legislation, and to improve enforcement. We're disrupting supply chains to make
rompiendo las cadenas de suministro.
working in partnership with the private sector across finance, technology, transport, travel, tourism. We're getting rangers the training and technology they need to stay one step ahead of the poachers and also to stay safe. And we're helping communities build sustainable livelihoods so that they can shun the illegal wildlife trade and benefit from helping nature recover. Now, the decline in poaching in certain species in certain areas tells us that your efforts can work, but the illegal wildlife trade continues to blight both wildlife and communities alike. So we need to go much further. And we can build on the progress made at COP26 in Glasgow by coming together at COP15 in Kunming to agree an ambitious, robust global biodiversity framework to put nature on a road to recovery during this decade. And the stakes really could not be higher, because if we continue to derail natural systems on which we all depend, but particularly the world's poorest, then everything we want to achieve will simply slip out of reach, from peace and prosperity to saving wonderful species from extinction. But we also know that one of the best ways to address so many of the biggest challenges we face, poverty, pollution, even pandemics, is to protect and restore the abundance, diversity, and connectivity of life on Earth. And there is no way we can achieve that if we don't also tackle the devastating illegal wildlife trade. So I want to thank you for all that you're doing to make that happen. And I really look forward to continuing to work with you in the months and years ahead. And I wish you all the best for the rest of this important conference. Thank you so much.
Marta, y te mando la
Muchas
sentencia que te digo
gracias
que hay que
a Lord
imprimir.
Goldsmith y por supuesto a los representantes del gobierno británico que se encuentran hoy en Cartagena de Indias para este evento. Pierre Lapac, representante de UNODC, también se ha unido a este evento con unas palabras de manera virtual.
And it's going to be with us through an virtual presentation.
Nada de nada. O sea, no los escucho a ellos.
Good morning. It's an honor for me to participate in the second high-level conference of the Americas about illegal trade of wildlife on behalf of the Regional Office of the United Nations against drugs and crime for the Andean region in the South Cone. I would like to give a very special welcome to Mr. Carlos Eduardo Correa, who is the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, to also Mr. Zach Goldsmith, who is the Minister of Environment of the UK, Mr. Oscar Sea, who is the Minister of Farming Development and Irrigation of Peru, and all the representatives of the government and civil society, and also to the agencies that will accompany us here today. Latin America hosts the biggest part of biodiversity of the planet. However, their endemic and unique species are constantly threatened by organized crime that, through different kinds of dynamics and illegal activities, little by little have destroyed its habitat and bringing with it the loss of ecological connectivity. And besides, these species are highly desired in international illegal markets. That's why it's necessary to give a response to the illegal trade of species, because this is transnational and represents one of the most profitable crimes in the world. Giving this global challenge, we have to be impactful, and we have to join our efforts within the different countries to generate joint activities that have a very effective impact on the criminal organizations. Currently, UNODC is trying to generate partnerships with countries and international agents to be able to share the best practices. and to design technical specialized tools and to promote interagency actions and to support operations and to solve complex cases amongst other actions for the decision making to approach environmental crimes. Okay, through the different activities in strategic areas, and we want to have an impact on criminal organizations and to those stakeholders that are behind the phenomenon. And we want to do this at two levels. Well, first of all, at the regional level, with the country offices, with the different institutions in the different states and their civil society, always taking into account the local context and the realities of the territory. And the second place, we want at the more global level, we want to generate synergies with the different UNODC initiatives, such as the program to combat wildlife crimes and the forestry crimes, and also the program to provide assistance for compliance and the reduction of tropical deforestations, amongst many other things. This second conference turns then into a very important reference for the region and for the state policies against the illegal trade of wildlife and its associated organized crime by generating strategies that may impact the criminal organizations at the transnational level to reduce the demand and to promote the consolidation of partnerships. From UNODC, we want to reiterate our commitment towards the compliance with environmental laws in the region to be able to stop this crime that affects wildlife and sustainability. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Pierre Lapat, who is the representative of UNODC, and of course to all the members of these organizations that are here in Cartagena. We will start now with our first block of presentations, which is the context about the illegal species trade in the Americas. This panel has as a goal to analyze the current dynamics of illegal trade of wildlife, and it's going to cover the different causes that make it a crime in Latin America, including the impact of this illegal activity over the environment and on the health and also on human security. That's why all the ones who will have the floor will be with here in our segment, will be accompany us with a 5 minutes in intervention. We'll have Jane Goulart, who is an expert in conservation and anthropology, Angela Mean, who is the director of World Wildlife Report of UNODC with an online presentation, Dean Feng Shu, who is the general secretariat of the Foundation for the Green Development and the Preservation of Biodiversity from China, Giovanna Murillo, who is the program manager, and Mauricio Cabrera from WWF Colombia. And that's why we are going to start with the video by Jane Goodall, and in the meantime Giovanna and Mauricio can approach the stage. Bueno, yo soy Jane Goodall. La industria de tráfico ilegal funciona a una escala mucho más grande que la mayoría de la gente.
Of extinction. Of course, I know far more about the situation in Africa and Asia than in Latin America, but the main components are similar or the same around the world. Hunters penetrate deeper and deeper into the forests and other ecosystems to hunt animals for food or medicine or capture them for exotic pets. Some insects, such as butterflies, some plants, fish, and even birds' eggs are sold on the illegal markets to collectors, aquariums, and so on. Sometimes animals are trafficked for their body parts. I understand that even jaguars are being killed to sell their bones for traditional medicine. All of this, along with habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change, is having a devastating effect on biodiversity. We must remember we're part of the natural world and depend on it for fresh air and water, food, clothing, everything. But we depend on healthy ecosystems. I learned a good deal about the forest ecosystem during the time I studied chimpanzees in Tanzania, how everything is interconnected in the complex and beautiful living tapestry of plants and animals, each one having a role to play. As a species becomes extinct in that ecosystem, it's like pulling a thread. And if enough threads are pulled, the tapestry hangs in tatters and the ecosystem will collapse. And as I said, we depend on healthy ecosystems. Our disrespect of the natural world and of animals has led not only to the loss of biodiversity and climate change, but also to the terrible pandemic that is still very active in so many parts of the world. And animal trafficking means that animals or their body parts are sent across the country or between countries for sale in confined and typically unhygienic conditions. And this makes it relatively easy for a pathogen to spill over from one animal to a human. And if it bonds with a cell in that human body, it may create a new zoonotic disease, such as the virus that brought the nightmare of COVID-19 into the world. And there's another thing. We now have a great deal of scientific evidence to show that animals are sentient beings capable of feeling fear, despair, and of course, pain. And this is true for not only the so-called higher animals, such as primates, crows, and parrots, but all mammals and birds, and also reptiles and amphibians. I do hope that some of you have watched the Oscar-winning documentary, My Octopus Teacher, because that film, along with a large body of data collected by many scientists, clearly shows the intelligence and sentience of octopuses. Therefore, we must remember that each trafficked animal is an individual capable of feeling, among other things, fear and pain. For social animals stolen from their groups, and especially infants taken from their mothers, the nightmare of trafficking is worst of all. Latin America has some areas wonderfully rich in biodiversity and some truly charismatic wildlife. One way of combating illegal wildlife trafficking is through stories, books, and especially films. This is why Planet On is such an important part of this event. It's so very necessary, not only to tackle and bring to justice the heads of the criminal cartels that are responsible for so much of the trafficking, but also to reduce the huge demand for the animals or their body parts. For some products, people are prepared to pay very large sums of money. One way to tackle this is by alleviating poverty, finding alternative ways for poachers to make a living other than by exploiting their wildlife. Another way is through education. The Jane Goodall Institute, through our youth program, Roots and Shoots, is now in 65 countries. And in collaboration with other youth organizations, groups of dedicated students are working to raise awareness, helping people to understand why it's so desperately important, if we care about the future of the planet, to bring wildlife trafficking, along with habitat destruction and pollution, to an end. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por la intervención. Continuamos ahora con Angela Mee, directora del World Wildlife Crime Report de UNODC.
Thank you. And good afternoon to everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Okay, thank you. So I don't know if you can put on the PowerPoint. Otherwise, just to say a big hug, I would say, from Vienna, where the UNODC headquarters is based, and where also we conduct global research on drugs and crime in general. And with this few minutes that I have with you, I just wanted to discuss what are the threats that related to wildlife crime, particularly in the Americas. So I don't see the presentation, so I don't know if it's on, but please let me know if there is anything I need to know. Is the presentation on? Or should I share my screen? Apology. Okay, so the first slide that you will see deals with the distribution of seizures that we have analyzed. Okay, yeah, next one, please. The distribution of seizures worldwide, where we try to describe the different challenge in relation to wildlife trafficking and the threat that wildlife trafficking is posing to different species around the world. And you see here the distribution by region, and particularly if you wanted to focus on Central and South America and the different colors, the graph on the left relates to an older period between 1999 and 2015, while the graph on the right is more recent, but the distribution doesn't change. Just to also make the point that it looks like this species are really the one that focus particularly wildlife in different regions. And you may see that, for example, for Central and South America, the species that are more endangered related to birds, and but also to reptiles, the pink color, while you see from the different colors in the other regions that there are also other challenges, like for example, typically in Africa, the big threats related to mammals and you know, relating to elephants, rhinos, for example. Next one. This is the global picture that we can put together, but I think we need to acknowledge that we have a chronic, I would say, gap of data, particularly for the Americas, in trying to understand the illicit trade of wildlife. If you focus on the graph on the left, on the red lines related to North America and to Central and to South and Central American Caribbeans. And you see that, and this represents the percentage of countries that report the illicit wildlife trade to CITES. So data that relates to seizures and in a way to the dynamics of the wildlife trade. And you see that the region, compared also to other regions, looks as a very low level reporting and even decreasing over time. In the map that you see right is basically a similar information, and you see the darker colors are the countries that report more systematically data on illicit wildlife, and the lighter color are the countries that are reported only sporadically for one or few years. And where you see no colors, it means these are the countries that they don't report. But next one, please. But if you want the challenge that we have on wildlife trafficking, but also if you want the benefits in understanding wildlife trafficking, is that wildlife trafficking is transnational. And so even if fewer countries report about the seizure that they make in their own countries, we can understand what happened also in the other countries. And you see here a map that basically, through the information that we have on the seizures, here you see picture countries that are affected by the wildlife trade, either as a source, a destination, or a transit. And you clearly see that this is a global challenge. Next one, please. So what can we, in the research that we do at UNODC globally, we look at the specific species to understand the dynamics, the different dynamics where the illicit trafficking often enter the illicit trafficking, or where the illicit trafficking is organized entirely in their supply chain and remain illicit. And so what we have learned that maybe we can, transmit and look for the Americans. One is definitely the issue that was also mentioned by Jane Goodall about the zoonotic disease that with the wildlife trafficking is definitely exacerbated the risk. And particularly from the Americas, where I was showing earlier, some of the bigger species that are trafficked relating to birds, and these birds are trade life. Of course, the risk of also transmitting zoonotic diseases like the avian flu, etc., is clear. So not only, as the minister was mentioning earlier, is the threat of reducing the rich biodiversity that the Americas have in letting those species live in the countries, but there's also a risk that is global, because once these species reach the global, the whole population is affected. And even you all know that even if the science has not given the final answer yet, it looks that indeed COVID was transmitted also through species that are also trafficked. But the biggest challenge that we have, not only on wildlife trafficking, is also the technology. And as the technology is helping us to do our job better, it also helps traffickers to communicate better, to learn better how to poach, how to treat wildlife, and that is really a threat that we need to address. Another threat that is relevant to the Americas, that again we have learned looking at the different species, is how the legal supply can, if you want, launder illicitly source animals or plants, wildlife. And here, I don't have the time to explain all, but I wanted to show you here the analysis that we have done on reptiles a few years ago. And I put it here because it relates particularly to the reptiles that are important for the Americans. You see here that on the left, on the two slides on the two pie chart that you see on the left, the far left is the legal trade, and so the source countries for legal trade. And you see that among the major countries that source legal trade on reptiles is Colombia and Indonesia, for example. And the next pie is actually the source of illegal trafficking that we can construct. Look at the seizures. And you see that both, and the last two slides actually relate to the legal and illegal distribution of countries of destination. And you see that there is some convergence between the licit and illegal trade. That suggests that the farming sometimes can be a way also of how wild poaching can be laundered through the poaching. And we have seen, for example, this particularly clearly in Indonesia. Not that farming per se is not a good response to the problem of wildlife trafficking. We have seen that farming, for example, has been a good solution for caviar. And even if there is still some poaching of wild caviar, overall the global demand of caviar is met through farming. But this is to highlight that also farming can be a risk where illegal poaching can be also landed. Also, one of the things that we have seen around the globe, and is important also to be understood in the Americas, is displacement. And here is just a few slides to show you the displacement that is clear today in Africa between the ivory, so the poaching of elephant, that the market of ivory is shrinking, and the emergence, if you see the slide on the right showing seizure of pangolin. And we have seen how even trafficking groups are moving from the ivory to the pangolin trafficking, because one market is shrinking, the other market is expanding. But we have seen also geographical displacement as well. And this is in a region like the Americas with so much diversity in terms of species. Clearly, there is always a space that if with our efforts are able to shrink the poaching or the markets of specific species, there is always the risk that there is displacement in other areas. So, and for example, one of the question marks that would be important to address is about jaguar in Latin America. We know how the tiger bone market is increasing, and you see on the right just a graph that shows the number of old tigers that have been seized as an example. But there is an emergence of evidence that jaguar may also be a replacement for some of this illegal trade. And so we have seen initially, how, for example, Bolivia is one of the major countries of origin of this trade, illegal trade that is emerging, and how this traffic parts have gone through postal services. So these are, again, threat that is important that we see before this type of market expand to be as a replacement for other goods. But displacement, sorry, next one. Next one. Oh, sorry. I thought you were, next one. Next one. Next one. Okay, sorry. So isn't, when we think about displacement, it doesn't mean that our efforts will continue, will not, will never address wildlife. Well, research on displacement in other type of crime have shown that even if displacement occurs, often does not happen 100%. And so even if traffickers move to other species, for example, often they may not displace entirely their criminal activities in another species. So definitely this requires more research to understand the impact of displacement in wildlife trafficking. But it's clear that we need to really address, so to make sure that all the responses, both from a legal perspective in regulating trade and also from the law enforcement perspective, is important to consider that we need to be ready also to think about what next species or next countries will be for source or destination. Now, next one. What I wanted to finally address is the issue of the profits. As you know, we are talking about illicit trafficking because there is out there criminals that take advantage of this trafficking for illegal profits. But who makes this profit? And we have made an analysis here. What you see in this slide is the annual illicit income generated for the trade in ivory and in rhino horn. And you see here the different levels of from the poaching level to the transit, to the trade, to the retail, and the amount of an annual profits the trafficker made by this. And you see that at the poacher's level, it's where the money is the lowest level where is made. So the big, if you want, profit is not made at the source country, where there is the depletion of the natural resources. But the big profits are made at the destination countries, at retail. And also it's important to look at this supply chain and the different groups that profit by the illegal trade, because each group requires a different response. And as Jane Goodall was saying, at the level of the poachers, often the response has to be in terms of alternative livelihood, in terms of providing alternatives really for the livelihood. And as you can see, we are not talking about replacing a large amount of resources, even in the ivory trade, where is, if you want, the iconic illicit trade in wildlife globally. So I just wanted to, next one, the final, slides is just to tell you that we are working on our third global report on wildlife. And what we are really looking is to try to understand through research evidence, really what works and what does not work, so that we hopefully we can inform you better on targeting better responses and responses that can be most effective. Thank you for listening.
Chief for the Green Biodiversity and Chinese Corporation, who's going to be also joining online. In the meantime, we remind you that this is the second conference of high level in the Americas of wildlife illegal trade, and you can participate through social media. We now have Jean Fang Su online.
Thank you. The role of civil society in combating illegal wildlife trade. Illegal wildlife trade is driven by eating, medicine, and collection, such as furniture, jewelry, exotic pets, and etc. Our organization, IWT efforts, including direct efforts, which is public interest litigations, and community conservation areas, investigations, campaigns, and mobilizing people's participation. And we also work on policy advisory and promoting laws, regulations. We work on environmental education and awareness promotion. And I also would like to talk about our difficulties and challenges. The industrial civilization helps to promote their business. They found some wood in Madagascar and they try to improve them a kind of rosewood, so that make a dramatic increase of the demands. That finally is the reason to destroy the forest. And we hold a big China-Africa Wildlife Conservation Conference in Johannesburg, South Africa. And we are trying to promote conservation in local Chinese community. Why is that? We send our volunteers to Nigeria, those local little Nigerian boy who can sell pangolin in simple Chinese, although they do not have much education. What does that mean? That means local Chinese-speaking community is also a very significant demands. And through that, we are trying to, for the last few years, we are trying to remove pangolin scale from Chinese pharmacopoeia. And also, we are trying to we have filed litigations against the state forest and grassland administration, against the local authorities, because they issue permit to those companies, including pharmaceutical companies, to use African pangolin scale into medicine, which is not right at all, and which is illegal according to recent law and regulation. But the business, the industry, push them to do all this. That drives the pangolin scale and the pangolin illegal trafficking increase a lot for the past years. And also, we're trying to stop jaguar. Jaguar paws illegal wildlife trading investigation. We find some mail address from the litigations in Latin American, but we visit the small villages in Fujian, China. We found this fake address and fake addressee. But they use those fake information to transfer, to illegally trafficking those jaguar paws. And all those litigations and campaigns make some individuals of the authorities are very mad at us. So last month we are turned down, refused to participate CITES Standing Committee 74. And previously we were revoked our side events on CITES. And 2018, the IWT in London, I was refused because of those individuals of the authorities are really mad about what we are talking. I would like to mention this is to emphasize the civil society's difficulty. And also, we propose about fishing in high sea. There are some Chinese boats in Latin American are fishing illegally. We are trying to work domestically to make the new regulation to stop those, to combat those illegal wildlife trade business. And also, wildlife free e-commerce initiative. We are trying to stop those, those internet giants. They refuse to do simple actions to stop illegal wildlife trade. Although they are highlighted internationally for their CSR or ESG, but on their platform, they are daily based illegal wildlife trade. This convenient means advanced new technology help them to gain money at the same time to promote IWT. This is a very popular commercial of Gucci. This is terrible because they promote people to raise exotic pets such as snakes, parrots, turtles. The market of the exotic pets is increasing exponentially. Now they are going to be the very leading threat to wildlife. We must stop them. We are openly campaigning to stop them, but we get nothing feedback. They are insisting to do the commercial. And also in our some textbook, some students' book, the industrial civilization are trying to sell their marketing, to promoting their business. So in those books, they tell people, young children, seaweed cats are very delicious, cuisine, and useful for medical ingredients, which is, of course, illegal, but which is also online. And after our campaign, most of them was stopped now. Education and public awareness promotion. Every year, in the past 6 years, we have environmental knowledge competition for college students, and over millions of young students participate in those knowledge competition, including a lot of IWT information. And we openly, this is a bank. The bank also promote the consuming of IWT things, including ivory in the past. But well, after our openly campaign, they stopped this. And we also put the emotion to IUC and WCC last year, and which is adopted. And we want to stop traditional medicine to use all endangered species, which we face a great deal pressure domestically, but we finally get that motion passed. And we also take the big opportunity of the COVID, which is terrible, but at the very beginning of the COVID pandemic, we wrote to the state administration. Within 2 weeks, we got the ban to eating wildlife, but which is not from the administration, but which is not good enough. We write to the People's Congress again, and about 1 month later, the People's Congress of China issued the second ban of wildlife eating, which is, of course, a significant change, improvements. Thank you. There are a lot to do. We are here. We are preparing a few conferences with Sino Latin American in this year. We want to promote more awareness within the Latin American, within those Chinese who has business in Latin American. And we are cordially invite all of you to participate, to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now we have Giovanna Murillo, Program Manager of WCS, and Mauricio Cabrera from WWF. Both and all panelists, please stick to the timings. Giovanna, please go
Don't
ahead.
have here, please.
Now we give the floor to Giovanna Murillo. She's the Program Manager at WCS. Thank you very much. We have a presentation. First, good morning, everybody. I am very pleased to be here with you in this second.
Excuse me, please.
Conference.
I don't hear, please.
What we're here to present today is the results and progress of our work we have been doing from WCS in the Amazon Andean countries aimed at wildlife trade in the countries where we're developing this.
I don't hear, please.
Next, please. In general terms, I think that all of us here can have this sentiment, this pride of those countries we belong to, these mega diverse countries with lots of biodiversity in general with the species that are endemic, and those resources we have available, which are also part of the livelihoods of many of the communities that are part of our countries. Unluckily, there is a problem, as we've been discussing. This is a global problem, the illegal wildlife trade. But what is happening in our countries, particularly in the Americas, and based on our experience in the Amazon Andean countries, what we have found is very similar trends that are accompanied by the different demands and uses that we have, both of products, of parts, byproducts of live animals, among others, for a national market, and also trespassing frontiers, reaching out to international markets. A characteristic of our countries is that in many cases, there is an interaction between legal trade and illegal trade, producing certain situations to facilitate the laundry of illegal trade. So when we focus on our country's problems based on the sources of information we have, it is difficult to quantify how much it's illegal. That we don't see. It's very difficult to have 100% of what's going on behind the scenes. So this is how, since from WCS, based on the different projects we're developing, and also with the very close collaboration we have with different government agencies in the countries of Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Brazil, is that we are going to have a regional approach and try to get more information beyond what we have so far in illegal trade, to understand what's happening on that illegal trade landscape. So this is why, thanks to the information that we requested and provided by the different government agencies from these countries, we gained access to the seizure information between 2010 and 2018, and we evaluated the records that were identified on these seizures in these countries, and we evaluated also findings of species, volumes, routes, and different modalities that would be identified on illegal trade. In the case of Brazil, let us clarify that we had access to the information corresponding to the Acre and Amazonas states. As I said a moment ago, having the information on what's happening at this illegal trade level, it's very complex. So the information that we are sharing here is information we cannot assure is 100% of what's happening, but it provides information on more than 900 species seized on a list that we have identified, and we've been able to review and confirm at the country level. Something interesting is that there is data, for example, in Colombia, while it was the country that had the highest number of records or incidents or interventions. Here we also take it as we have found it, because maybe the other countries too have information on the data that they have been able to collect through their control operations. And this is also related to the staffing and logistics and even the interest to have this information, and much of the data, even the delay to have this information, and those who work in this understand, and it is about where the information is. It is in files and records that take time to be recorded and to be confirmed on the reliability. So more information in relation to taxonomy, we've been able to identify that the greatest number is related to reptiles, birds, mammals, and amphibians. I'm going to jump briefly through the cases we've been able to identify, basically centering in some of the species that caught our attention because of the finding and the in the different countries, and also the volumes and these overlap that we found even with legal trade. And here I have a picture of one of the kilos SCP, which is what we know as the mata-mata turtles that are distributed in Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, some areas of Brazil. And this is something that brought our attention because this species is present in the seizure list. It is the second group in reptiles after the Colotemis. We have the Calus, mainly in Peru and Colombia. Some seizure reports recently in this triple frontier between Peru, Brazil, and Colombia. And this species is one of the species that have shown the biggest volumes on legal trade for Asian markets. Specifically, between 2010 and 2018, it was more than 60,000 individuals that were legally traded to Asian markets from Peru. And interestingly, this species is the Calus orinocensis or the Calus umbrata are not in CITES. So this type of things looked interesting to us. Regarding birds, for the countries that we evaluated and from which we evaluated information, the Brotuheris were on top of the volumes found, but it is also interesting to see that we see them in the seizures. But this data also at the moment of evaluating and reviewing what's happening with those species that are in some critical threat or highly endangered, they're not going to have this same level of danger because of the risk they're at. Erythrohenis, for example, in Bolivia, endemic species was found in the seizures that took place in the country. So, well, among other species, even live individuals, or maybe for the trade of leather feathers. In mammals, something that that brought attention was the group of mammals that are seized and their use. We found the Cuniculus pata, that little rodent you see there. In these seizures in Brazil and Ecuador, we found for food that individual. So we checked where the jaguar was because of the information that we started to evidence on from the demand side on jaguar body parts and in relation to mammals. We found it in the 4th place. But oftentimes the data took us to Bolivia, even during a period where we started to have a bit more information between 2010 and 2020, going through 2018, of course. And there we found records of more than 500 body parts in that period, mostly teeth or fangs. So it is also interesting to see the diversity and the uses, and it goes beyond local consumption in relation to amphibians inside or when doing this evaluation. In the case of Peru, it took us, it brought our attention the Marmoratus frog we have found seizures in this period. It's been more than 20,000 individuals that we have found in different seizure events, basically for national consumption. Because of their beliefs or the properties these amphibians have in terms of medicine or medicine benefits. But this is the biggest or the widest range of in terms of individuals. The other species in the amphibians list that were found in different seizure events in Colombia and also in Ecuador. Now to finish, this is additional data on what has been happening in online trade. Remember, I told you about the mata-mata total. Inside the period that we evaluated between 2010 and 2020, one only announcement had more than 2,000 people offering, 2,000 individuals for offer on online. So this is interesting to see where they're coming from and the sources that could be originating this problem. Some additional data that we've been considering, as I said, the sources of seizure. I mean, it takes time to review, to analyze, to share, to validate information with the authorities. This is also relevant, very relevant. Much of that information is being processed, but this is a bit of information that we've been processing based on news and authorities and what they've been reporting. And now to finish, this is some of it very general conclusions and recommendations based on our work experience, more than 8 years looking at these issues in these countries. Around the Amazon, and so we should reinforce management systems, information systems. We must articulate and collaborate among countries from the source, transit, and destination. And this is one of the photos of a training we had last year, precisely here in Colombia, the first workshop on K9 to reinforce detection and prevention. And this is based on Colombia's experience we were able to share with Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Brazil. So experiences like this, we have quite a few, and we consider it important to reinforce them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Giovanna. Those numbers were very interesting. This afternoon, we're going to have a Colombian National Police Department, and I'm sure that they're going to show how they monitor that crime and illegal trade over the internet. Now we have Mr. Mauricio Cabrera from WWF Colombia. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I am going to present the results of a very recent investigation we conducted with USAID, Transparencia for Colombia, and other organizations. Called Transparent Governance of Natural Resources, aimed at identifying the issues that of the drivers that are connected to deforestation. I want to highlight the work of Joana Herrera and Natalia Munoz, the main researcher, on the topics of fauna that bring us together in this meeting. The purpose of the project was to understand a bit better the problem in relation to forest drivers, illegal mining, wood trade, species trade, and land appropriation. The idea was to understand the problem and produce recommendations on policies in connection with in connection to those drivers that affect deforestation. We analyzed two components, corruption and crime. In those two components of corruption and crime, there are certain aspects that connect these two elements. One is the symbiosis there is between the two aspects of crime and corruption. On the other hand, the crime, different types of crime and other offenses and illegal economies that revolve around the situation that also get fed from those illegal activities. Depending on the situation, there are certain enforcement, but there are gray areas that hinder the control element, and there is other issues like the abuse of physical violence and also the consideration of organized crime. I'm going to focus then on wildlife trade, which is the analysis we run. We analyzed the whole supply chain, and we did this for each of the drivers. The supply chain of wildlife trade. You can see the red lines that indicate illegal activities. The yellow lines, this is where the legal and the illegal permeate in X or Y aspect, and green lines refer to the legal activities. So this identification of a supply chain, we used it to work with extraction, transport, processing, and trading. This allowed us to understand how these aspects relate and to produce recommendations for policies. Regarding extraction, in short, we detailed in the document, which is also available digitally at the WWF websites. We have the illegal practices and control, the sale of surplus, the opportunistic hunting, which is also another important aspect, and regarding permitting by the regional autonomous corporations. Those are the regional environmental agencies, and the complexities and the possibility to launder the surplus because of the difficulty to control the sizes of the different species, the issue on controlling the quantities. This is a complex issue, and the follow-up or monitoring systems that are not strong enough. Now, regarding transportation, in general, the phase of a process is not properly sized, impacts are minimized around this phase. There is some covering, and it's difficult to identify the quantity of fish or frogs if this is the species that correspond. So it is very difficult for the authorities, and this is part of the recommendations we also make, and the difficulty in identification. Now, regarding the trade phase, the problems with proper tools to identify trade, the scarcity of detection units of the police or law enforcement agencies, the lack of technology tools for this process, the lack of knowledge of the customs agents, the change of species that also happen in these three phases, and bribery, which is also part of the issue. The general findings of this research are associated to the scarcity of processes and procedures, insufficiency and deficiency of information, prosecution, weaknesses on criminal investigation. So what are the recommendations, main recommendations that we made to improve this process? These are specific on wildlife trade. These are recommendations on policies, technology tools, capability building, and international cooperation. Now, regarding policies, wildlife become one of the important elements to harmonize legal provisions on wildlife. In technology tools, we have adjusting the database of the attorney's office to differentiate different types of crimes, to promote implementation of electronic CITES, experts in zoology and other branches of science at the police or law enforcement agencies to have more information, and also cooperation at the country level, both from the buyers and through these borders that help us identify where species are being traded. There are some general recommendations that are being that are associated with corruption, which is the convenience to improve Article 46 in relation to disciplinary code for public servants, which is to be typified as a grave offense, and also the implementation of environmental crimes and the Escazú Agreement implementation, the training to public servants, the enforcement of international agreements, and for organized crime, we proposed some of them have been already implemented in the new environmental law. Regarding environmental crime and the SALAFT related to environmental crime, we consider that operations in a territory are not enough, but in comprehensive development operations in the remote areas, interoperability in the systems. This is something that we have found, the difficulty to use information among the different systems at the different public entities with the parameters and information organization. And again, training and education to public servants, entail activities to dismantle criminal networks. This is important because sometimes actions are concentrated in law enforcement of forceful actions, going behind the smallest parts of a chain, the PPAs, the public-private partnerships, to achieve the solution to this problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mauricio. I want to thank also Jane Goodall, Angela Mi, Jirfin Su, and Joanna Murillo for their interventions. Moving on, we have the second panel, Advances in Public Policies Against the Illegal Trade of Wildlife, from the Lima Declaration. So here we're going to present the advances in the implementation of the commitment adopted in said declaration. This panel is going to be divided in two. First, we're going to have a presentation by Adrian Reuter, the advisor of WCS, who's going to present the results of the evaluation and the advances of the implementation of this Lima Declaration. Right after that, we're going to have a panel moderated by Dean Hennings, the ambassador at large of the UK government in Colombia, and is going to be accompanied by the Minister of Environment, Carlos Correa, Diana Laguna Caicedo, Deputy Minister of Environment of Panama, Hilario López Córdoba, Executive Director of CERFOR. Abel Sandoval from the Forest Management and Wildlife from Guatemala, Alejandro Maquielo, advisor to the Argentine Environmental Minister, who's going to be with us virtually, Magin Herrera, Deputy Minister of Environment from Bolivia, So we're going to give the floor now to Adrienne Reuter from WCS. Adrienne, you can take the floor from here, from there. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. We want to thank you for the invitation to help and share. October 3 and 4th in 2019, we had the first round of high-level conference on the Americas on wildlife illegal trade, resulting in the Lima Declaration on illegal trade, signed by the countries who agreed to take 21 initiatives, including the declaration of jaguars and emblematic species of the Americas. Wildlife Conservation Society, in its role as a civil society organization, provided support to the Peruvian government for the first conference, and upon the request of a UK ambassador and the environmental minister for this second round, we put together this evaluation that present the advances on the implementation of these commitments acquired in the Lima Declaration, so that this information can be employed by the decision makers of the countries as an input for the working sessions that are going to take place in the second conference.
The goal of this work was to generate a baseline of the 19 countries in the Americas at the moment of signing the Lima Declaration in 2019, and to do an assessment based on a quantitative assessment about the current development of the 20 items it contains. We want to say that regarding commitment to the commitment 21, which is to declare the jaguar as a species in America, it doesn't require anything else, because it's a general statement that doesn't require any measurable or specific commitments by the signatory states. It's very important to emphasize that this is a quantitative analysis of public and accessible information that was done through documentation and office process that lasted 20 days, and considering the 19 countries in the Americas that signed the declaration, the methodology was assessed and adapted from the analysis of crimes against wildlife and forest of the UNODC, and the framework of indicators of the international process to combat illicits against wildlife, IQUIC. Okay, with the purpose of obtaining quality and quantitative data through document review and or process review to obtain public information available in different web portals, and through this we were able to develop a baseline of 2019 of the current countries that were considered at the moment of adopting the commitments of the declaration, and we considered that the development of actions, that the level of advancements of the commitments with a cutoff date of February 2022, and through this document and office work of public and accessible information. Based on this, we only want to measure that it's an initial approach. That's why we recommend that this information is considering as an active and work documented development, and it's like a starting point for future guidelines in the combat of wildlife crimes in the Americas, and it's also a preliminary exercise of the implementation of indicators that can be considered a monitoring system regarding the tools developed by UNODC IQUIC. And this, it's also susceptible to improvements and to be better tuned according to the different requirements of the Lima Declarations. That's why the results of this exercise can be used as to see the advancements of each countries that can design or that can be implemented at the national case. Given the case, the system used for the 20 commitments includes 39 indicators. Each of them has a maximum 3 points, and in which the maximum score was 2 points, and as we make reference to actions that are measured on yes and no answers. Okay, those that have in mind or at hand the declaration and the commitments in the Lima Declaration, well, they're going to be able to see the type of topics that were covered in each one, and for each one there are their specific indicators. Okay, this is based on the available information, so everything is focused on all the aspects where we've been able to obtain information, and not over systems that we're not being able to analyze given the lack of public information. Having this, the advancements were established at a country and level based on the indicators where the information was found. However, if we didn't find information on a topic that was publicly available, that issue was not considered for the scoring. The contents that are here are solely for information purposes, and they don't represent the institutional perspective of any of the participating institutions that contributed to its developments. Some of the constraints that we were able to face was that the public that was available was very scattered and it's not updated. Not all the information or the advancements made in the countries it's available publicly. Many of the processes that were done or that were developed were not systematic or were not documented by whoever did them, and despite that the work done was very intense, it was limited. It was only 20 days. And okay, for the purposes of the presentation of the results, the commitments were grouped in 3 big categories: those that were associated to the legislation and compliance, those that were related to cooperations, and those associated to the participation of the civil society. Based on these understandings, we want to highlight the results obtained for the 3 countries of the Americas. South America, that includes Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay, and Mesoamerica, that includes Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, and Dominican Republic, and North America, that includes Canada, U.S., and Mexico. And here I'm going to show you a sum up of the most highlights of the regions that were used on the methodology that we was said, and also, and this is how we developed the questions and the indicators for the commitments. For South America, we were able to see that it has very positive outcomes to avoid illicit wildlife traffic, even during the pandemic that started a couple of times after the Lima treatment. And we can see that there was corruption in all the educational programs to protect wildlife. Regarding the regulatory framework and compliance, we want to highlight that the countries understand that, and that poaching and illicit trade, it's a crime that has penalties and also prison, but there are still challenges for it to be committed as serious crimes because the penalties are lower, tend to be less than 4 years in prison. Some of the examples that we consider it's worth highlighting regarding compliance with the law, it's that Colombia considers wildlife illicit crime as a severe crime with sentences that go more than 4 years. In Peru, there's the process to do this. In Argentina, we're going to sign an agreement between the Financial Research Investigation and also the Ministry of Ecology of Misiones against the illicit wildlife trade. And we have to say that all the countries that were assessed have taken actions, very specific actions, to be able to have anti-corruption portals available or national strategies against corruptions. Although this is not expressly linked to the illicit wildlife trade, it's also associated to the possibility of talking about the malpractices of public institutions. Regarding commitments to international cooperation, we need to mention that the South American countries have advanced, and we can highlight the strengthening of cooperation networks, and also highlighting the advancement of the binational presidential offices as a way to hold and to comply with several bilateral agreements to combat the wildlife illicit crime, even during the pandemic. Online, they have been active, reminding topics as expatriations of wildlife species that were seized through illegal trade, and also the control of traffic of wildlife in border. region, and also being part of the South American networks for the eradication of wildlife species and the preservation of biodiversity in the South American Southwest, with the exception of Bolivia and Paraguay. As a common denominator, we needed to highlight that regarding the commitments associated to the intervention of civil society, most of the countries have done efforts to generate awareness, to train, and to generate participation of local communities to contribute to the preservation of natural resources. Many of these initiatives are regional, and they involve more than a country working in the preservation of emblematic species, as the case of the jaguar. Likewise, all the countries that were assessed have adopted strategies in their own educational systems, and in some cases, some are binding and some are not. Okay, for Mesoamerica in general, the region has shown very positive advancements to avoid wildlife illicit crime as combat against corruption, cooperation networks, studies associated to trafficking, the exchange of experiences and good practices, as well as the participation and the strengthening of observation networks. Okay, regarding to the adoption of the legislation and with compliance, everybody considers poaching and illicit tried something that it's illegal, but we only need to highlight that only Guatemala and Honduras considered a serious crime, which means that the prisons are the time in prison is less than 4 years. That's why the countries have developed strategies to combat wildlife illicit trade, and they are part of the planning policies. As an example of the development of planning tools, we have the national strategies for biological diversity in Costa Rica, the strategy of biological diversity in Panama that includes goals for the year 2025 that want to improve the managerial capacities, and also the national strategy against the illegal traffic in wildlife from 2020 to 2029 in Guatemala. Okay, regarding international cooperation, we needed to mention that the Mesoamerican countries are part of the observation networks of Central America and the Dominican Republic, and through which they exchange information about illicit wildlife trafficking. They do coordinated activities, as well as they exchange experiences and they exchange trainings. Also, the countries in Mesoamerica, with the exception of Dominican Republic, they are part of the programs, the Pacto, which is a international cooperation program funded by the European Union that wants to contribute to the security and justice in South America, trying to combat organized transnational crime. In this sense, we've established the cooperation mechanisms amongst different countries, and we've developed operationals against the wildlife trafficking with the support of Europol. It's also very interesting the effort of Panama, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua have done through binational and trinational operations to combat illicit species trafficking. And Panama and Costa Rica have a cooperation agreement for the borders, and also Nicaragua and Costa Rica have a binational operational manual for the trading of wildlife. Okay, regarding civil society, the countries in the region have collaborated tightly with the indigenous communities and also established cooperation agreements with the civil society and academia that have taken place in Panama and in Nicaragua. There's been a lot of preservations of species, and also in the implementation of a national strategy for biodiversity, contributing to the improvement of the life of the communities. And in Costa Rica, we've established collaboration spaces with academia for the jaguar. In North America, it's the region that, based on the information that we're about to obtain, has had a higher development trying to combat illicit wildlife trade. Regarding compliance with the law, Mexico, the U.S., and Canada note that poaching and illegal trade, it's a crime. However, it's necessary to highlight that only Canada and the U.S. considered a crime, a serious crime. And it's also important to highlight that in Canada and the U.S., The trading of wildlife species through internet, it's penalized, and they have abilities against corruptions that can be used for legal purposes. Canada and the U.S. have strengthened their public institutions to be able to combat illicit trade of wildlife, and they have strategies to combat the illegal trade of wildlife that are part of the planning policies. The three countries have a national strategy for biological biodiversity, and the U.S. has a national strategy to combat the traffic of wildlife. Regarding to the associated commitments to international cooperation, we have to highlight that since 1990, there is a Commission for Environmental Cooperation, that it's trilateral organizations between Mexico, Canada, and the U.S., where we created a work group of North America and the application of the law on wildlife in North America, the law enforcement group, and as a result we have implemented cooperation mechanisms between the three countries through the participation in projects, exchange of information, and the formation of transnational working groups. Likewise, the three countries compile relevant information about the legal and illegal trade of wildlife that exchanges and it's used within the framework of cooperation. And they all have procedures for the sustainable use of wildlife, and in the three countries we have operational for being able to develop either for the import-export of specimens or their parts, and there is a coordinated work between the Secretariat of ICETS, the OMC, to be able to have a sustainable trade. Okay, regarding to the civil society, we can highlight the mechanisms where they continue, where Panama and they continue advancing, trying to ensuring that the business sector works in an operational way, trying to operate in all these products. Clearly, the information that it's analyzed in this very brief assessment shows that there is an advancement in the commitments that have been established in the Lima Declaration according to the indicators that have been used for the countries. There's been a lot of advancements in the application on the law, in the regulatory frameworks, and there's been a lot of efforts to strengthen the capacities and also the availability of tools, as well as a promotion of cooperation, trying to promote governance and the participation of the communities, the private sector, the civil society, and it's going to be focused on the reduction on the offer and the demand of illegal wildlife, and it's also there is a long way to follow. There's a lot of opportunities for growth as and we want to acknowledge this wildlife trade as a very serious crime. So it's going to allow more tools for the relevant institutions regarding financial investigations, online trafficking, combating corruption, as well as to strengthen the institutions and to support actions to reduce the offer and the demand of wildlife specimens in all the region. It's going to give a much more solid structure to the actions to combat and eradicate this threat. Likewise, it's very important to replicate the efforts that have been focused on the strengthening of cooperation and the border control to promote the exchange of information between countries, as well as the experiences and the good practices that would enable a coordinated work, the development of synergies, and also allow to dismantle criminal networks in a much more effective manner. And although this has been done since the last conference and it's very important to continue and to increase the participation of indigenous communities, the civil society, the private sector, and also the academia in the efforts to be able to reduce the illegal trade of wildlife and to include them in the implementation of strategies to be able to achieve changes in the behavior that reduce the specimens traffic at the legal level, as way as we implement and update educational programs for the coming and future generations regarding the relevance of the preservation of wildlife. The Lima declarations and all the commitments are a valuable opportunity for all the countries that have signed it, and to be able to identify in a very clear and specific manner all the challenges that have been agreed, to be able to the combating of the illegal trade of wildlife. It's not just something that it's associated to the preservation of biodiversity. It's also something that has a very tight link to public health and also the economy of the countries that has been proven by the pandemic that we still haven't overcome. There, I do hope that this information that it's done through this assessment, it's useful. And I'm going to finish by saying that the information that it's considered for this work, it's available, and it's available in the Ministry of Environment and Social Development in Colombia. Thank you. Thank you so much, Adriana, for the presentation of this development. So now we are going to have our panel that it's going to be led by Tim Heddens, who is the appointed ambassador of the UK, and it's going to be accompanied by the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, Carlos Eduardo Correa Diana Laguna, who is the Vice Minister of Environment of Panama, Hilario Lopez Cordova, from Serfor Abelis Sandoval, from the management written their comments in the chat box. So we receive so many greetings from Bolivia, from Guatemala, from the embassy in Paraguay and Colombia, from CITES, Argentina, from Galapagos, Ecuador. They also greet us, and the 33 regional autonomous corporations in Colombia. Therefore, I want to give the floor, Ambassador. Okay, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And my name is Tim Hemmings. I am the I work for the UK embassy that you host.
Recording in progress.
And I would also like to thank Adriana Reuter for setting the scene and giving us the starting point to be able to explain what all decision makers can do to be able to obtain a change in this topic. And what we've said, it's been very useful to initiate this topic about the challenges that we all have. I'm going to introduce our panelists, and we're going to start with the Minister, Carlos Correa, who is the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development here in Colombia, and we're going to continue with the Vice Minister, Magin Herrera from Bolivia, and then on we're going to continue with the Vice Minister, Diana Laguna Caicedo from Panama, and then Dr. Hilario Lopez Cordova, who is Executive Director of the Forestry National Department, and Serfor from the Ministry of Farming Development from Peru, and then with the Dr. Abel Sandoval, who is the management of forest in Guatemala, and to finish off, and then last but not least, Alejandro Vaquero from the Ministry of the Environment Ministry. We are back. We are delayed. Therefore, if you can please limit your participations to 3 minutes, it would be great. Therefore, why don't we start with our host, Minister Correa? What are the actions that have been implemented against illicit traffic since Lima Declaration? Okay, 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, and from in Colombia, we've been working in different actions. I think that the main thing, what we've defined is to be able to have a very strong public policy that allows that the actions are not just government actions, that they are done like is the case of Colombia, but that they can go beyond that, because we saw in the prior study and in the proposals that were shown, and that one of the actions that we need to work upon is the coordination and the interoperations. And we don't accomplish this in 1 or 2 years, but it's something that it's obtained when we have goals, common goals and objectives, and when we have a public policy in between. And that's why in Colombia in 2021 we had a legislative agenda that was very solid with two goals: the law 2021, which is the law of environmental crimes, and as we saw now, it includes deforestation and the illicit wildlife crimes, and that it gives penalties that go between 4 and 15 years in prison, and not only to the people that executed the actions, but also the promoting and the funding. A second very significant law it was the information systems for the traceability of the crime, and that's why we have to work on regulation, because technology is so important to be able to combat the crime. Nowadays, with the national police, we have a very solid cyber country, but we needed to work strongly to be able to strengthen those crimes and everything that we considered illicit crimes through electronic media, that today it's the reality on the world. We can say that social networks, Facebook, Instagram, and how through all these networks we are massifying the crime, and among that fauna traffic. And we also need to strengthen our internal committees. For example, the invasive species that we just activated with a very specific activity that we have with the hippopotamus in Colombia that were brought through illegal trafficking, and that we got 4 hippopotamus in 1984, and today we have 133, and if we don't do anything, will it be 400 in 8 years? We're working on this. But besides, Tim, to finish off, I think that we're doing so many actions at the transnational level. That's why we are working hard. We are trying to work within the OTCA, but also in the Pacto de Leticia, the Leticia agreement that it's going to its 4th session this year, and we also have a big commitment to work in the illicit fauna traffic, and all these messages. And the President Duque in 2019 created the National Council Against Deforestation, where we work with the National Police, the General Attorneys, and the Controller's Office, and the different ministers that want to fight against deforestation. And we also deal with environmental crimes in this Council Against Deforestation, and you can see the relevance. We can see that this is led by the Environment Minister, because it's the coordinator. Therefore, from the ministry, we laid the National Council Against Deforestation, Against Crimes, and that's why we're all sitting here, which is a little bit the interoperations and how from each sector we are able to work on the same purpose. And here it's we bind intelligence, the control agencies, the ministers that in one way or the other, for example, the farming ministry, how to protect the protected areas, the Ministry of Transportation, and how not to allow that we have illegal pathways that they cut short ecological corridors where there is a where there is illegal traffic. That's why we work into operations. We work in public policies and transnational in a coordinated working with different international agreements. And we also work in the presentation of a law, which is the biodiversity law, and that it's also associated to this. And we're going to show it in 15 days. And something which is so important, and that that we will be publishing soon, which is the animal protection policy, that it's associated with this, because who has said that a monkey is a pet? Who has said that a macaw is a pet? Who has said that a parrot is a pet? And that's why we have to check out, and the animal protection policy, it's also going to help us a lot there for all of these actions. And of course, international cooperation for us, it's very important. And Pierre Lapac, who gave the opening words, helped us a lot in fighting against the illegality. And that's what we're doing. It's not just to go from one way to the other. No, we need to have a study and to send it to the other. No, or to take to an action and to say that it doesn't belong to you or the other. No, but along as the Lima Declaration has an effect, is how we are going to be able to combat. Thank you.
Not bad. We can still improve, but you've come up with a very important issue, which is the need of updated visual information on what's going on. Thank you very much for the explanation. Now we can move on to a visual presentation from Bolivia. Minister, are you with us? Sorry you are not in this wonderful city of Cartagena with us, but can you please elaborate on the Bolivia's achievements on since the Lima Declaration? Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a todos los participantes que estamos en este evento tan importante.
Do we have the deputy minister, or shall we? Good morning.
Sí, estoy conectado, ¿verdad? Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias por esta opción que nos da cobertura a la participación de Bolivia. He estado atentamente siguiendo este evento. Hemos recibido invitación de parte del gobierno de Colombia, del ministro de Medio Ambiente, que ha llegado acá su gentil nota de invitación, pero por circunstancias de la burocracia que corresponde a los trámites, no hemos podido alcanzar a ser partícipes de manera presencial, por la cual pido disculpas a nombre del gobierno boliviano y particularmente al ministro de Medio Ambiente. En este contexto que estamos abordando, pues es importante hacer conocer sobre las políticas públicas que se está avanzando como Estado plurinacional de Bolivia respecto a la Declaración de Lima, que fue efectuado el 2019, en el mes de octubre. Entonces acá yo debo resaltar prácticamente que el Estado plurinacional de Bolivia afortunadamente tiene más bien una constitución política del Estado que recientemente ha sido construido. Está vigente a partir del 2009 y en esta constitución política del Estado lo que señala fundamentalmente
there is protection to forest reservations and protected areas at the constitutional level, and there is also a law stating that the relation between humankind or society and the nature of the people and the environment is considered a life relationship, meaning the earth and the fauna. We have a national law on the environment. This is Law 1333 in Bolivia. This is the highest law that governs Bolivia's environmental matters. So there is a rule técnico en cabina, traducción, por favor. It is important to highlight that we have been discussing with other agencies, which is legal branch, the executive branch, the electoral branch, and legislative branch. The legal branch joined the effort for the control of wildlife trade. I'm talking about the public ministry. Public ministry has several efforts that are consolidating, and we also have agreements that have to do with the control of flora and fauna trade. We have processed several cases. We have litigation since 2019. One of them is has been sentenced, and it's been sentenced for 3 years of prison in 2020. We have 3 cases, and in 2021 we have 24 legal actions. We hope we have sentences as soon as possible. The Bolivian state has also the forest police department called Pofoma. This is one of the agencies that has the role to patrol permanently, and this police agency is the one that offers its telephone lines for citizens to file their claims, and one of them is they do intel operations in combination with the public minister so that they can run their operations, and as a result we have these cases in process now. The control happens in those areas where there is the highest flow of transportation and traders. In Bolivia we have different zones, different altitudes. We have cities at 4,000 meters above sea level, and here we have a huge amount or number of citizens that come, or people that come from different neighboring countries, and there is a zone called 16 July where trade was so visible, and we've been running operations with the intervention of a local national government, and the illegal trade has been cut down. These animals that were recovered from trafficking go through a chain. Of course, we take all the technical records, all the sanitation and health status of these rescued animals, meaning reptiles, mammals, birds, etc. And the environmental minister, through the climate change biodiversity division, has agreements with other centers of wildlife custody. In Bolivia we have 43 wildlife protection centers. We haven't been able to achieve a homogeneous standardization or standardization because of the geographic situation, but at least we have 11 of these that are totally enabled as protection centers. So that's where we take these animals that have been recovered in La Paz. We have the Pestipacos, a biopark located in the south area of La Paz, and we also have other areas like Zona Verde and other zones, other parks, other custody centers where animals are recovered, received, and once they have the technical report, they're assessed, and they're then restored to their traditional habitat. habitat. We've liberated several condors, which is a symbol for Bolivia, and for many other countries, the condor is also a symbol. So this is how we've been incorporating. At the same time, we have a plan established, an agreement established with the Ministry of Defense, which is the armed forces here in Bolivia, to conduct a rigorous thorough control of those events that may happen, meaning trade or illegal trade. We also have training programs. We have brief video clips supported, of course, by international cooperation. And one of the policies of the Bolivian government is to work jointly with cooperation like UN, ODC, WWF, WCS, UNDP, European Union. We have several partners specialized in different areas. With some of them, we have closer relationships depending on the action. We also have certain constraints that we still have to overcome. Still, this law 1333 that I indicated is not very aligned to the political constitution of a Colombian state, because this law 1333 of environmental matters is older than the state political constitution, meaning it's been current since 1992, and the constitution of a Colombian state has been current since 2009. So these differences bring a few gray areas or gaps. So this is the reason why the typology of environmental crimes are not established as clearly in our criminal code. One of the jobs of the Bolivian state and this administration under our President and Vice President is that we have to modify, adjust, or incorporate environmental crime in this criminal code that we are still trying to promote. So we're just in an ongoing work, and we must also recognize at different levels, centrally, territorial entities. There we still have difficulties, or lack of specialties or specialized personnel to manage the different issues and components. But once we've identified these weaknesses, which is the most difficult part sometimes, now we can move ahead, but because that's our new plan. So I wanted to share this brief presentation. I'm sure that we're going to have more opportunities to propose a slide presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Now we have Panama. In the case of Panama, Deputy Minister Laguna, what are the main actions that you have done to shunt illegal trade in your country? Thank you very much. Can you hear me there? Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Colombia and the Colombian Environmental Minister Carlos Eduardo Correa, Zach Piolapac from the UK, the UN ODC, for this invitation to this relevant event for us, the countries of the Americas. Since yesterday, I had been talking with experts on illegal trade from Costa Rica and Colombia. This morning, we had this exquisite session to exchange knowledge. And what I can conclude is that there are a lot of similarities among the countries. Same thing, same problem is being shared, and this type of exchange, this technical exchange, is of paramount importance, so that we can walk in the right direction. This is what Panama has done. Panama, when signing the Lima Agreement, there is this robust technical team we have here in Panama. Carmen Medina, an expert, Ginny, you know her, in terms of CITES. We have our Jaguar man, Ricardo Moreno, a lot of research in the Jaguar realm, and one we have adapted from Colombia, Carlos Polo. He's helping us with working on a shark proposal in the CITES. That's something we're going to be discussing later. So Panama is not foreign to the same problems related to wildlife trade. We've been able to identify crime against wildlife nationally and internationally. However, and luckily, in many of these cases, we've been able to act on a timely manner to provide the possibility of the opportunity to restore these species that have been rescued back to their natural habitat. This has been possible thanks to a collaborative work. Same thing we've been hearing. There is a synergy and interagency action of the law enforcement agencies and the public minister. We've created the Environmental Attorney's Office specialized in environmental crime. This is a job that we were lagging behind as a government. This happened in the last year. It was our commitment, but we didn't have that attorney's office. Now it does. We also have the Intel office on environmental crime in the same Minister of Environment. That's a division we have at the minister. We have service, review the regulations, and increase the penalties as a strategy to reduce crime in those events that affect our biodiversity. Because before, sentences, penalties, punishment were very weak. So that was part of the business itself. So what we're doing now is we're increasing the punishment or prison time so that we can reduce this type of crime and illegal trade. So we adhered to the Lima Declaration in 2019, where we reinforced our commitment to build mechanisms that help counteract the illegal actions against wildlife. Among our legal framework, we include in wildlife trade, we include administrative aspects being a penalized crime, even in civil actions, depending on the harm caused to biodiversity. Considering these illegal actions change all the time, in order to be least detectable, so this forces us to be updated to respond to this situation. So all this technology is also used not only for the good but also for the bad, meaning networks as our species are traded, and they also benefit on this technology advancement to commit their crimes. Currently, we've detected that these social networks are a primary line to detect illegal actions, because through this they are promoting and disseminating the illegal trade of these species. To minimize these activities, we've promoted preservation strategies for wildlife, and we've incentivized the creation of conservation centers for the legal acquisition of resources, also providing technical and vet support required. We developed training, education aimed at these agencies to enhance participated in the meeting we had in 2019 in the Lima group. From there, we have the principles as a ruling entity set forth, and our professionals and specialized staff. In the year 2017, we issued the law of illegal trade of wildlife. From there, Peru, or in Peru, that law has had a 10-year plan with a 5-year phase to model and monitor, so that it can be then immersed and report on the results from that law. We've achieved 3 main goals. I think that we are aligned there with the Minister of Environment that spoke at the opening remarks, and other participants on education and awareness of the different communities. Also, we have been building the guidelines at illegal trade. And inside the state the institution itself, we were able to identify more than 15 institutions that had direct or indirect relation to this issue. It was very complex because there was no articulation by the different institutions. Each agency had their own isolated results and goals. So we committed in 2019 to build a strategy, a guideline, a tool that became a state policy. So we had the guidelines for the roles of each agency. So you have a decree on protected areas, and that states the legal trade of wildlife with prison time of from 5 to 10 years. But from the period 2010 to 2019, there were about 569 cases of sentences related to environmental crime or environmental offenses. We're talking about 3% of everything that made it to the legal system had a ruling. And it happened that justice agencies did not understand the size, the magnitude of wildlife trade. So among the strategies, we had a fundamental component in identifying the different legal operators, public minister, environmental tribunals or courts. Last year, we created a third environmental court that only treats wildlife offenses. And we had to do or run all that diagnosis on how we were doing. We even visited the markets to look at the prices, what was being sold, where was the demand, what markets were being covered, where the species were found. And after all this methodology and creation of your strategy, we put together this document that I'm presenting to you today. This is the national strategy on illegal trade wildlife in Guatemala from 2020 to 2029, and we agreed to build a state policy where each actor can articulate and reinforce that coordination. And it was in the year 2020. Could you please move to the last slide? In the year 2020, when the president of Guatemala, Alejandro Yamatei, made his invitation to all the institutions and commanded that we worked in a coordinated manner, in an articulated manner, so that we could enhance awareness and education towards the Guatemala people on illegal trade of wildlife. I would like to show you on the screen here. I must say that we thank international cooperation who were also part of this instrument, especially the WCS. They were with us since the creation of this strategy. It was about 8 months running this strategy, and this is the tweet. Constitutional President of Guatemala, he commanded all the institutions to work to stop this crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been so interesting, it's very interesting to listen about the strategy. And we're going to continue to talk about the diversity that we have in this continent. What are the actions that have been adopted in Argentina in the last years? Okay, thank you so much for your invitations. I would also want to send the greetings from the minister that because of the agenda was not possible for him to come. Okay, in the following timeline that we've requested And okay, I want to highlight many of the things that were said by Guatemala. We had a similar case in Argentina regarding the conglomeration of that. That's why in the year 2020 we created the Environmental Control Brigade, and through this brigade, what we were able to seek, it's the preservation and conservation of the environment and of the welfare of the animals. I'm going to show you the slides. And we can say that in October 2019, we had the Lima Declaration, and in September 2020, we created the Environmental Control Brigade. The idea was to detect the actions in the territory, poaching, and legal actions. And here comes something that was essential for us. That's why I said that I shared the words of the representative of Guatemala. Many times problems with justice, although we do have the regulation, although we have and we did maybe we didn't have the relevance that was required. Therefore, after a couple of things, we were able to become the minister and to be the holder of the actions in a very specific case in Ciervo de los Pantanos, which is an autochthonous. This is. And it's this Ciervo de los Pantanos, and that's why we decided to work on two things, working with the law enforcement and different coordinations. We started to work either with networks, and not only us, but all the law enforcement, and we decided to develop all the activities, and we're going to show you. And based on the Lima declarations, we started to work strongly on the analysis of the networks. Okay, first, on the first time, what we were doing is to see who was going against whoever made publications, and then we decided to keep on and to be able to do this in-depth exploration and to start working in the seashore. In the top of all this is something similar that we've worked upon. It's the closing of zoos, not because of the problem, and I want you to understand that there's not it's that in the strong regulation of zoos, we've been able to determine traffic products of subproducts. Zoos that maybe had a fawn, and we found a subproduct as leather. I mean, we found and the paws. Therefore, there were not a representative samples of exotic animals who they were able to be the trafficant of the traffic supper product. That's why we created the federal law for rescue centers in an institution as a sanctuary. The goal was to be able to work in a unified manner in a central federation. The most graphic example, it would be a bear that it's totally exotic in Argentina, and that because of traffic we had found this, we had ran into this animal. That's why we decided to work in the strengthening of networks so that they coordinate at the national level according to the biomas what they're going to be working on. I would like to thank you for the time, and I want to greet you. Thank you so much for such an interesting information from Argentina. Okay, I only want to thank you all for the panelists. It's been very interesting. I understand that we all share the same vision about the opportunities, both in the Lima declarations as well as in the commitments that were assumed. And we can say that all these countries that have been represented here today have taken a very important role, but also the international collaboration. It's very important even for us in the UK. Thank you so much again for your brief presentations. Maybe we can talk in further detail, but we're going to take, for example, and the good news is that we're going to stop for coffee. Therefore, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for this panel that allowed us to get to know what we are getting to able to know in the different government, we're going to hand out some books by Tim Flack, who from Wildlife in the World. And the photographer is here with us in Cartagena, and it's going to be with us this evening. And the images are part or are the leaders of the video mapping that we're going to show tonight for whoever is in Cartagena here with us, and whoever it's not, we're going to share everything through. We're going to invite you now to a break, a 15-minute British break. Please, not Latin American break. Therefore, please, a 15 minutes to be able to drink some coffee, go use the restroom, and whoever follows the streaming, we're going to watch some images of wildlife in Colombia, and therefore we'll be back in 15 minutes. In our next panel, it's about this topic. We're going to talk about the traffic of wildlife and organized crime. We're going to do a regional approach to the issue, the trends, and the legal reforms. In this panel, we're going to analyze the trends and links between illicit and organized crime in the Americas. We're going to start with a presentation of Marco Sanabria, who is a lawyer from from the Minister of Sustainable Development, that it's going to talk about Law 2111 of 2021, and also about the regulatory system regarding the protection of wildlife and the protection of biodiversity. We would like to welcome him. Okay, good. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And okay, welcome to the welcome, everybody. Okay, as a matter of fact, we're going to talk about the law of environmental crimes. We've been listening throughout the day how it is so important to regulate all the behaviors of the human beings so that they are more friendly, and we need to adjust their behaviors. We have talked about, or we have heard, how educational environment is so important, how the intervention of control through the administrative processes are so important, and how the law has to regulate these behaviors to the purpose of avoiding the environmental degradation, with in trying to avoid the excessive and discriminate use of natural environment. Okay, Colombia, it's no exception. Colombia, through the law 2111 of 2021, the law of environmental crime, what it does, it's that it strengthens this harmful behaviors for the environment. They regulated. Okay, they strengthen the penalties, and they respond to the new threats, as we're going to see. Okay, why the need of the law 2111? Okay, we can see that the national government trying to respond and getting to acknowledge all those transnational crime that even was known through the environmental states in the OS in 2013, when we were able to check out these phenomenon of hemispherical regarding as terrorism. Okay, and from there, we wanted to check the relevance of being able to place and to check out the environmental disasters and environmental crimes. And you can see how after 20 years, we keep on talking about environmental law, not only at the local level but also at the worldwide level. All the states are worried, trying to regulate. That's why the national government wants to focus on this new threats. There was the need for these behaviors to be regulated. As you're going to see, deforestation, fauna trafficking, the environmental arrows that are so important, the promotion and the funding, taking advantage of desolated areas that generate an environmental impact because they're not used in the proper manner. That's why the law encompasses this spirit of protection to the natural resources, which has to be understood as the multidimensional safety, the human safety versus human resources versus biodiversity. Because if we don't protect the environmental resources, if we don't protect the wildlife, if we don't protect our forest and our water, okay, the human health is going to be affected. That's why the national government is going to support it at the Congress, this law that was finally adopted by the Congress, and that's why we already have it here. Okay. It's very important to mention that the criminal code already has a regulation of what are considered environmental crime based on the Article 24, which is the environmental pollution, and the invasion of areas that are especially relevant, amongst other things, with some penalties that were very important for the time. Please remember that the Citizens Security from 2011, for the time, what it did was to strengthen the environmental crimes with different penalties, with new penalties. But from 2011 to 2021, we were not able to see significant reform to this usage. Okay, in cases like codes like deforestation, which is a phenomenon, which is a criminal phenomenon, where we have to pay more attention to deforestation, the illegal fauna trafficking, which is what gathers us here in the second conference, the funding of invasion of areas that are ecological relevant interest, and also the funding of desolated areas. Okay, we can see that these behaviors of the human beings that are dynamic, because crime is dynamic and changing, and also and it's subject to transformation. We can say that's why the government and the conference has to give a different response. We want to give a new response to this issue that we currently have with deforestation in Guaviare, Caquetá, and Meta. And that's why this is a criminal policy response, and that doesn't mean it's the solution, but it's one of the strategies that it's going to allow to contain environmental, and this is what we've been able to obtain with this law. And we also for example, the illicit use of natural resources, damage to natural resources, with a very important component. It's that this year the natural resources bring some paragraphs, first of all, to define what it's damage, second, to define what's ecocide. And this is essential because it allows for the Office of the General Attorney, through their investigators, my General Barrera, that they can, through these experts, being able to have the elements from that that can take us to determine what it's a damage, and to be able to identify what it's an ecocide. That's why this transformation of the environmental crimes is so important. What they have, very important crimes are included in this law: that deforestation, whoever affects, and whoever, and they have deforestation, and they have very important penalties between 12 and 15 years. Here we can see that they were talking about other legislations, and one of the weaknesses of those legislations is that the penalties were just up to 4 years in prison. We didn't have that flaw because we have been so strong in the sanctions, but with this law they are increased. This is not a response. This is not just it's not just a punishment, but it's a response to the realities that we currently have, the global realities, and trying to protect the natural resources that belongs to all. Likewise, we can find crimes as the funding and promotions to deforestation with penalties between 18 and 15 years, the invasion of areas of ecological relevance between 8 and 15 years, and what calls us today, it's the illicit crimes of wildlife that has some penalties between 5 and 11 years in prison. It's very important that this was included in Articles 328, but in response to these new behaviors, criminal behaviors of the human being, what we did was to generate an autonomous criminal kind that it's in 328, which is the traffic of wildlife, and I'm sure that General Barrera is going to give us the answer of this new type of crime. What is the forecast of this law of the the idea it's to safeguard natural resources as a natural patrimony of the country, but beyond that, as a global patrimony of it's a natural patrimony. It's a responsibility of the national government and also to protect and from and from political policies we also have these new needs, and then likewise we try following this new legal framework that has to be interconnected with the administrative law, where the environmental authorities in the region work in a coordinated manner with the general attorney's office, not only to regulate the criminal behavior and to but also to do it from an administrative perspective, so that there's no double fine, because that's how it is included in law 40 from 1333, where it says that the criminal law, that civil law and labor law, it works in a parallel way without affecting due process. And finally, this law is so important. Basically, it created a group of specialized prosecutors to manage crimes against natural resources and the environment. And therefore, we created some special prosecutors, but we also did some reform of the code so that specialized judges are able to get to know about this. There's a specialized law to be able to answer to the new criminal dynamics of the environmental crimes, as well as there is an essential transformation of the institutions of the national police, of the environmental and with the purpose of applying and executing this environmental law. Okay, this would be regarding the new law. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marcos Sanabria, who is a lawyer of the of the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development. Right now, we're going to have a panel that it's going to be moderated by Natalia Munoz, who is an advisor for WWF. We're also going to have online the attorney, which is specialized in human rights and with a focus on of the Daisy Jaramillo, and online we're also gonna have Vicente Ataide, and we are also going to have the Major Barrera from the National Police of Colombia, and Fran Solis from Fish and Wildlife Service. And okay, we would. Okay, I thank you. Okay, based on what Dr. Sanabria said about the legal framework regarding the traffic of fauna, and also what we have heard today, which is the relevance that organized crime has and illicit wildlife. In this panel, it's an opportunity of understanding the relevance of organized crime and what are the legal mechanisms in the Americas that are required. And likewise, this panel will talk about the relevance of an adequate interinstitutional coordination, both at the level and national and regional level, so that the response to these crimes are effective, timely, and likewise are useful to act at a dissuasive method against these criminal behaviors. Okay, we are going to initiate giving the word to General Barrera. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sanabria. I want to congratulate everybody and the environmental minister. Thank you, everybody, for the invitation, and also to the organizer of this event. From law enforcement, the commitment that we have, especially in the national police, it's framed within the security and living together, policy. The law enforcement is responsible for the safety of everything. And we talk about the biodiversity, the water resources, the natural resources, and the environment in general. Colombia, it's a big country and has it has a very diverse ecology. We have more than 114 million hectares, where 93% of the territory is rural. And in this sense, law enforcement has a big responsibility, and we would like to have more people, especially at the police. We only have 7,400 men, but the idea is that these men are duly trained in everything related to environmental protection and the protection of rural communities in this sense. And being the Carabineers Directorate, which is part of the National Police, and we have our responsibility is to be at the front of what we have to do regarding rural security and rural safety and the protection of natural resources, but hand in hand and coordinated, as the minister Carlos Correa will said. It's that the environment ministry, it's the coordinator, it's whoever manages on behalf of the national government all the environmental protection policies. In this case, what we have wanted is to work hand in hand with the minister in the 59 protected areas and in the different areas that require integrated management, where we have the communities, but they have to be in a sustainable manner. That's why we're working together with the environmental parks, with the minister, in the sense that when we talk about prevention, we are accompanying so that initially we can see the presence of law enforcement. This is something that we do hand in hand with the military forces, with the police, and whoever leads this. It's the environmental minister with the rangers. You well said, Natalia, and it's very important to consider that behind all this criminal intention, when we're talking about crimes that affect the biodiversity and especially wild species, when we're talking about wildlife, we're talking that behind there are criminal structures, and as they are criminal structures, many of them have the capacity to intimidate and to use weapons. That's why, so that we need an effective presence by the environmental authorities. We need to have the company of law enforcement, and that's the responsibility that we have, and that's the support that we need to provide, because that's what the Constitution says. And in this sense, we are working hand in hand, as the minister well said. And the important thing is that in this coordination, we work with the tools that Marcos Sanabria and that allows that everything it's included as serious crimes. And we had the definition of environmental as crimes as crimes that this wouldn't, the fact that there were no penalties before, we didn't give them enough care. When we're talking about the natural company, we're talking about a universal patrimony, because all of this biodiversity, all the forests that allow that we have oxygen, it's a natural capital that belongs to humankind. And in this sense, we are committed. And in this hand, we would like to thank all the international agencies, everybody that is committed, to the NGOs that participate and lead, so that we do what we have to do, so that initially at the preventive area we can generate awareness, that there is education, that when we work about natural species, we would like, because for example a parrot cannot be a pet. They are species that sometimes can be endemic, and that's why we need to preserve them. And we don't have this awareness, and what we want is to generate this awareness, and that we can get to the communities, especially the smallest one, the kids, the youngsters, that are the ones that are going to generate awareness in their elders and their parents, because the ones that already have a tradition, it's difficult to change their culture, but children generate a new awareness, and this is something that we need to do hand in hand. And And okay, when we talk about the law, we have identified 37 pathways where we have there's a traffic of wildlife. We have identified these points, and we think there are focus points into there's a lot of biodiversity. But yes, this is where we have the biggest points of these species of this big wildlife species, and we have identified several structures, usually where they end up in capital cities, to be able to take them to international trade using airlines. And we forget that that animals have they feel, and they have a degree of dignity that has to be respected. We have identified species that are transported in a legal way through maritime or airways, and the important thing is that 10% get to their destination, and there is a possibility of having a successful illicit trade. And we're talking about millionaire figures. We're talking about figures where in a criminal organizations they can in 1 year they can make up to $10 million in profit. And okay, and also these are organized crimes that have international connections, that use the technology, that use the way of being able to promote their market, and that's why it's so important. And that it's because to the management that it's on an internet and social media, and this is where we do this, and that's why the national police, through the division of criminal investigations, they have the capacities to be able to do this hand in hand along with the general attorney's office. We have environmental experts that we also have that are environmental engineers, forest engineers, that allow us to work and to participate in the crime. And what we have associated to the management of social media, we have a capacity that it's done with a lot of criminal investigations, and we do a lot of intelligence, and we're also intelligence in Colombia, that it's already established, but we get to a point where we need to have the general attorney's office and this is where we identify what accounts are dedicated to this in the social media. And what we do is to preserve the evidence that yes, there is traffic. We initiate all the investigations, we do all the investigation process, and what we seek is to neutralize these structures, to neutralize these criminal organizations. And we work hand in hand with our partners, with international agencies, and we also take advantage of Franz Solis, and we work hand in hand, and that's why we have so many important operations. The important thing is that we work in a coordinated manner with international organizations, where we're talking about transnational crimes that generate a lot of profit. The ultimate purpose of these organizations is to obtain profit. We talk that it's this criminal chain and of illegal sales in internet. There is an open face in the web, where in a transparent manner they say that there is a monkey or there's a parrot, and it can be done because sometimes there are species that are not endemic, but behind there are some that are in danger, and that's why we also then we go into the deep web and into the dark web. In the deep web, there are some specialized browsers where the people who tells you where to go, and you can find all these species that are required. In the dark web, then those that have that interest because it's an obsession, we cannot. There are parts, especially in Asia, there are areas where there are buyers that offer thousands of dollars for a species and sometimes millions of dollars for a species, and because those are very rare endemic species, and that traffic generates the fact that this can be found here in Latin America. It's no exception. And in this sense, we do negotiations through ciphered message where they look for the person and they pay through cryptocurrency, which is difficult to do the tracing of that payment.
Now to finish, we've been working in an articulated manner to identify these criminal networks where we've had seizures of birds last year, and so far this year we've been able to seize about 15,000 species of birds, mammals 7,346 as you can see on the slide, and reptiles 28,219, and we are spotting the people, the criminals. So we're moving from an old law to a law that gives prison time. Last year we have more than 10,400 arrests. That's important. It means that we are working. So, but what we expect in these persecution of crime, more than arresting people, is to build awareness. So that this illegal trade that is fueled internationally, Colombia closes the doors, shuts the doors. So for that, we have to work in an articulated manner. Administrative agencies, legal agencies like judges and attorneys, and the ones responsible for the operations, supporting always those who have the responsibility to manage these processes, meaning the environmental minister, and these at a level of a state policy. As Minister said, this is not just about the government, but what we want is this to be prolonged in time, and more especially in the hands of a president of a republic who is leading all the agencies of a state to be together in the fight against environmental crimes. If we have time, I'm going to present the result of a very important operation that we had in the fight against these traffickers of species. We're speaking about hydrobiological species, little small fish that maybe, I mean, have you seen an aquarium? You see these very beautiful species, and then you see just, oh, this is so beautiful. But many of those species, maybe they're not endangered or endemic, but they're allowed to be traded. But the majority of those species, especially those that are very weird, are species that are endangered. Just to mention that in Bogota, the capital of the country, had a very sophisticated, technified collection center where they brought the fish. For those who don't know Colombia, we have the Orinoquia in the border with Venezuela, and we also have the farthest point, which is Puerto Carreño. There, they brought a species, endemic species from the region itself, but also from Venezuela. And further south, we have the capital of Amazonas, which is Leticia. There was the other collection center where there were endemic species that came from Brazil and also from the Colombian rivers. You've seen here, and we're talking about sentient beings. So, and that's going against life dignity. They were just transported in small bags. They just packed 100, and if one of them made it alive, that was business for them. So they just put them in these bags for a 10-hour trip in transit. So what they wanted was just to get there alive. So the business was just being worked out like that with a very advanced technology, because there is investment, there is criminal investment, because the crime is profitable. So this is what we're trying to do, to work jointly, articulating all of the agencies in Colombia, so that we are able to enforce the law, but also all those involved pay for their crimes in prison. We had the opportunity to spend some days in Europe with several colleagues from other countries committed to the law with an interesting support and commitment from the European Union, where we saw that international awareness is being built, where we are reinforcing the law enforcement. And right there, Colombia is leading with this new law. The prison sentences, so that awareness is going to be transmitted to the authorities and more importantly to all the communities. Thank you very much. This is what we wanted to share from the National Police, and especially special greetings from General Jorge Luis Vargas, who's always leading this commitment from the National Police Department. Thank you very much, General Barrera. And you spoke about that that important role of the police. But now we have the next link in the chain, which is the Attorney's Office. So now we are going to introduce Daisy Jaramillo, the Director of the Specialized Office on Human Rights Violations in the Colombian Attorney's Office, who's with us virtually. So, Ms. Daisy, please, are you online? Good afternoon. I want to thank the organizers, Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this panel. Special greeting from the Attorney Generals, Mr. Francisco Barbosa, who, because of special situations, could not make it to this panel. And of course, the Specialized Division on Human Rights Violation, which is responsible for the environment, comprised of 27 attorneys, 17 experts, 11 investigators with 15 offices all around the country. To talk about the fauna, we have to consider that in Colombia, we've recognized animals as sentient beings from the law 84 in 2016, and there is it stipulates and recognizes the protection for animals as well as its well-being. And this regulation, this rule, has also been taken by the Constitutional Court in its sentence C-045 of 2019, expressing that the utmost interest of the environment and fauna as part of as such obliges the protection of animals against the mistreatment and cruelty. Likewise, our legislation on Law 17 of 1981, the Congress recognizes the Agreement on International Trade in Endangered Species on Fauna and Flora, as well as Law 99 of the year 1993, in relation to the foundation of the environmental policy in Colombia, and the law 165 of 1994 that establishes the intrinsic value of biological diversity, and our Congress on law 357 of 1997 incorporates the convention related to the international importance, especially as habitat of aquatic birds. On the other hand, our legislation, in its article, Title 11 of Law 2111, Article 328A, established specifically what has to do with the crime of wildlife trade, illegal trade, with the 4 provisions that indicate that for whoever trade, export, or sells without the permit of competent authorities any species, product, or parts of the aquatic fauna or exotic species with a prison time between 5 to 13 years and a fine from 300 up to 40,000 minimum wages. Likewise, it aggravates the crime when it involves fins, cartilage of sharks or rays. On the other hand, it is important to highlight how the law 2153 committed 13 entities to create a registry of monitoring data, taking into account the participation of these 13 agencies, for which it is necessary to consider the variables that we are suggesting towards this monitoring system. In the next slide, please, which brings as recommendation the time, the date on which decisions happen. Number two, the modality, which is the way the trade is materialized, and also the logistics and the artifacts used for the extraction and trafficking of animals, to describe the modality, the location, the information of those individuals involved, the information on of retail stores, and the traded animal. Why is this information important? Because necessarily we have to run structured investigations that are inside a context, investigations that allow us to work jointly with the authorities that are involved in these type of situations. These structured investigations and contextualized investigations allow us to identify the organization, the modus operandi, so we don't continue to work with a case-by-case basis, because that gives us an immediate result, a result that has to do with red-handed crime. But a structured investigation allows us to identify who's behind these one-on-one trading or trafficking, and that happens through analyzing the modus operandi of the organization. And with this evidentiary material, then we can work with phone tapping. But there is a special figure in our legislation called undercover operations in virtual media, that allows that an undercover agent to work in these organizations with authorization of a judge, that allows to exchange illegal files because of their content, and also analyze the results, obtain the recordings and images. This figure of undercover operations in social media has allowed us to get two results to identify organizations, and we've done this in previous opportunities. As our predecessor said, these organizations work through social media, and they work through a closed system, so it's required to apply this type of figures so that we identify the type of animal they're trading, the route they're using, where it comes from, their source, who are involved, and what accounts they're using, so that we can then go to the judges to legalize the information and then get the warrant so that we can attack these organizations in a structured manner. You're going to see the results and the conclusions we've achieved through a specialized work through the 35 branches in the country involving multiple units. One that has to do with the asset laundry and criminal finance, another one that has to do with the environmental unit, and another one that has to do with the Helma Group that was created by the Attorney General to defend the right of the animals. So these units, articulated units, allow to get to results that are very decisive against the organization we're pursuing and that we are identifying. So this is why it is necessary to work with this evidentiary material allowed by our legal framework, and of course together with the authorities and with the specialized units that support in these actions, because this is an articulated work, of course, with the National Park Authority, the Environmental Minister, the National Police, the National Army, the National Navy, because in order to penetrate these organizations, it's necessary to identify three situations. First, in addition to the evidentiary material, it is necessary to determine what event and how deforestation is happening, because remember that deforestation impacts the natural habitat of animals. Number two, it has to do with the transportation or legal transit that the organization has established for sale, for extracting and hunting, depending on the type of animal. And number two, the illegal trafficking that has to do with live animals for exotic pets and dead animals for food and parts also for medicine purposes or rituals. This information is important because as you are able to identify the modus operandi of organization, you're going to be able to run more assertive investigations with evidence that allow to identify the organization and to act jointly, because as we use the information from the different agencies, it is possible to provide a clear and clear results. So this is why the law is very important, because it is going to allow us to work with investigations in a context, a contextualized, structured investigations instead of an isolated investigation, because this allow us to identify the root of the organization, because as General said, in Colombia, according to the location of a territory, it's possible to identify the modus operandi of the organization, identify the routes and to track them, of course, with the authorization of a judge, in order to get down to final decisions, efficient and with clear results against these organizations. So this has allowed us, this articulated work, this scheme, this work that we're discussing that has to do with undercover operations in virtual media has brought us to results that has served us to identify 9 operations with 28 arrests. On the other hand, the situation in the coast, that's where we are identifying, we're talking about the Guajira, we're talking about turtles, everything that has to do with Bolivar to Cordoba. Those are departments of Colombia. We're talking about the trading of monkeys and parrots and other species, and we are going to show some results of this articulated work using the telephone tapping and undercover operations in social media. Because remember that wildlife trading not only involves financial resources that allow organizations to have territorial controls and control of resources to finance their operations. That situation makes it more interesting for these illegal groups to exercise territorial control in certain locations, to charge either tax directly or to finance the organization that is present in these parts of a territory in Colombia. On the other hand, it is required to consider, because this is a profitable business that impacts or harms communities and environment. So we need all agencies to work together to dismantle organizations. So with the advance of our legislation, we're able to request a prison warrant, of course, going through the constitutional rules demonstrated before a judge. The increase of penalties in Law 2111 that brings multiple initiatives to imprisonment in a prison, of course, and or in home arrest. And this allows us to enforce the law on those that lead these organizations, not only because of fish, but also fauna, who have profited from working in trafficking with illegal trading of these animals. We are on the verge of a very complicated era, and we have this Holy Week time where the meat of many of these animals is highly desired, and this require an articulated work with our attorneys in all the 35 branches. We work, as I said, all together between the attorneys of the department and another attorney from the national unit that support the development of these type of activities. As the country will realize that we are doing this joint work that's going to be presented through, by identifying this structure organizations through the Colombian legal framework, through undercover operations, but also with in media, virtual means, and also in person, because we have conducted 9 operations that have resulted in the prosecution of 28 individuals based on the structure work required by this type of investigation. And with this new legal framework, through Article 128A that has to do with wildlife trading. So our invitation is to continue to work jointly with the authorities, of course, and with the international authorities, as far as we are able to identify and articulate the work of those people moving on and most to other countries. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Ms. Daisy. And going back to what you just said, I want to reinforce those structure investigations for the dismantling of these criminal networks. And there we have importance of international cooperation. So I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Frank Solis from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Attaché for the law enforcement of the international operations. So please, the floor is yours. Whoever need a simultaneous translation, you can get your radios outside the room.
Well, thanks very much for your over the topic of combating wildlife trafficking. And what is most importantly is that we're there to help build wildlife crime enforcement capacities. And through some of that, as an example, if we can help with solving a wildlife crime, we offer the assistance of resources from the United States, such as the National Fish and Wildlife Forensics Laboratory, and also our Digital Evidence Recovery Unit, Recovery and Support Unit, to achieve those goals here in South America. But specifically, what we like doing is working at the ground level with our law enforcement partners throughout South America. We work real closely with the law enforcement environmental agencies and also prosecutors. A good achieved is working closely with the government of Peru to establish a wildlife trafficking investigative unit that is solely dedicated to obviously combating wildlife trafficking, but we tend to aim to focus on international wildlife trafficking throughout the neighboring countries, and also with any connection to the United States or any other country for that matter. So through those efforts, we've had made some pretty good connections, and obviously in Lima, Peru, with that, we've worked closely with the government, as I said, and we helped. We share information with each other. We share assistance. We share resources, in other words, and enhance each other's work. And what we try to do is enhance our technological and logical capacities. What I really would like to say is what is really important with all of that is that we're there to work with each other. and we're there to share each other's resources. And what we have is a good example with Lima, in Peru, with the Wildlife Trafficking Enforcement Unit. They're involved with a lot of cases that also transgress with the United States and other countries in South America, and we're there to help augment them do their work. Also with the country of Colombia, we've had some great success following that same model and giving them the tools that sharing resources to help them achieve the goals and to better protect the wildlife resources that are here in Colombia. And then also we've had some good success with the United States in that we also effectuate the laws of the United States, which is the United States Lacey Act, the Endangered Species Act, and of course the Convention on International Trade on Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. One of and the most important thing is what I think is what I heard mentioned before, is that it's time to start working with each other as much as we can, across countries, and then within help each other develop our own resources and share information with each other, all with the common goal of protecting the biodiversity that's here in South America. With that, I'm going to turn that back to you. Thank you.
Gracias, doctor Solís, por su intervención. Y ahora vamos a darle la palabra al doctor Vicente Paula Taide Jr., juez federal del Estado de Paraná en Brasil, quien está conectado virtualmente.
Good afternoon. I want to greet the audience. Please excuse me for this Porto-Spanish this afternoon. I want to thank your understanding, and I want to thank Natalie for understanding, and I want to make it clear that I want to thank you for the invitation to participate this afternoon in this very important encounter to discuss the fight against the illegal trade of wildlife. I am a federal judge in Brazil and also a professor of the law school of Paraná Federal University. We are very concerned about the situation and the criminal treatment against wildlife illegal trade. Brazil, as you all know, has a huge biodiversity and is also responsible for the illicit trade of wildlife. I want to bring to the audience the Lima Declaration that has a very important measure for many countries. Brazil is a signing country of the Lima Declaration. in relation to the first measure, which is to recognize poaching and illegal trade of wildlife as grave offenses, and national legislation, and to enforce penalties that are consistent with the severity of a crime. But unfortunately, in Brazil, better said, Brazil has not implemented this first measure of the Lima Declaration. I want to show all the current situation of the Brazilian legal framework on the fight against the illegal trade of wildlife. This is our current law. Look at this. This is a law of 1998, Article 29. On it's a crime to kill, hunt, or use species of the wildlife. The criminal sanction is detention of 6 months to a year and a fine. The characterization of the illegal trade of wildlife is in paragraph number 3. Sell, export, store, keep in captivity. And then numeral 3, it is also a crime, or the typification of a crime is illegal trade of wildlife. So you can see the sanction, it is only an arrest time of 6 months to a year.
Okay, we do talk this about a minor criminal. It's a minor crime. It's not a severe crime. It's not a serious crime. There is no possibility of going to prison. There is no possibility of going into prison because of this crime. And therefore, because of this situation, in which Brazil doesn't compile with the primal determination of the Lima Declaration, because of this, we as judges and as professors of the Faculty of Law, we proposed to the government to have a modification of this current law to be able to expand the penalties for international crime and for local crime of animals and species, or wildlife animals. Our proposal was submitted, was filed to the National Brazilian Conference, and in the law number 4440 of 2020. And this was done by the Deputy Ricardo Isal, and you can see that our project, it modifies the current law and expands the penalty of Article 29 to be able and it dictates like 1 to 5 years of prison whoever hunts wildlife animals. And we included an additional article of Article 29 to be trying to include the traffic of wildlife animals, and this has two parts. First of all, the title of the article. It considers that it's a basic crime, and it's with 1 to 5 years in prison. But at the same time, in paragraph 3, we propose that it's going to be considered a qualified crime for several specific behaviors that are defined in the different numerals of that paragraph, in which the legal penalties tends to be 3 to 8 years in prison. And therefore, when there is the death of the animal, this increases to 1 to 2, but it increases to 3 times when the circumstances lead us to believe that this is international. This is the international traffic of wildlife animals. It's necessary that that the people that participate in this meeting, it's very important that the people send letters to the National Congress in Brazil, requesting this position for the approval of this law 4400 of 2020. It is absolutely necessary to modify the criminal Brazilian law so that we can see a much more radical repression, and that it can respond in an effective manner to the protection of the fauna of the international community, and especially the Latin American. This is the first time that we can see a law that it's consistent, when we can see the typification of animals with fines that are high enough to be able to have a real repression of the illegal traffic of animals. And this is something that can help, that all the representatives that are here in this meeting, the idea is for you to support this law, and that you can please send letters to the president of the National Conference of Brazil to be able to support the approval of this law. Okay, we in Brazil see that there are a lot of agents that can help us. However, these agents have their hands tied. They cannot do something that is really effective for the repression, because our laws are not strong enough for the effective repression of wildlife animal trafficking. Our laws are not strong enough for this. As a judge and as a professor of the law faculty, I think that this is a very important moment to be able to include Brazil along with Colombia and other countries, so that we can have laws that are tuned, that are focused together to be able to do a criminal we can work on the repression of wildlife animals, and that we can effectively protect the wildlife. Okay, once again, I would like to thank you for your understanding of my lack of fluency in Spanish. However, I didn't want to speak in English in this event, in this meeting, because most of the attendees speak Spanish. And therefore, once again, I would like to thank everybody. And if you have any questions regarding this topic, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And to finish off this panel, I would like to take a comment by Dr. Solis about the importance of working together, and what Dr. Ataibe has well mentioned of how everything has to be coordinated so that we can have a regional approach. Therefore, we want to talk about the importance of having active communication channels between the laws that are required for compliance, so that we can work together in trying to and we can be able to face wildlife trafficking. Thank you so much, Natalia. Okay, now I would like to thank everybody for being here with us this afternoon. And now we're going to close the morning session because it's late with a presentation by Hilario Lopez Cordova, who is the Executive Director of Surfboard, the Ministry of, and okay, we're going to have 40 minutes for lunch, and please be on time after lunch. Because and of course I would like to send I would like to thank everybody. I would like to thank all the ministers of Peru and Colombia for so that allowing us to know all the different strategies that we have been able to develop as a state to be able to combat the illicit traffic of wildlife. Okay, it's very important to highlight that all the actions as a country that we've been developing as a country, and these are framed within the national strategy for the reduction of illicit traffic of wildlife in Peru, and it was approved by the Supreme 2017 in in Milady, and this is a regulation that was approved at the highest level in our country, and it's been like the main tool for traffic in Peru, and this was initiated in 2015, the preparation of this document, and we were motivated by two main topics. The recent traffic of wildlife in a moment that was been able to seen through two main data. One, it's the number of seizures that we have had in here in the left. You can see the number of seizures and the volume of and most of them that are we use shells, skin, eggs that were seized by the authorities, and this happened. This were belonged to amphibians, to reptiles, and birds. Although it's true, and we can see on the slide to the right, although we can see that the number of live species or that were found in abandonment in 2015, here we can see in the bar, it makes reference to birds. This bar, it's which is the highest number of species that have had this type of issues. And all this added as the United Nations that through the resolutions of the agenda that was approved by the Summit of the United Nations on Sustainable Development in 2015. Here, the nations, the member states had as a goal the adoption of measures to be able to reduce the poaching and illicit trafficking of species among the different conventions. The member countries were also able to see the need of being able to adopt measures to strengthen the fight against illegal traffic of wildlife, because the levels of trade and that happened in the 70s in Peru that were exports that led to more than 10,000 skin of tigers, more than 10,000 skin of walruses and jaguars, and that increased the extinction rate of those species. It was something that couldn't happen again. And that's why Peru started to focus within this additional and having all the product that it's developed regarding these activities, right? They decided to start working on these activities. And this is why in the year 2015, and acknowledging from Serfort that a threat of this magnitude, that included fauna trafficking, was something that couldn't be faced alone, and that we needed the active participation of more institutions, and that's why we started working on a very open approach and a corporate and we started to work on the building of a national strategy with the participation of more than 30 institutions that included the civil society, government institutions, and also the academia. And as well as we were able to have the support of 11 ministries, in which we included the Ministry of Production, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Foreign Trade, and also the Ministry of Environment. To approve the strategy on August 2017 along with their action plan. Okay, following this strategy, we have three main goals to be able to reduce the traffic of fauna. In the prior panel, we talked about that these strategies that maybe have not been clear, and they are indicated in the sense of education and dissemination to the citizens, and the development of conditions for the strict compliance of the law and for the effective control in a multi-sectoral manner, the establishment of partnerships with the border countries and with the destination countries. And okay, for the fulfillment of these goals we have designed a series of strategic actions that its advancement was analyzed last year in an exercise where we have the representatives of the national organizations like the protected natural areas, the customs, the police, the regional governments, and also the representatives of the civil society. And this gave us a result of more than 17% of what was established in the period 2017-2022. Okay. Okay, this is the year 4 of our implementation, and we've been able to fulfill more than 70% of the indicators of the plan 2017-2022. Goal number 1 was the one that has been able to obtain the highest level of execution, and it means education and awareness, and to develop information regarding wildlife. To mention in a very brief manner the more relevant actions that were done in each of the 3 goals. The first goal corresponds to the fact that people were aware regarding the traffic of wildlife was the highest level that has been achieved, because this include the awareness and the dissemination of information, and this was done by different institutions, especially the regional government. We have done all kind of campaigns and key elements as the forest week, and also through communications, showing all the seizures that were done through the citizens, so that they're able to see the products that are illegal, and in this way making the problem much more visible. At the same time, we designed in the year 2017 a national campaign that was called "If You Buy, You're an Accomplice," that has the goal of transmitting the message to the people that could potentially have the purpose of buying live animals or products that are developed by as charangos made from the shells of the armadillo. As we can see on the left, and we can say with the implementation of the new traffic strategy and the campaigns, we saw that there was an increase in the number of seizures that were done by the authorities at the national level, which could be because of a higher awareness, and also by the way of working with the different authorities regarding the relevance of combating the species trafficking. In this way, the increased efforts in the control of the fauna that until then they were not that strict and were mostly focused on the forest area. Regarding the increase or the reduction of the demand by the public, we did an assessment in comparison to last year. We were able to see that there was no changes regarding this point compared to 2017. On the other hand, although the seizures at the national level associated to wildlife adds up to more than 1,000 operations in 2017, the number dropped in the year 2020, possibly due to the social isolation that led it to reduce the number of staff giving the health emergency caused by SARS-CoV-2. Okay, in goal number 2 of the strategy associated to the conditions for the strict application compliance of the law and for the effective control in this in a multifactorial way means 2 points. First, to strengthen the regulations that can give way to the support, and also the strength of the capacities of the stakeholders that are in charge of the control. Regarding the first point in Peru, there are efforts like the proposal that it's to include the law of traffic of fauna and its genetic resources that are included in law 377, which is the law against organized crime. And after having approved this initiative in the Republic of Peru, the justice operations are going to be able to adopt special techniques and for special cases as the mail or phone interceptions. Okay, following the same regulatory lines, although the species traffic in Peru affect more than 300 species between amphibians, reptiles, and mammals and birds. As part of our managerial process, we want to plan to be able to include the need for the preservation of species that are threatened or are on the verge of extinction by a combination of factors that we can see that a common aspect that binds them all. One, it's the capture or the illegal capture of the species, as well as the preservation plans for species like turtles, like the condor, and also all the frogs of the Titicaca Lake. And our solutions that are in the hands of the society and that requires changes in society. Although we can see in this slide that there is a program for the preservation of the Andean condor. As we can see that there is a condor that is called Baida in Peru that has been liberated, and it's been 4 years since we are been doing the follow-up of their actions, that we're still seeing how it flies along. Okay, we can see that the authorities that work at the regional level with the different departments of the country, they fulfill a very key role in the fight against the illicit trade of wildlife, and something that enables the coordinated actions. It's the insistence of the regional groups and also the control of the fauna that are in place in certain areas of Peru. These are areas that generate agreements to be able to comply in a very effective manner the existing regulations regarding the use of wildlife, also through coordinated efforts with the embassy of the UK in Peru and the NGO. We were able to obtain a regional ordinance that wants to improve the coordination to be able to support and control the illegal trade of wildlife in such border departments with Chile. The second point talks about the strengthening of capabilities, and that started with small capacities and regardless, the process for the strengthening of capabilities in topics of wildlife, it's something that has been elevated, and it's also associated to the training resources thanks to the support that we are able to obtain, especially the fauna courses through the Technical and the Customs Institute Fortunat in Peru, that it's focused to customs personnel at the regional level in an open way, and also at the way of postgraduate courses as the specialized General Attorney's Office in Peru that has been participated in diploma courses at the Catholic universities and in Sapiences with professors that are highly renowned in giving the relevance of generating arguments that are based on that are science-based, are going to be published in an indexed journal, and this is necessary for the obtention of the diploma. The third goal of this strategy makes reference to establishing partnerships with border countries and with those and that come from Peru, and that's why we plan the approach at two levels. First, we want to have presidential meetings and also binational meetings that are international appointments that would allow us to explore joint actions that benefit both countries. And in the topics that calls us today, the traffic of wildlife, it's part of the agendas that are going to be covered during the development of these events, being the most recent ones, the ones that we did October in La Paz between the president of Peru, Pedro Castillo, and the president of Bolivia, Luis Arce. In this case, we are able to obtain agreements about the protocols and what we have to consider for the repatriation of species that have been seized at the border, and the plan for the preservations of the Titicaca frog, this endemic species of this body of water that we share with Bolivia in the most recent environment, which is the sixth meeting that took place on January 13, 2022 in Villaleda, and between the President Pedro Castillo and the President of Colombia, Ivan Duque. And both countries we wanted to strengthen the combat against the illegal trade of species and ratifying the commitment of generating the second level conference about illicit trade of wildlife that is currently being held in Colombia today, which is where we are at. Okay, and we as SERPO have the administrative we have the administrative authority along with the production ministry. That's why we have the representation of Central Latin America and the Caribbean and we participate in the world meeting of networks about wildlife. And we did this in Geneva, Switzerland, and along with Argentina, Paraguay, in Uruguay and Peru, they presented a way for the development of the annexes of the migrated species, that it's a species that has a lot of displacement, and we went for its preservation. We require transporter cooperation. Right now also, we are preparing the binational meetings between Ecuador and Chile that are going to be focused on topics of the development and border integration.
So this is what we wanted to share with you about the achievement of our country. We thank you for the invitation and for having the opportunity to present this information. Well, because of time constraints, I want to thank you for your attention and for your presence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilario Lopez Cordova, Director of SERFOR in Peru. Now, we are going to take half an hour for lunch. We hope to see you back here at 2:30 in the afternoon, British time. For those in person here in Cartagena, lunch is going to be at the hotel's restaurant. And as I said, we have half an hour to have your lunch, have a coffee, and then come back. For those connecting, we hope to see you back here at 2:30. We'd like to remind you that you can use hashtag por la vida silvestre to post on your social media. So I'll see you back here in 30. The agenda today taking place at the Santa Teresa Hotel in Cartagena de Indias. For those following the YouTube channel streaming through the Minister of the Environment and the UNODC Colombia, we hope that you had also a pleasant lunch break, and we remind you that in our YouTube chat box you can post all your questions you have for the panelists. We want also to remind those following the event that you can use hashtag por la vida silvestre in your social media posts. We want to go back now a panel. We stopped to halfway. We're gonna hear the success stories on fauna recovery. We're going to start with Shirley Ramirez Carvajal from the Environmental Ministry of Costa Rica. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much. And good afternoon. I'm very excited about sharing a little bit about the experiences we have had in Costa Rica and some of the experiences that we've shared in Central America and a few years ago here in Colombia also. When we talk about wildlife trade, and behind this wildlife trade there is a series of processes like hunting or poaching. This, in the majority of cases, this is the source of or the origin of these seized animals that enter these world of illegal trade. This hunting could become a subsistence hunting, or it could also be that many of these animals become or enter the trade of wildlife as exotic pets, or as we have heard in the previous presentations, maybe when there is a negative interaction. For example, when we have jaguars that are being that are interacting negatively with felines or pumas, where this interaction becomes or it ends in the death of a jaguar, the body parts of these animals tend to also enter all this wildlife trade business. So a very complex problem. Why? Because many of these animals that are captured enter the pet trade, or also parts or products. They're gonna die anyways. But when they enter the trade as exotic pets, many of these animals die due to the management conditions. So because their conditions are not ideal, and a very high percentage, depending on the species, it could go up even to 85% of those animals that are traded die before they make it to the final destination. And the other part is the post-seizure management. We have animals that come from this stress condition. They come with very, very poor health conditions because they, of course, traffickers want to hide them. They, their transportation is in very precarious conditions. So these animals then are seized by the authorities, either the police or the rangers, or even the army forces. Oftentimes the officials we don't know how to manage these animals. So we have this associated factor to that stress and very poor conditions of the animals. And then now into a second phase, now when they have been seized by the authorities, animals are not managed properly. So there is also a high mortality there. So these animals arrive at these rehab centers, these rescue centers, in these conditions that are so bad that sometimes they just get there to die. They're dehydrated, stressed, very poor condition. Maybe they have suffered for weeks. They have been captured for weeks, or they're just very offsprings. Maybe when you have these apes, what do they eat? Bananas, but they're apes or monkeys that if they eat banana, they're just going to die. So these small details are very important for authorities to know, those in charge of seizing, so that when they just seize the animal, they can get to a site or a center where they are treated the best way possible. But that includes the seizure and the rescue center, so there are a few challenges there. So many of these wild animals have a very high value for conservation. Many of these species are in danger. So ideally, these individuals must help conservation in situ through what we might think is that animal that was taken out of that wildlife, that for them to go back to that wildlife. Maybe they could also be replaced or relocated to other places where they can reinforce or help those existing populations. So maybe the animal, because of a physical condition or because of their behavior, not able to go back to wildlife. Maybe this animal could be used if its conditions, attitudes, and abilities warranty, they can be included in some educational program. So there are other things that have to be taken into account when liberating wildlife. This is not just opening the cage and let them free. It could be beautiful for taking a picture, or very eye-catchy for the media, but this is not a liberation process. A rehab and readaptation liberation process, for a wild animal to go back to the wildlife and to respect the welfare of the animal, need technical and scientific planning. It needs an order, it needs science behind it. Why? Because if I take an animal without this rehab process, maybe an animal that doesn't have any sort of fear to people, or domesticated animals, that animal is going to come closer to people, is going to be recaptured, or even is going to die. Another very complex process is, how do I teach the animal, again, if it was an animal that was captured very young, how do I teach this animal to understand first that it's a wild animal, that it's an animal that should not depend on humans, and it's an animal that should develop its natural behavior. It's disadvantaged in comparison with other of the same species that never went out of our natural environment. So rehab processes go in two ways. Rehab processes, physical, and readaptation processes that have to do with behavioral processes. So making the animal to evade predators, to know that monkeys do not walk on the floor, but in very specific situations. Why? Because on the floor, on the ground, that's where the predators are. Animals that learn how to fly in complex environment, if sites are not well designed, we could think that I need a site that has the distance, but they don't have like mobile sites, so that the animal knows that when they're in the wild, they're going to be trapped if they don't know how to fly. More importantly, no animal should be liberated if there is no previous evaluation, not only on the behavior side, but also in the medical health part. Those emerging diseases, those diseases that the animal could have been exposed to in captivity, that are which could be transmitted to wild populations. But it has also happened that when we put the animal back in the wild, it is like the bubble, but there is also their diseases, there are also parasites. The wild animals cannot just be freed in the wild. Why? Because the impact or the stress produced by changing their controlled environment to a natural environment, also those parasite burden and diseases should also be taken into account. So now this is the pre-liberation. We evaluate, we assess the animal, we decide it's a animal with good condition. Now we're going to open that cage, which is very exciting, but that's not the end of it. That's where it begins. The liberation process is the most important part, and the monitoring. If I open that cage and the animal 10 minutes out of a cage just dies, or it's recaptured by someone, or 10 minutes after it's going to go back to humans because he or she or he doesn't know how to behave in the wild. So So we're not doing anything. So we failed in the evaluation of the individual. So we have to run the assessment. They have to be very rigorous. Why? Because if I liberate an animal that has very low probabilities, they're going to have a very slow, painful death, which is not part of our rehab and liberation processes, because we have to take into account the welfare of the animal. So it's important to define what success is. What's success? What does success look like? What's the success of a liberation process? That the animal survives for a week, that the animal survives for a year, that it breeds in the wild. That has to be defined in advance. Why? Because the rehab processes or liberation processes, we're just opening cages and taking pictures. That is what we used to do 30 years ago. But currently, liberation rehab processes are technified scientific processes that establish a set of guidelines to comply with, methodologies, and even success rates that are previously established as any other scientific process. Okay, I have one more minute. Okay, this is the liberation process. Well, the process we have when we talk about a seized animal, we have two options here. We, in Costa Rica, all animals that have been seized or rescued have to go to a rescue center. That's by law. Why? Because in that rescue center, we have the staff, specialized personnel, to evaluate the animal, the individual, and establish what are the options that we have. Going back to the wild, first thing. Number two, permanent captivity, euthanasia. And in very, very specific cases where there is no other option, we could think about another option for management site, like a sanctuary or a zoo. But in this case, to be stabilized and transferred to the rescue center, which is the site where I am going to be able to determine what's the best destination for the animal. This is some of the management centers that are standardized in all the countries. Many of us have something similar to this. So these management centers have to be verified by the authorities. We authorities have to ensure that animals that are going to be seized, maybe by the police or the armed forces or the army or any other agency, are transferred to sites that have the permits or permitting, and that they are compliant with the law, with technical advice from biologists and vets. Like people, a biologist, a vet, we don't know about the wildlife. Biologists and vets are specialized in wildlife, and this specialty goes by taxonomy. I'm not just an overall biologist. I'm specialized in cats or conservation for rehabilitation, just like vets. So it's important. These management centers that host these wild animals must have a clear mechanism. Why is it receiving animals? How many animals can I have? How many animals can I rehabilitate? How am I going to measure that my goals, conservation, welfare objectives are going to be measured? Because there could be also welfare objectives in the management center. So these management or rescue centers are the venues where wild animals are received. These centers are closed to the public. They are a non-profit. They're managed by associations or foundations. Why? Because a rescue center could lend itself for wildlife trade. It's receiving animals that could be easily traded from the natural environment. Many of these animals are very valuable. So it is very important. It is essential that these centers are also well regulated by the state. We have all the type of categories like zoos or sanctuaries. This is all the type of sites that in some countries do rehab. In Costa Rica, it is not allowed by law, because from the feeding in a zoo up to care are very different to a liberation or rehab processes conducted by a rescue center. We're talking about managing a restaurant and managing a hotel. Those are totally different things. We're talking about a public institution or a private institution. Why? Because from the very feeding of animal, everything is different. So it is important, at least in Costa Rica, that's what's stipulated by law. And we also have in Costa Rica, and I know that all countries in Latin America also have this, and this is breeders for conservation, breeding projects in captivity. But however, it must be evaluated what species we're working with, because some of them are very expensive and complex. So we have to define if the species that we are breeding is a species that scientifically require a strengthening of the population, or if it requires restoration. So the elements around this of the endangering of the species, and if those reasons have been solved, and that's it. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Shirley, for sharing your experiences from Costa Rica. Now we're going to listen to Andres Felipe Garcia. He's the director of Cor Macarena, Regional Environmental Authority from the Department of Meta, to also share their success stories on fauna restoration and recovery. Recovery and rehab. Please go ahead, Andres Felipe. There you have a clicker. Good afternoon. Thank you, Andrea. We're going to share a little bit from the perspective of the environmental corporations here in Colombia, how we have had rehab successful stories, and how we've been developing these tasks that have been discussed along the day. I want to tell you a bit of that. These environmental corporations, we're 33, we're distributed countrywide. We have territories of every type, from our Andean region, from the Orinoquia region, the Amazon. We have a coast, we have a coastline. So our role is to manage natural resources, and a fundamental part of this job is done with fauna. In the case of Cor Macarena, which is a corporation or the agency that I'm representing today, we have a jurisdiction in the department of Meta, that's 100 kilometers south of Bogota. We have bioma Amazon bioma. 3 million hectares are Amazonic biome, 8.5 million in the jurisdiction. So we are in a mega diverse department in a mega diverse country. So we are in a privileged location. So this is why for us it's very important to come here and share our experiences with you. We are going to look at the presentation divided in 3 points. First, we're going to talk about rehabilitation, then wildlife trade, and also environmental education that's a result of these processes, which is fundamental. This is the opportunity to build awareness in the population about what's going on with the wildlife in our territory. First, I'm going to talk about the capabilities we have at the agency. We have a team of veterinarians, we have zootechnicians, we have biologists that are 24/7 with us. In the recent years, we've served more than 4,664 urgency calls due to different reasons to help wildlife. And in addition to that, we have recently acquired capabilities like this wild life ambulance that goes around the department, whose job is very important for our mission. So these capabilities are at the service of the 29 municipalities we have in the department of Meta. We're gonna see now, and based on those capabilities, I want to start with this video clip about this eagle case. So this is an emblematic case, this harp eagle. This is an endangered species. We were reported in the rural area of the department, so we used the Air Force of Colombia. Their flagship animal is the harp eagle, so we joined forces with the police department, with the biopark in the municipality of Villavicencio, and we worked in this recovery process, as Shirley explained. Who said that who determines the liberation process? We have a whole range of evaluations of behavior and capabilities to have these species back in their wild habitat. So in that process, we accompanied this harp eagle. We invested efforts, we invested resources, energy, huge coordination among all the entities to help this species. And this is the message that I'd like to convey from my presentation, and it is that an animal is worth the effort. Maybe all this effort and all this energy, and maybe in this 30-second video we showed the work we've been doing for a year and a half, but one animal is worth it. And this has been the most powerful message. Every animal is worth it. Everything, no matter the time, the place, we must deliver our best effort to help the wildlife, so that we can showcase what we do. And the interagency articulation, because many times these environmental agencies that devote our effort to do this, we're on our own with a scarcity of resources, with technical capability, scarcity, and lack of access to rural areas. So the capability of the institutions and in articulation facilitate the exercise to be successful with these rehab processes. Not only environmental agencies or the public forces, but also communities, because that awareness that we built in the territories, that awareness that we built in the community is fundamental for us to arrive to help the wildlife we have in our department. So with this first part, I would like to close with one thing, which is the harp eagle. But we've been able to attend more than 1,600 animals in our territory with different complexities, and we've been running these evaluations to continue with this exercise. Now we're going to go to a second segment, which is the wildlife trade. I mean, by being this mega diverse department with this very natural, fantastic conditions, as I said, Amazonic bioma in the department of Meta, we have the jewel of the country, which is Caño Cristales, very much visited by nationals and internationals. Then we have also a problem with wildlife trade, and we've been working in an articulated manner. We've been working in an articulated manner also with institutions, in this case armed or public forces, doing two actions. First, controlling the roads. The transportation of these animals happen on the roads. So we have a possibilities through this articulation to control 5 points of the department where we know that any type of vehicle attempting to trade any type of a species go through. We recover around 3,892 species or individuals, coordinated with airport authorities. I know that this is also important, port and airport authorities. So it is fundamental to articulate the environmental agencies and the ones responsible for transportation in these jurisdictions. We have also done this together with other departments. Not only do we work in our jurisdiction, because it turns out that animals that are traded in our department are taken to Cundinamarca, or they're taken to the coast, or they're mobilized to other departments, and there the territorial authorities, there we have the opportunity to communicate and to articulate, and then try to bring those species back to the wild after the assessment, after all the thorough analysis, so we can determine where we are going and how we're going to do that liberation. We're going to watch a brief video regarding wildlife trade. trade, particularly in these zones, has three goals. First, the trading itself of fur or live animals or body parts. Number two, what has to do with meat consumption, and traditionally there, culturally speaking, there's also consumption of some wild meat and also exotic pets. There we've been doing very interesting processes of volunteering or people delivering back their animals. Sometimes these animals don't have the capacity to recover the wildlife. So voluntarily, these people hand back those animals, and we have this network of people that have the capability of feeding and assisting without caging the animals. They're kind of free, but with some type of human intervention. And finally, we have the last segment. It's got to do with environmental education. So we have 7,500 children registered in the PRICE network, which is the environmental, educational, sustainable projects in the territory. And of course, they assist these processes in their different phases. We've been liberating about 3,264 individuals, and we've been doing this especially with kids, with children. Environmental education should not only be focused on children, but that person liberating that turtle, maybe it could be they could be a biologist, a veterinarian, director of an NGO who's going to be protecting animals, and maybe that turtle or the one that he is going to be liberating will never be in captivity again. We've been doing this with kids, with children, because at the end of the day, they're the ones receiving this country to achieve what we are trying to teach them today. We're going to watch this brief video on how we do these liberations.
La liberación de estos animales, como bien lo...
As Shirley was saying, it is not just opening a cage, but taking advantage of every opportunity to deliver environmental education to those around us. Lastly, I want to show this video that portrays this awareness that we have built in the Department of Meta. People have stopped poaching these animals, just killing them, but they call us. They know that we are there.
Hemos llegado al predio El Antojo, aquí en la vereda de Las Mercedes de Villavicencio, a solo 8 kilómetros del casco urbano, y se viene adelantando una operación para rescatar aproximadamente 85 chigüiros que serán trasladados a un mejor lugar. hemos llegado acá, a la Reserva Natural Yurumí, donde se han liberado finalmente este grupo de chigüiros, un ecosistema que cumple con todas las condiciones para su supervivencia.
Bueno, cierro diciendo que las condiciones difíciles del territorio a veces también hacen que tengamos que movilizar estos animalitos. Aquí instalamos cámaras trampa para hacerle seguimiento, monitoreo, saber cómo se han venido evolucionando su estadía. Esto ya es parte después, tal vez 2 semanas después de haberlos ubicado. Y quiero con esto sencillamente cerrar diciéndoles, en el departamento del Meta, por lo menos desde las corporaciones, y sé que en las demás corporaciones del país estamos haciendo la tarea con la fauna silvestre. Necesitamos más apoyo, necesitamos seguir trabajando, seguir articulándonos. Ahí ustedes vieron Ejército, Policía, Fuerza Aérea, Cruz Roja, Defensa Civil, todos trabajando solamente en un propósito, y es darle una mejor calidad de vida a un animal. Cada animal lo vale. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias a Andrés Felipe, director de la Corporación Autónoma Regional Cormacarena. Muchas gracias también a Shirley por contarnos sus experiencias, porque un animal lo vale. Nos quedamos con ese mensaje. A continuación, entonces, vamos a seguir con el panel Avances en Control y Prevención de Tráfico Ilegal de Flora, en el que discutiremos ejemplos de colaboración en prevención y control de tráfico ilegal de flora, y compartiremos
of the flora, and we're going to share success stories. This is going to be found by, and this is related to the sustainable development of Colombia. And we are also going to have John Paul Rodriguez, who is the Commissioner for the Survival of Species of OECYN, who will be with us online. Arnold Rincon Lopez, who is the Director of Choco, and Alonso Cordova from the WWF Peru, which is also going to be with us online. And therefore, Adriana, it's going to be here with us. Is John Paul connected, and Alonso as well? And we do hope, we're waiting for Arnold Rincon from Eco Choco. Okay, and then we may start, Adriana, with this panel and the guests that are online, and we would like to tell everybody that it's connected through the YouTube of the Environment Ministry, which is more than 100 people, and whoever is here with us, that you can use hashtags in your social media with the hashtag Por la Vida Silvestre. Okay, hello everybody, good afternoon. In such an important panel of advancements in the control and the prevention of the illegal trade of flora, we're going to have 3 wonderful people with us that are that have been featured by their expertise in the control, prevention, and the management of the flora of Colombia and countries like Peru. Initially, we're going to be with us. Jean Paul is going to be here with us, who is an expert of the UCYN in flora topics. We are going to have the engineer Alonso Cordova.
acompaña nuestro director de una de las corporaciones autónomas regionales de Colombia, el ingeniero Arnold de CODE Chocó, quien también tiene a su vez un ecosistema estratégico único del territorio colombiano en ese Chocó biogeográfico en el cual pues tenemos también una muy buena cantidad de bosques. Antes de iniciar este panel, vamos a tener en cuenta que hemos estado hablando en la mañana de hoy mucho sobre fauna, ¿cierto? Pero tenemos algo supremamente importante y es nuestra flora. Colombia es un 59% bosques y no dejemos de lado que en el año 2021 se decomisaron 282.000 individuos de flora en el país. Esto es un número significativamente alto que sin duda nos obliga a todos como región a trabajar articulado
that are illegal. In this sense, I would like to start and to give the word to our director, Arnold Rincon, so he can please tell us a little bit about all the developments that we've had in the corporation in the control and the prevention of the illegal trade of flora. Good afternoon, Director. Okay, hi everybody. Thank you Mauricio, that I see you here, to the people from the ministry, to people from the UK and embassy. Okay, that our topic is to analyze in this space, to analyze what we consider the control to the illicit traffic or trade of flora in the Pacific region. We see this. Yes, we have a presentation. They don't have the presentation. Okay. Being in 2020, where we initiated a process for the management of the flora in the Pacific, that it's a department, and the idea, and it borders the idea is to include the 4 departments, the CBC, Cauca, Nariño, and Chocó. Together, we started to control the pathways that lived in the northern part of Chocó and towards Buenaventura, and they were legalized by other corporations. And we started to work on the forest rates with the reference of it would increase prices to be able to drive other activities that were not forest related. And during the pandemic, there was a situation that led to a seizure that we had of flora in the Pacific coastline, that led us to work on a draft in an understanding of the 4 corporations, of the authorities, of the environmental authorities of Buenaventura, and also and also the General Attorney's Office, and our goal is that the flora that it's transported and that it's traded in the Pacific, and from the Pacific towards the coffee growing region were legal, that would come from unauthorized forest areas, and that was the main goal, to give some traceability to the management of the flora, and also to the species, and the non-wooden species. On September 20th, we signed this agreement in Cali, and we also completed it with the legalization of the wood industry. And okay, this is the usage. It's that the wood would come from legal sources. The wood to be traded in the case of the Pacific, there is in a specific case, we, the peoples that are from Colombia, and that we know that these are territories that belong to Afro-descendant communities. We have indigenous communities and Negroes communities, and therefore and everything, all the resources in the Pacific have to be authorized by the, and also on behalf of the Communitary Council, which is the owner of the territory. Okay, here we're signing the treaty that we said. This was in Cali, and also, okay, in all this deforestation chain, what we did it was to train the officers of each of the corporations in the management of the flora, and also to legalize all the forest industries. And besides that all the community councils and the indigenous communities and the people that worked in forest exploitations, they need to know what was the exploitation program, and also and how they could use this for these resources. Okay, the actions that were done were control operations, and these control operations were flora associated, and we also included flora and fauna, understanding that the flora operations are easier because it's to identify, it's for example to measure a truck and to measure how many meters of timber it's being transported, and if that species that they're transporting it's the same one that they have in their permit. The training in forests, the operations books, the operations ledgers, and also the different resolutions. The results of these operations is that years of timber that have been seized, and the most common ways is that they don't have the zoom, and these are 250 meters. As you can see, a truck that goes to Choco has 7 meters of timber. We're basically talking about of 30 trucks that have been seized. Of course, vessels have more. Okay, to conclude. And okay, for Azocar and for the different corporations, this was the first model. The first model where several corporations got together to be able to have a control for the management of the timber mobility. The exercise was approved by the Navy, and also by the which are the ones that they control and most of the timber. And okay, what are our challenges? Well, first of all, what I was talking about with the director this morning, it's that all the corporations need to have the same rate and having the same mobilization, because with the same mobilization rate, we don't need to take the timber from Chocó and be legalized in Nariño, because here I pay 2 million, and in the other case I pay 300. Or if we have an homogeneous rate in all the corporations, then they, by safety, for safety issues and for management issues, the idea is to pay everything in the territory where the wood comes from, where the timber comes from. The other thing is to promote the red mass projects. We have an experience in Pacifico with the people from Bahia Solano, which is in the northern part of the Pacific, where they changed the forest exploitations for preservations, and then they've received 10,000 millions of Colombian pesos. We did we did an exercise to see how much it would cost to have a project within the forest chain of Chocó, not only in the communities but also in the forest chain of Chocó, including all the forest industry. So the idea is to see how we fund this to be able to stimulate preservation and not the exploitation. And okay, of course we have sustainable exploitation exercise. We would need to be able to do a sustainable forest utilization process, because we need to remember that we can remember that this is very important in Chocó, in the northern part of the Pacific, and including some municipalities in Valle del Cauca and Nariño. And to talk about so that these protocols are online, and they have a management in real time. In real time, we wanted to work in all the areas, but we have to be something that if you dispatch a cubic meter of timber and that from the cell phone or from that your laptop, you're able to locate and trace if this meter of timber is going in the path that it followed, and if it complied with the times that are allotted to be able to get to. This is what we have defined in Chocó and in the Pacific corporations. And this is trying to work with the Antioquia and also in Cardique, and which is the other thank you so much, Dr. Arnold. And okay, and following this line that Dr. Arnold brings us today in the coordination that the corporations for the control and the prevention of timber and non-timber like products of the forest. We would like to listen to John Paul so that he can tell us a little bit about the control in the prevention from the academia, regarding what we have seen within the Lima Declaration. Dr. Jean Paul. Dr. Jean Paul. The mic. Okay, whilst he turns off his camera and his mic, we are going to give the word to Alonso Cordova, who is the representative of WWF in Peru, and the engineer Alonso works in what you mentioned in this Red Mass strategy, and he wants to bring us today how through the partnership for the fauna, and the forest, we have this preservation agreement. Oh, okay, Jean Paul is here. We can see you, and we want to hear what you have to say. We can hear you now.
Sí.
Okay, I can't hear you well, but I can. And I see you can listen. Therefore, I'm going to share my screen to be able to initiate this conversation today. Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be with you. This, okay, I have a very brief presentation. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to talk about. Uh, I'm going to talk about the traffic to reduce the illicit trade. And before that, I would like to talk about the commission, and this is a network of experts and scientifics, like 170 countries, and that work with us. And our goal is to generate information for public policies. The vision, it's something to be able to reduce the losses of biodiversity in the planet. And we want to influence, to promote into the societies, and in most of the things that we do, it's for the generations, advisories, and supporting public policies. And very important is that we want to catalyze preservation activities. And the composition, it's very diverse. We have a lot of experts that have multiple capabilities and include researchers, people that work with the government, people that we have a lot of people that work in zoos and in aquariums. We have experts in general that work in protected areas. In general, different kinds of experts. Okay, our network has 174 groups. The idea, it's not that you see all these different logos in detail, but that you can get an idea, because it reflects the diversity and the variability of the types of things that we manage. And okay, we have 174 and 100. You can see that almost all the groups. So we have a taxonomic group. Okay, now going into topic, I have 3 examples. One of them is that you get to know that this is like the Atacama operation. This is a case that was led by different kinds of institutions leading the group of this is one of our group of specialists, and also the Association for the Biodiversity and Preservation in Italy, and also the Universidad de Concepción in Chile. They did a research activity where they were able to seize cactaceas with more 1,200 plants by a trafficker that was doing it for almost 30 years. This was an exercise that had a huge impact on these species, because most of these species were cactuses that were endemic of the Atacama Desert, and several of these species were in critical care. They were in high extinction rate within our species. Well, usually when we have a seizure of this kind, the species are transported to a botanical garden. However, given the it's the risk of this species, they were reintroduced to the wildlife. This is an example where a scientific network collaborated with other institutions to be able to identify and to dismantle this network of cactaceous plants, which are highly regarded in the international market. The second example that I wanted to show you, it's the specialist in medicinal plants, which is some of our groups. It's not based on a taxonomic basis, but a specialist. These are medicinal plants, and they work a lot with other institutions in the development of the Fair Wild Standard, which is a standard where we can say that the trade of medicinal plants, it's done under a sustainability approach. They have been able to have the promotion of this standard up to a point that 34 companies have participated in this effort. And this group of specialists include the assessment of the risk of extinction caused by the unsustainable harvest of these plants, as the atamatsi in the Himalayas, which is a species that has a lot of value because it's used for medicinal purposes. Fair Wild allows that these kind of plants, but it's I don't know if you can hear well here. We call this guacharaca, but they're doing this in my house. Okay, and the idea is for the communities to be benefits, and that all the harvest it's done under a lot of scientific evidence. And finally, I want to tell you that there are many other groups that are involved that are related to the illegal trade of flora in the world. And here, two examples. Here we have three examples. One is the group of specialists in orchids. You know that most of the species that are in the CITES lists are orchids, and we can see that the cicades are other species that are highly regarded in international trades, and other activities that are coordinated by a plant preservation committee. These groups, they work with the assessment of the extinction risks and the impact of traffic on the extinction risks. They're very active in CITES and in all the scientific committees and they help with the monitoring of trafficked samples, etc. And also our network is very active and it's very involved, and we would gladly share our experience, and we will be part of any initiative that comes out as a result of this meeting. Thank you so much for being able to be here. Thank you so much, Jean-Paul. And now, following this order of ideas of what Jean-Paul says, and especially about the support to the trade of flora followed based on the CITES framework, Colombia has been supporting the CITES agreement, where more than 2,839 flora species are registered, and we always try to comply with this commitment with the neighboring countries. Okay, Alonso Cordova and of WWF, it's going to bring us a product that it's like a blend between the flora and fauna trade and the forests. Okay, Alonso, we would like to greet you from Colombia and here with all the people that are in this auditorium, and we want to listen from WWF, from the support of the NGOs. How have you been working in the support to the illegal flora trade through strategic projects like the one you bring us today? Okay, thank you so much to the organizers and to everybody that's listening in this high-level conference of the Americas on the legal trade of wildlife, and to be able to share our experience regarding the timber flora. Okay, as a matter of fact, in the Amazonic region, we've been promoting the sustainable forest development and all the schemes that allow to strengthen the traceability of timber in the Amazons, in Peru. In Peru, we've been trying to advance in the specific. And also we've been able to work about the illicit species of flora, and that we know that it's not easy, and also because it's part of the local economy, and also such an issue has a lot of components that we have analyzed as As we can say that 37% of the timber that comes from the Peruvian, with regards of the private areas in illegality, it's more or less 25%. And we can say that for the case of native communities, we are talking about 30%. And according to the last reports of USAID during 2020, we can say that in trade, we understand that it's the third more profitable transnational crime, and in Peru, it's the first one that it's involved. We consider that 85% of the legal timber that comes from Peru, it's destined for local markets, and only 15% could be going to exports. And this is a very complicated, and we can say that 37% of the timber in the industry comes from permits that come from native communities. And they have a very key strategy in the forests of Peru. And we also know that more than 2.5 million have been lost, especially and only in 1 year. We've lost a high percent of activities. That's why we've been able to work together along with the European Union to be able to improve the commitment of the civil societies, to be able to strengthen the application of the law and the cooperations between the authorities to be able to combat the illicit trade of timber flora. Therefore, here with that IFTE Madera, it's an organization, with a government organization, wants to promote an ecological tool.
Like oak and caoba, which are of economic importance, and lately also species like the Chihuahua, which is a Dipteris genre. And so we need to improve these surveillance systems in alliance with the local communities and the forestry companies that are doing sustainable environmental management. So this tool helps to improve the traceability systems of timber from these woods, like the case of the post-harvesting evaluations of those timber species. Last, I want to mention an important challenge, and here it is important to exchange information among the countries, and its partnerships around the control systems and involvement of the civil society. The state is not going to be able to do this on its own, but these partnerships must exist with the civil society, and especially with those people living in the communities, in the territories, namely indigenous peoples. I would like to thank the organizers. Here, this is my presentation. Now I want to give the floor to Jose Ugarte for him to continue to present the tool, technology and fast identification tool for timber. Thank you very much, Alonso. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Alonso, for the introduction as well. Very, very impactful regarding the problem we have here in Peru on timber identification, which is very important for the legal control of timber or the illegal trade of timber. Can you, Alonso, please help me with presenting the next presentation? I want to speak briefly about the Salotron system. Maybe some of you have heard about this system. This is a tool to identify timber, which is comprised of a camera and a device, maybe a laptop or a tablet, which contains a software with the information of the species that's included in a database. So it's got certain advantages. It is a portable device, user-friendly. It's been designed to be used in the field. It doesn't have all those advantages of a laboratory. because in a laboratory you can have microscopes and specialists and other type of devices and specialists to identify the timber or its origin. And so the purpose of the device is that you just push a button, you put the camera on the timber sample, as we were seeing in the photos, and just by clicking a key, you can see the type of species it is. The good thing is that this is being worked now for a few years with the institution that I belong to. And here we see some of the footage of how it is used. This is to be used in the field, given the problem that my colleague just presented. We need these technology tools in the field so we can help this timber identification, in particular to combat the illegal trade of timber species. So this is a bit of a concept of Salotron and what we're doing with it. Currently, it recognizes a set of species here, a range of species. It is 32 species that we've added to this database. The system is able to identify this type of timber now, and this project is being worked with WWF. We're going to add 8 more species. A group we're working with for the region of Loreto. It occupies 30% of our surface of the extension. It borders Ecuador, Colombia, and Brazil. It's quite a big extension of woods. So when we started with this project with Alonso, we agreed it was strategic to be able to implement and to add the species on the database that are important for this region. Here I want to highlight that in the Salotron, we have 2 important species to us, which is the oak and the caoba. There are CITES species. We have this Technology Innovation Center, and the CITES is the convention for endangered species of flora and fauna. But we have this task to develop these tools that allow authorities and timber species control agencies to have this technology. So that's what we're trying to do. And this is the species that it can recognize. For this system to recognize the timber, it's got to be in the database. So this is a task not very easy because we have to collect the samples of the timber that have been previously identified. So for these, we collect some of the samples in Loreto, so that this timber can be processed and then added to the system's database. That's something what we're doing now. We're just halfway. And in a few months, we're able to present and add a few more species. So we can not only add the new species, but also do some field work on other recommendations. So we've been working with some of the institutions in Loreto responsible for control of timber to put it to the test. It's important that the system can be used and validated by the end user, which is the control agencies in the field, in the front line. This is some of the pictures of some of the sampling that we've conducted and the samples that we've been able to collect to add them to the database. So that is in brief what we're doing now. We believe this tool is very important, but also the involvement of other entities we're working with, like the Forestry National Authority, and we hope this tool in the near future becomes the tool that can help to identify and monitor legal or illegal timber in the country. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jose. So Jose Alonso showed us a little bit how from Peru is Peru is making progress in the fight against illegal timber. So before we end this panel, I want to tell you a little bit what we're doing in Colombia. As the minister said this morning, Colombia has advanced in the issuance of Law 2111 of 2021 on environmental crime, and in its articles, it provides the violation or wrong use of natural resources. There, we're saying that today we have the environmental national system and our governance team on the access to illegal trade of timber. 200,000 seizures of flora species in the year 2021. That also implied the arrest of more than 2,300 people, together with the National Police and the General Attorney's Office. And beyond that number and the strategy, we are focusing on those endangered species, those endemic species we have in our territory, which no doubt are also object of illegal trade of flora. So there, Colombia has reinforced through the regional environmental core agencies and through other institutes like the Humboldt Institute, a catalog for biodiversity, which includes more than 30,000 species and with more than 2 million records of flora in the country. Allow us to identify where they are and what ecosystem they are embedded in, and that becomes very important for traceability in relation to the flora in the national territory. In addition to that, Colombia has been working with the Interagency Pact for Legal Timber, which is a pact, an agreement, where the 33 regional environmental agencies participate, the different institutes, the foundations or NGOs, civil society organizations, and of course, the productive sectors. Colombia today has platforms for purchase and access to legal timber. And even though we can see that illegality has become a scourge, and of course we're working by joining internal efforts as a country so that we can reduce the illegal trade and also with the chance to improve those efforts and tools that we can use to control timber and non-timber species. So with this in this second conference against or on illegal trade, we hope we can advance in information exchange and traceability of those routes that can go through our countries in relation to those species that are in the CITES or non-CITES species. So this is a scourge that leaves the territory millions and millions of dollars a year, and at the same time impact the ecosystems of the territory. We see how wildlife is starting to be depleted due to the lack of these species in the territory. Colombia has more than 28,000 species in the Red Books, and also has the lichens and plants of Colombia. We find it is necessary to join efforts with other countries. So this is a good opportunity to share the experience of Coechoco at the territorial level, the experience of Peru with WWF, and hopefully we have a chance to continue to count on the participation of the other countries. This morning we saw how behind this flora illegal trade there are illegal groups, and there's also illegal mining, among other problems. So this is an effort that we have to go up against all together. And thank you very much, everybody, for being here and for listening in this afternoon, how we can control this trade with the technology that WWF and other participants presented today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this panel Arnold, Director of Coachoco, thank you very much for being here. And from the city of Quibdó, Jean-Paul and Alonso, thank you for connecting and for sharing your experiences. Sharks are a case study. Last year, Colombia and Ecuador prohibited fishing, but their fins still have a market in other continents. So this is why in this panel, Advances in Maritime or Marine Fauna, the case of the sharks, we want to build awareness about the importance and magnitude of trade of marine species in the region of Latin America, emphasizing on the regional importance of fisheries and illegal trade of sharks. In this panel, we are going to have Juan Carlos Vasquez as a moderator from CITES, and panelists, we're going to have Eric Castro, Director of Marine and Coastal Affairs of a Minister of Environment, Mr. Carlos Polo, advisor to the Environmental Minister of Panama, Fernando Rey from WWF Ecuador, and Carmen Heck from Oceana, Peru. All the panelists are going to be in person here with us in the auditorium in Cartagena, and Juan Carlos is going to be moderating virtually. So please confirm from the master if we have Juan Carlos connected. So please, we can bring him in. In the meantime, okay, hello, I can see you there. Can you hear me? We can hear you loud and clear in the auditorium. As I said, we have Eddie Castro, Carlos Polo, we have Fernando Rey, and Carmen Heck. And you can use all in your social media the hashtag Por la Vida Silvestre. So the floor is yours now, Juan Carlos. Take it away. Thank you very much on behalf of the General Secretariat of CITES, Mr. Yvonne Higuero. I want to thank the Colombian government, UK government, for the organization of his second high-level conference. And I want to thank you for the invitation. I'm just 3 blocks away from you, but I just came back from Switzerland with this cold. I got tested. I don't have results, but out of precaution, I prefer to stay here in the hotel. I'm Juan Carlos Vasquez. I'm the chief of the legal unit of the CITES Secretariat. I've been living in Switzerland for 28 years, and in that country you have to learn either way to be strict with the management of time. So panelists, you've been warned, and I would like to invite you to have a conversation. So they have worked on PowerPoints, but we're going to ask the organizers to just give them out to the participants and put them on their website. So we're going to try to have a conversation here. I would like to propose 3 topics for conversation on. First, scientific aspect, conservation of a shark, and the relation between shark conservation and the fight against illegal trade, and non-reported trade of marine species on sharks and rays. Number 2, on the fisheries and the utilization. And number 3, on the controls on international national trade and the effective measures against illegal trade. So before we begin, I'd like to say that we are talking about illegal trade of wildlife thanks to the Convention of CITES, because these is the international law that dictates what's legal and what's illegal in terms of wildlife trade, and it's been there for 50 years. Approximately, there's other international regimes, global international frameworks, but the one that's devoted to regulate international trade is the CITES Convention. And thanks to this convention, there are still 38,000 species listed. We have this expert panel. They're all experts in sharks. So I'd like to start with Mr. Eric Castro Gonzalez, who's the Director of Marine and Coastal Affairs of the Environmental Minister and Sustainable Development. He's a marine biologist of Fundación Universidad de Bogotá, specialized in ecology, environment, and development of the Inca University. He's a magister in marine science of the we also have Carlos Julio Silva. We heard that he was adopted in Panama, but he's Colombian, one of many Colombians that are not as prophetic in their land. He is a biologist of the Jorge Tadeo Lozano with a master's in science in management of marine resources of Centro Disciplinario de Ciencias Marinas, CICIMAR, and a PhD from the Universidad Nacional Autónoma from Mexico. We also have Fernando Rey, official of a senior program on ocean and fisheries on the World Fund for Nature in Ecuador, a very well-known, respected organization present in more than 100 countries because of its acronym in English, the WWF. And we have Fernando Reyes, a analyst and control technician with a specialization in marine investigation. Last, we have listed maybe the most important person with regards, or with all due respect, we have Carmen Hegg. She's one of our persons that worked on this topic. She's the director of policies of Oceana in Peru. She's specialized in environmental law and natural resources, and she's got a postgraduate in public policies in the Universidad del Pacífico. I would like to start with the Deputy Director Castro, approaching the first and scientific topic on conservation of sharks and rays, and maybe you can share some of the conservation actions and share briefly so that we can have this conversation going on the importance of preparing something that we call the DEMP in the CITES. This is the non-harming extraction reports. Maybe, Fernando, you can help me out with that from Ecuador, and Carlos Polo. So I want to give the floor then to Director Castro, and right after I want to invite the other three panelists to complement your message. Please take it away. Okay, good afternoon, everybody here, all my colleagues on the panel, and for the sake of being brief, I'm not gonna focus on the importance of the sharks. Carlos can go in detail about that, but managing sharks from an entity like the minister at a decision-making level starts with overcoming a set of myths and imaginaries that have been inculcated since very kids about the sharks. We got the Jaws movie, Steven Spielberg, what the sharks are just killers. They're assassins. We have this saying in Colombia that everything bad that happens in the ocean is on the sharks. So for many years, sharks have been looked down as something bad for the sea. In fact, many fishers said that if there was sharks, there are going to be just fewer fish because sharks ate all the fish. But science has demonstrated that that's all the opposite. Colombia has around 138 species between sharks and rays. We've categorized 16 as endangered species. So Colombia started to manage these resources in the year 2012 when, in an attempt to regulate sharks, it declared them a fishing resource. So these brought about a set of rules and regulations establishing some of a fishing quota. But as time went by, we realized that these fishing quota were not being met, that we had this underreporting, and what was happening is that there was illegal trade, especially on shark fins, with destination the Asian market. This is a market that uses artisanal fishers promoting fishing in places where there was no fishing before, leaving very small profits in the region and very high profits for middleman. The first experience in Colombia happened in San Andres, where the inhabitants, I'm from there, we don't eat shark. We didn't eat sharks. And then there is this industrial fishery on coral ecosystems directed to sharks that extracted more than 100 tons a year, and it was a fishery that was prohibited since the year 2008. Last year now, by the end of 2020, the president of a country announced that Colombia was going to prohibit all shark fishing. That materialized in March last year. Colombia today does not allow shark fishing nor artisanal industrial, and it has a management plan so that shark bycatch is zero. This affects some of the communities of artisanal fishers, but we are working on some pilot projects that we started in Chocó to solve this situation. Thank you very much. Can you hear me there? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think that Juan Carlos made a very good presentation or introduction. I'm gonna try to speak slow because I'm from the coast and I tend to speak very fast. So Mr. Castro gave a very good summary on the importance of sharks, and then he told me about. He asked me to say why they're important. I think everybody knows these animals are very particular. These animals that are very similar to mammals. They have this late maturity. They're very long living, and they produce very, very few offspring. So it makes them very vulnerable to fishing. One of the threats of this group is overfishing. Number one, it's got them on the brink to extinction in the last 3 years. As you all know, studies are increasing on demonstrating that more than 70% of shark populations are decreasing, and it's been decreasing for more than 30 years. Recently, there was a study on locations where abundant diversity were being evaluated, and only 20% showed the presence of some of the species, so they set the alarms. Okay, what's going on? So there, we went to see that not only the industrial fishing had the impact, but also artisanal fishing. And then that's the importance of why we need to know a bit more with harmful extraction reports. This is how we know how the populations are doing, and based on that information, we can propose these control measures. When we have the knowledge or the information of the level of depletion of species, we can get to the point of prohibition or to regulate them somehow. And that's where we have the CITES. CITES is the mechanism to regulate that trade that, of course, is affected by this overcapture. Something that's sometimes difficult to understand is to find the mechanism so that we have regional tools, because every country is different. And so if I do this, maybe it can be an advantage for me, but a disadvantage to others. So I've always been a fan of generating regional strategies, and this is through the SOROP, because they are the ones that regulate the countries. So since there is a quota to regulate the tuna, maybe there could be quota to regulate shark bycatch. Okay. What are the OROPs? The OROPs are the regional organizations of fishing use. They regulate those resources inside the jurisdictional waters or economic exclusive zone. Panama, Ecuador, and Peru, we have the collective resource, and the collective resource is the tuna. So we have this dolphin conservation where there is a quota for all the countries part of the OROP. Why don't we set the quotas to regulate sharks? And it's easier to be regulated through this tool. Now I want to give a floor to Ivan so I don't go any longer. Thanks. To complement what you were discussing, it is true, or I like that you introduced an opportunity to talk about sharks. in this convention on wildlife trade. It is important because one of the things that the director put on the table is the understanding or how we consider sharks. Are they a fishing resource? Are they wildlife? So that dichotomy, that discussion there, believe me, is one of the root causes of a problem of managing sharks, because as opposed to other species, or unlike other species, those endangered shark species are species that have a commercial value. They have a fishing value, and their industry, or there is an industry in the region based on those species. For example, in the case of Ecuador, Ecuador is a country where shark capture is regulated through a rule that prohibits directed fishing, meaning they only allow bycatch, but no fleet could use specific gear to capture sharks. So the data on screen come from the fishing authority. In average, in the last 10-15 years, are disembarking about 9,000 tons of shark officially, and they export around 100 to 200 tons of shark fin officially, without including any other type of trade. There are 67 species reported in this eastern Pacific, with the small species that do not look like that big shark image we have, up to the whale shark, which is the biggest fish in the ocean. So those differences require, or makes it more complex to build these tools and build the rules, because they established the rules for sharks, and we put them all in the same box. So that's one problem. So I'd like to highlight the topic that of lacking information of a majority of species. What do I mean by this? Maybe one of the species, emblematic species, is the hammerhead. There are multiple species of hammerhead. Some of them are very well known, but others, the Cigana shark, the one that's very coastal in the area of Ecuador. Maybe there's a study in Peru, but for the rest of the Pacific, nobody knows where they come from or where they breed.
And these are species that we constantly see them, and they're very common, and we have no information. That's why it's very important that as we have decision makers in this conference, it's very important that we coordinate measures at the regional level to be able to share information, to do studies. I think that the best tools, I agree with Carlos Julio, that the best tool it's the regional organizations for fishing regulations, because fishing is the best way to obtain information, because there are the vessels at sea. But it's very important that each country develop their own monitoring levels also for the artisanal fleets, because the industrial fleets, it's managed by Sorop, and there is data, there is relatively good data, or harmonized data that can be used to be able to do assessments to assess the populations. But what happens with all the artisanal fleets, and this would be given by this analysis, because what they say is that the scientists can tell us whether we can trade or not this species in a sustainable manner. And of course, when we think about trading it in a sustainable way, it has to be captured in a sustainable way, and that's why we have the fishing recommendations not only include the industrial fleets, but also the artisanal fleets that want to highlight each country has a tool that are the national action plans for shark preservation. And I do know that Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, I think as well, they have national action plans, but at the same time, unfortunately, these are plans that are just shelved. That's why it's very important to highlight this, that it's a moment so that the authorities think about unshelving those plans. In the screen we have information in Ecuador. This is something that we've been developing, WWF, with funds from USAID. We have done an assessment that until now hadn't been published. We're going to publish it, about a risk analysis. And And okay, this analysis is the most basic thing that can be done to understand the impact of fishing on sharks. Okay, for this first cycle, I think that we stop there and we are going to give the word to Carmen, and then you're going to please tell us a bit more once we go to the second topic, which is about this incidental fishing and all the other considerations that you will. Okay, we're going to close this first round from Carmen from Oceana, and we're going to continue with the second topic, which is the utilization, the exploitation, and we're going to see how. Okay, I just want yeah, okay, this that's going to emphasize 2 points. One, it's first of all the importance of having non harmful events. Okay, in the case of Peru, we have some analysis that means that it's non-prejudicial. So, for example, for a fish, however, the stock of this species, we think that it's shared with Ecuador, and Ecuador has a system of non-harmful extraction that doesn't establish a limit for fins or for trunks, and that's why we're at a very rare situation where Peru imports 167 tons of fins of this species yearly. However, there is no correlation between the Peruvian damp and the 23 tons and the 167 that we import from Ecuador and that we export towards Asia. That's why this is so important. And another point that Fernando was mentioning as well, it's the relevance to see if these species have to be considered as fishing resources or biodiversity species. In the Peruvian cases, we treat them as fishing resources. And what this leads us to is that in the country, we don't have a list of aquatic species that are threatened because all the fishing resources are treated as that and not as biodiversity, not only sharks, but we don't have a list of threatened species. And we don't have a list of strategies or measures to be able to preserve the species. And we only have 2 species that are protected, which are the stingrays and the whale sharks. But besides that, besides this prohibition for trading, there is no strategy for preserving or to recover the strategies. This is a point that we consider it's very important to see what is the focus that we have from a country basis to preserve these species. Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me well. Okay, we're going to go to the second point. And to start with science, because when we combat illicit trade, we don't do it for the pleasure. It's for the idea that we want to preserve the biodiversity, and also, and when biodiversity goes beyond. And they migrate from one border to the other. It's the idea to coordinate amongst countries so that all the policies are harmonized, and I think that this is something very important. And now we go to the exploitation. So is this a species? Is this a resource or a protected species, or both? And that's why I would like to highlight that a point is that we don't have incidental fishing. Fishing is fishing, and when a shark it's fished by accident or it's still trade. I mean, regardless of how it's done, and has to be regulated. This is the first difference that we have to the current data, and the second one it's where else. And especially Fernando, but to go with the same order of ideas. You mentioned something very important, which is the representation that we have in people's minds about this, because there are some that seemed like threatened and others that threaten, and some are threatened. And maybe in San Andres something happened not long ago that made sharks trendy in Colombia again, but creating them, making them famous. Can you please tell us about, and also talking about the utilization, the exploitation, what can we do so that any uses, any utilization that we do of those species is sustainable, it's legal, and that can be traceable? Okay, I think that the big advancement when we start about the utilization last year, thanks to the decision of President Duque, it's that we ended up this dichotomy in Colombia nowadays. Sharks stopped being fishing resources. In this sense, a very big Colombia doesn't want to foster shark fishing. Colombia doesn't want to export fishing. Colombia it doesn't want to import sharks, or that through the country we do a re-importation of sharks, which is something that happens. That's why Colombia sent a very clear message. We do know that there are sharks that have been captured in the communities, and that this is a topic that we also have a very clear message, and it's something that we wanted to stimulate, as we've been able to do with other species, as was something as it happened with the case of the turtles. Therefore, in the case of Colombia, I think that this we were able to change this situation 360 degrees. Other examples, okay, what you talked about, San Andres, of course, this was very unfortunate because life was lost. But when they were talking, because I mentioned San Andres decided in the year 2018 of forbidding shark fishing, and when they talked about this study of 320 coral reefs worldwide, San Andres in 2020 was like the second place with the best, but the best number of sharks at the worldwide level. Therefore, although seeing shark sighting in San Andres, it's very common. It's more common to see sharks than not to see sharks. In Providencia, it's very unfortunate what happened with the tourist. He was in an area that was not for swimmers, and of course, in San Andres, we have a new challenge, that is how to handle the protocols for the interaction between tourism and sharks, because this is something that it's going to increase. But I think that unfortunately there was a death, but we were able to obtain for people not to kill sharks, and that this could be relocated with satellite monitoring techniques. Thank you. Okay. What the director just said. Not only do we have. We can have ecological uses of the sharks, but to keep expanding, and what the director well said about the clarity in the message of public policies in that what they want to do with the species. If you may continue with what you had initiated and go back in what the director well explained. Yes, I think that what Dr. Castro said very well. Colombia has a very clear message of where it's going. It stopped being fishing resource to a hydrobiological resource, and that has a total production of sharks. Almost 3 years ago, Colombia has had a very significant reduction of any exports of sharks. There's zero export of any product, and we also don't have any type of imports. And this is something that we've been seeing it. It hasn't been easy, and I think it's not been easy because we have the fishing sector, we have the industrial fishers and the artisanal fishermen, but we also can see it as a fishing resources as handled by Peru. It's very difficult for that to happen. Not that it can happen, but I see it complicated because it has an added value as a fishing resources. Of course, there's very specific points in Ecuador that we can take advantage, and where where the tourism is much more valuable, and that's the second point. I think that a shark is worth more alive than dead, and this is evident because when we started with San Andres, there there is a social tourism associated to seeing the stingrays, which are, and there is a study that was done in 2014 saw that more than only going to take annual tourism to see stingrays, and now we increased the sharks that we have to generate protocols to keep on managing it. It's evident that, and this is not just to take a profit when they're captured, whether it's incidental or programmed, it's fishing. If it's captured for own consumption or for trading, it has a usage. And there are a lot of places where we do know that a shark has a higher value. Roatan has shark sanctuaries that hold box in Mexico as well to see the whale shark has a very similar average. And this is going to depend on the circumstances of each country and all the policies. Colombia is betting on this, and I think it's readjusting its environmental plan, taking into account and adjusting, and it's going to work in these communities that depend on these resources and that are. I'm going to give the floor to Fernando. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I just want to add, as you all said, that each country has their own realities. Each country has their own characteristics. In the case of Ecuador, we have where a shark is worth more alive than dead, and the idea, the difference of whether a hammerhead shark generates a couple of millions a year, so however a dead hammerhead, what it generates $30-40 max. And okay, the problem is that million and a half, it's not the same thing, you know. However, it's as straightforward and as complex as this. There is an industry. In 2019 we did an analysis of products and subproducts and of Ecuador, and the shark market generates $165 million. The official market, not the traffic, not the extraofficial one. And of course, this is something. Everything goes towards Peru. Almost 100% goes towards Peru. And the idea is that there is an industry. There are communities of fishermen that depend on this. If nobody wants to, because as we can say, a shark it's $30-40. However, a pecudo it's $1,000. Therefore, if the fishermen they prefer to use things that are not sharks. What happens is that the shark it's much more abundant, or it's easier to capture, or they know how to do it because there is a tradition. In the case of Colombia, the market, as I knew, was a subsistence fishermen. It was just for their own usage, and it was not traded. In the case of Ecuador, Peru, Mexico, of course, there is an industry. Yes, there is a market. Therefore, it has to be regulated. And the preservation messages, we talk about fishing, as we talk about creating areas, protected areas. If we talk about establishing, if we talk about areas where it is prohibited, any management that we want to consider for the species, in this case, they fall between the umbrella of the management of a national action plan for the preservation of the shark. And this is something that it's in each country of the region. For example, when we talk about the Pacific, and with whom we share stock, the rabon shark, the distribution range, and the same thing that captures Ecuador and Peru. It comes from Hawaii. It comes from Hawaii to Peru, Ecuador, Peru. I think that we're probably the countries that expose most the rabon shark fin, and we fish in a very small area that species. And okay, following the word of the late Jimmy Martinez, is that no one explains where all the sharks comes from, because this is a shark that takes 13-14 years to become an adult, and it has one or two. Okay. And I wanted to highlight that yes, in Peru, okay, yes, sharks are fishing resources, and what makes much more complex the fact that they're seeing something else is that they're one of the most important resources for artisanal fishing. The thing is that disembarkment volumes are very significant. It's not that they're just lost to for the export of fins, but there is a consumption of shark meat, That's why it's harder to think about. I think that in the case of Peru, the realistic thing is to think in a good management of these species. And the truth is that we are far away. Yes, we have a national action plan that until now we have not seen how this is going to be implemented. But one of the measurements that are considered in this plan is to have comprehensive management plans per species. When we don't have that, what we have are isolated measurements for some species, and this generates a series of contradictions that make difficult the traceability, the control, and the sustainability of the resources. Just to say two examples, in the case of the hammerhead shark, we have quotas, but we don't have a minimal size. We have a closed season, but we don't have like a minimal size. That's why we end up fishing neonates, and those are sold in the local market as another kind of species, as toyos. And the disembarkment certificates, because of the fins of these sharks, are then used for the laundering of other fins of other species, and then they're sent to Asia. Then here we have an issue, but it's not the only one. And we also have other shark species where we do have minimal sizes. However, they are established to be able to measure them to the snout up to the tail. However, in Peru, they have no head and they have no tails. That's why we cannot implement this. We have isolated measures that are thought, I don't know how, but they haven't been assessed in a comprehensive manner, and we don't see if we are implementing them well or not, and what's the impact. Therefore, unfortunately, to talk about the sustainability of the resources, it's very complicated and also complicates the traceability. Thank you. Okay, we have 10 minutes for the last part of the conversation. And we have a very high-level panel, and we're going to go from science and public policies to the management, and we are going to see that there are differences between the countries. We have countries that have more that focus more on preservations, more have a fishing called the artisanal fish, the industrial fishing, the artisanal fishing. What are we going to do with the communities? But the fact that a live shark it's worth more than a dead shark. It depends where the money comes from, because and also have it all depends on the communities that depend on those species. And therefore, having said, we can talk about traffic, but within the chain connected to the preservation and management of the maritime fauna. I would like to invite you now, when we're going to change the order. We're going to start with Carmen, and we're going to see what it's being trafficked, so that you can please talk to me about the fins, and especially for the international markets, what are the points to be considered, the hunt points, the borders. I was in a seminar not long ago, and they tell me that the airport of Bogota has become a hub, a regional hub, for a lot of things. A lot of things go through commercially, and it's a point where so many things go through, and also there is a legal trade. It's very important to go into traffic, what's being trafficked, what are the hot points, what are the measures that you consider are going to be more effective to be able to combat this illicit trade of maritime species. Carmen, we have 10 minutes. Okay, the truth is I have so many things to say, but basically, Peru, it's the first exporter of shark fins, and it's amongst the first ones. And that's why Oceana, we start working about the traffic of shark fins to be able to verify if we do this with, especially with the CITES, and that's why we wanted to talk about the imports of Ecuador to be able to be exported to Peru. And we started to work providing technical support to customs so that they can participate at the CITES fins, because we think that one of the weak points for what was the fins markets to be able to identify the illegality was to identify the dry fins. It was very important to be able to work with them in this aspect, and thanks to this, we can say that in 2018, 2019, yeah, and that's why in almost 60,000 individuals, and this was just the beginning, and we were able, and we also have criminal cases, and we had 17 cases in 2019, and the first one of them this year, and also with effective prison fines for the illegal illicit trade in the country. This has been a very important precedent, and based on this we were able to see that we are able to change the modalities and the products that were trafficked from Ecuador to Peru. Two things happened. First, that Ecuador issued that on harmful extractions for the mako sharks and the sedoso shark, but without limits for exportation, and therefore many of the cargo that said that there were other species, they were able to come in a legal manner. And the other thing that we saw, and this was thanks to the Environment Ministry, that they were able to identify that the port of Chiclayo, they decided a lot of CITES species that were also being sold in the national market. And therefore, based on this, they started to work in training the authorities to be able to identify not only the fins, and the idea is to be able to control in the refrigerated trucks that come from Ecuador, Peru, and this is not surprising that we had CITES species, like if they were other species, and we were able to seize in the 2020 more than 30 tons of CITES species with this figure, and therefore more strict controls for fins and trunks. And the idea was to evolve the possibility of how these products went into Peru, and this changed into a model that we call the ant smuggling. We have been able to identify that there are at least there were several passages from 30 illegal passages from the border to Peru to Ecuador, and some are close to Huaquillas. We have been able to identify very specific pathways where all this smuggling takes place, and here we can see that we've been evolving, and therefore I don't do much, because the authorities won't be able to identify what is a CITES species and what not, and which not. Therefore, there's not much control until you use the non-harmful extractions statements, or to use this smuggling routes that have also used for other types of illegal products. What it also shows that the species mafias are very intertwined with other types of mafias of other illegal products as well. Okay, I know you have so much to say about this topic, but please, I want to say the last point. That's why we started with you. And you highlight a lot of things. Okay, yes, there are several very important things, but please, can you please finish off? Okay, the reality that I wanted to say is a comment. It's that we have identified all these pathways. We know that the meat ends in Peru, but we don't know how these fins that are smuggled into Peru are later exported into Asia in a formal manner through the Peruvian ports. Therefore, how does this FINS obtains the documents to be able to be exported to these other markets? We do believe that the authority, which in this case is the production authority, needs to go over how they issue the CITES so that these FINS are, they use Peru as a hub for the export of these legal products. Okay, Fernando, okay. There are so many things to do. Ecuador seems to be a topic that needs a lot of, it's nothing to highlight, but we need to support Ecuador because this is a point where we need to focus our attention. And Carmen, I love the fact that we talk about all the judgments. We don't want to talk about but what do we have with this law? Therefore, if you have cases, experience, and where do we have the certificate, the identification of the species to work with customs? What type of, it's something else to say? And in Ecuador, that seems to be a very important topic. Yes, as a matter of fact, as we mentioned before, okay, right now we are developing, thanks to USAID and in Ecuador, we're doing a project which is the strengthening of the governance of natural resources of Peru. And therefore here we have fishing, especially also to analyze and to see how we can reduce illegal fishing, and also in some of the most important points of this project, it's the shark. And okay, that we haven't seen, okay, to do a diagnosis, and because we can say that for the shark or for any other natural resource in the world, we can say that the countries have management models for natural resources, and these model managements decide who is responsible, which one grants the permit to be able, who grants the permits for trading, for exportations, for everything.
When the management model does not happen adequately, that management model just breaks down, and when there's no measures to correct it, that just goes down the sink. The problems don't solve by themselves. So in the case of the sharks, what we saw in the graphs that we saw on the screen, we don't have to go back to them, but we saw how the shark fin experts just started to go down along the years 19, 20, 21, then they just 10x the shark fins going out from Ecuador to Peru. What does it mean? It means that Ecuador started to implement CITES adequately. They started to issue the CITES certificates to shark fin, and that allow for a registry to be kept. So it is not as easy to say that this is the way to go, but very likely that volume before just went through as shark fin trade. Now there's still trafficking, there's still problems. We see this in the media all the time in the press. 2 years ago, there was this seizure of 26 tons of shark fins of CITES species in Hong Kong. The biggest seizure of shark fins in Hong Kong, and it was Ecuadorian fins. So obviously, the Ecuador's management model needs reviewing. But is it the problem in Ecuador? But what we understand is that the shark that is captured in Ecuador, Galapagos, north of Peru, even Colombia, is landed in Ecuador. Ecuador has unlimited bycatch, so it allows to legalize that capture. Ecuador has no capacity to export to Asia because ships do not export from Ecuador because of traceability issues. They do it through Peru, and Peru has the mechanism. So these people found the ways to export to Asia. All that surplus that goes beyond the limits dictated by the Peruvian government. So that is a reality. What's the point here? We have to start and go back to the initial idea. We have to harmonize measures at regional level. If Ecuador takes the best of measures possible to control shark finning, so then they're going to go through Peru, Colombia, or Panama. So we are not going to get there. And when Panama incorporates the best measures, then they're going to go through Colombia, Peru, or Mexico, or the U.S. So either we shut the doors in every country in a harmonized manner, or we start to work interagency strategies to share scientific information. So this is a decision-making tool, so we can share technical teams that run the show, meaning teams that manage the national shark conservation plans. Those teams should be running committees where they can talk to each other, where they can have a direct conversation. For example, as PFS does, they have a technical committee for sharks, and they meet, come together every now and then to share their experiences. So this is the only key, that we are able to shut the doors. Otherwise, the management model is going to go down the zinc, and then it's going to just dissolve and sink. When things get hot, it's when the time is up. But I think we have very important ideas there. My clock says 41 minutes. You have Carlos, Eric, 4 minutes, 2 minutes each to close. The timer is 41 minutes now. Fernando spoke about shutting the door, and of course we need a key. It must be a regional key. Carlos, and then we can close with the director. Thank you, Juan Carlos. I'm going to be very brief, and I agree with what my predecessor said. The idea to have regional measures are on the table, the 4 countries. I would dare to say that we need Costa Rica and Panama. We have harmonized tariff focused on species that we didn't have before, and that's how we can trace. But the thing is that we need to comply with the traceability. Sometimes we miss it, that what you're saying, having those measures, unified measures. I know that Ecuador does not allow the capture and export of hammerheads, but Peru does. Colombia doesn't have it, so everything is going to go out through Peru. So one of the problems, as Carmen mentioned, is that many things come out, and those countries that import say, how is that getting here? So when you compare that, those mechanisms that we have to compare that trade, you do it through the those registries that countries have, and sometimes there's no matching there because they might be illegal somehow, and this is too close. The best way to do this is to put more pressure internationally through treaties and agreements. Panama's proposal to include the Appendix 2 would allow them more than 50% of the species that are traded currently that go to the Asian market to have some sort of control. Any product in any container is going to have the citrus species, and that forces them to be checked and reviewed, because this family represents 80% of what we find currently in the Asian market. And now I want to pass it to Eric because we run out of time. This is a country with so many borders, maritime and land borders, both in the Caribbean and the Pacific. So the regional effort is important. Going back to the question, fins continue to be the fuel of the illegal trade, logging in a lesser proportion, fueled, and I share with my colleague. CITES is a very powerful tool. CITES has had huge successes with highly traded species like the Caribbean snail, where we achieved very successful results for these species. And as we list more and more commercial species of shark in cities, I'm sure that this regional harmonization is going to happen, and we're going to be able to have more effective management of these species. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. This is your home. So we want to thank you again for hosting this meeting and hosting this panel. A lot of practical ideas come out of this panel to be implemented, but I want to indicate 2. First, they're trying to include more marine species in the appendix of a CITES convention, and number two, the original coordination among the countries in the area, so this can be articulated. We didn't mention this much, but we have to take into consideration the demand. We talked about the supply, the offer, but we have to see what's going on in those countries that are importing these species and understand that demand and supply better. So with this, we want to thank the panelists, a round of applause for all of them. And I'll see you later to speak about jaguars. Thank you. I want to thank Eric, Fernando, and Carmen for this wonderful panel. Juan Carlos, please tell me that you're still with us. Can you hear me there? Juan Carlos Vasquez, you're still there. Can you hear me? Can you feel me? Are you there? In the meantime, okay, here I am. Okay, so we have Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos, thank you for being such a good moderator and giving us a hand with time restrictions. You're going to be the moderator of the next two panels. From sharks, we're going to move to jaguars, the biggest cat in Latin America. So we have two panels to talk about. The first panel about science, research, and information, and the second panel is going to be on law enforcement and governance. Both, as I said, are going to be moderated by Juan Carlos. In the first one, they're going to be hybrid both. First, we're going to have Ronaldo Monsalve Morato from ICBO Brazil, who's going to be joining virtually. We're going to have Esteban Payan. We're going to have also Robert Wallace from WCS Bolivia. We're going to have Doris Rodriguez from CERFOR. We're going to have Maria Piedad Batista from the von Humboldt Institute in Colombia. We're going to have Renata Cal from WWF Mexico and Melissa Arias from CITES, who's going to be connecting to us. The second panel is going to be, as we said, law enforcement and governance. And we're going to talk about topics that are going to be analyzed and approved for the next CLP19 of CITES. This panel is going to be also moderated by Juan Carlos, and we're going to have Carlos Castro, prosecutor from Peru, Andrea Costa, Marcos Cristiano Howard from the Biosphere Reservation, who's going to be connected virtually. We're going to have Joaquin de la Torre from ICAO. We're going to have Ricardo Moreno, a specialized advisor from the Ministry of Environment from Panama, and Adriana Rivera and Carlos Mario Orrego from the Administrative Authority CITES from Costa Rica. So Juan Carlos, you have the floor again. And please kick it off with these two panels on jaguars. Go ahead. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry that I didn't hear your name. You're Maria Andrea. Maria Andrea, thank you very much for mastering this conference. And I'm pleased again to welcome the Jaguars panelists. The Jaguar is the main character of this meeting, and we have the best specialist on jaguars of the planet today with you to share in this panel that's divided in two blocks, but it's just one panel. And the first block is on science and education, and second is the fight against trade and governance and how we can fight this illegal trade in a more efficient manner. So these are very interesting panels, well staffed, but we're going to be very strict with time. And we're going to start with Ronaldo. I think he is in Brazil. He's connecting. So please, Ronaldo, could you start with the work you've done in Brazil? So in the meantime, the City's Secretariat has commissioned a study on the illegal trade of jaguar that's been presented in Lyon, France, in last March during the permanent committee meeting. And this is going to be the main input to adopt the decisions that are going to be taken in Panama in the month of November, the conference of the party. So I want to invite you today to think what could be decided in Panama on jaguars. Having as an input this research that has evaluated the characteristics of illegal trade of jaguar in all the distribution area of species and outside, based on the existing information, including official reports from the government and execution of international databases that we have on illegal trade, the academic literature, consultations with experts, and I want to thank Melissa Arias, Dr. Melissa Arias, who was consultant who prepared the study. She doesn't work with the CITES, but she's going to explain. She's now with WWF, but she's going to explain. She's going to summarize in the end of the two panels on the main conclusions. And I want to anticipate that one of the main findings of the study of the research is that countries keep very limited information on illegal killings and poaching of jaguars and all the illegal trade of the products and byproducts in their territories. So the information found in literature on these threats it has a lot of biases and constraints, and I'm going to ask you now how we can go over this bias that prevent us from having a clear image on the main problems and where to act with greater celerity. So this invitation also highlights the importance of reinforcing the capacities of authorities and other stakeholders to unite, manage, and report official information on the poaching. I would like to say better, like illegal killing. I think it's more exact because poaching starts to sound a bit too mild to what we are describing an illegal trade of jaguar.
After the deliberations of the no, oh, where?
I think we've recommended a monitoring system for illegal killings of jaguars on the commerce connected to these killings of body parts like teeth and paws and what they're doing this pace this morning. We spoke about that. And other aspects related to jaguar conservation. Other factors involved. Sorry, Ronaldo, are you ready? Are you ready to start? Ronaldo, are you there? Can you talk to us about the need of research and the need of information? I'd like to start with that. And please, Esteban, could you please get ready? I think the one of the biggest experts in Colombia on jaguars, and then Renata. But let's start with Ronaldo. Please take it away. Thank you. Should I speak Portu Spanish or English? Okay, Portu Spanish. Here in Brazil, we are trying to identify the impact of jaguar trade Even Melissa wrote that in the report. The problem in Brazil is more local trade of jaguar body parts, but we have indications that there is international trade of parts of a jaguar, but we still don't know what the impact is. We still we published a paper a couple of years ago, and to us, we believe it's a type of a bypass. People do the hunting because of cattle killing, and then they take opportunity to trade the parts of the animals. So still we have a lot of knowledge gap on international trade. Now, Ronaldo, I'm sorry. Do you have a camera? Do you have a camera so we can see you? Could you please turn on your camera? Oh, there you are. Please go ahead. It's I'm not very pretty. You don't need to see me. But you have the jaguar. Yeah, I'm uglier than you. I'm here. So this week we're starting an initiative, a task force to tackle research in the ports and airports of Brazil. Next week, I'm going to join the teams of a police force in Brazil, in the border, in the customs of Brazil and airports, investigating or research the international trade of this species. For now, that's what we have. Thank you very much, Ronaldo. From the Brazil Cities Authority, thank you very much for connecting. Just stay there. Now we're going to move with Esteban Payan. He is the one of a man with the greatest expertise on jaguars, and he's going to present briefly, emphasizing on that human conflict, on that conflict between humans and jaguar, and how this is fueling these chains of illegality. So I'd like to ask what opportunities you envision that can contribute to this monitoring system that I mentioned before. Esteban, please. Thank you very much. One of the big challenges of a monitoring system, understood as the need to monitor that frontier where we connect with jaguars, which are these very remote areas with the snow technology, but they just hardly have roads. We have to think about the way on getting there. Maybe I just have 3 very short slides, and with that we can develop this topic. I like to use this picture because I took this picture in Bolivia, in Pando, say 3-4 years ago, and this is the skull of a jaguar that had been recently hunted down, and it was being stored in their home. So for when the Chinese came, so it means that when somebody came with a demand, we're gonna talk about the Chinese in this presentation in particular, but what it shows is that in that moment that jaguar died because the president of Bolivia back then was promoting the cleaning, the deforestation of 500 hectares of woods and forest, and whoever did it, they were going to be handed in property. So they worked, they burned, and they used the soul chains and the first forage. So they just affected the habitat of the puma and the jaguar and everything else. So let me tell you when to change. So that's again. This is not a hunter specialized in jaguar. This is just an opportunistic hunting, incidental hunting. But since now they hunted it down. They're going to save their fur, their skull, their fangs, their teeth, and other parts of the bones. So, or until somebody comes and buys. And the Pando is a very remote area in Bolivia, in the border with Brazil and part of Peru, and that's very common. I've seen this firsthand, both in Venezuela and in Colombia and in Bolivia. I think that Ronaldo has also seen this from the far in Brazil, especially in Brazil, where they launder the jaguar trade to Paraguay, and they're just laundered. Ricardo Moreno, who's here with us, can tell us that surely happens in Panama easily. Next. So, going back to the main topic, we don't know how bad the hunting is of incidental or retaliation out of cattle killing. So one of the offer mechanisms in these demand of jaguar parts, we know it is there, but we don't know how far it's gone. There's no consistent system to measure it. And going back to the initial question, there are logistic challenges that are huge. There are challenges on legality and illegality and secrecy. People don't say that they killed the jaguar. They just bury it. They just hide it away. For many years, researchers have created these bonds of trust with the farmers, with indigenous peoples, with those people that are hunting the jaguars incidentally, telling them that we're not going to report them. We're not authority who's going to arrest them, just to put it in simple words. But rather we want to understand, and we tell them, show me the skull, because they show us a lot of information. We can see if the teeth were in place, if it was an animal that was hunting or was kind of handicapped, so it was easier to just hunt down cattle. If it was in a male, female, a young and old individual, but we don't know. And a challenge of that magnitude with these stains of legality and illegality, even if you set, or even if we set rules that reflect reality, they are going to be undersampled. Especially in Latin America, the way that life happens in rural areas and forests and ecosystems in Latin America, there is a relation with the hunting of jaguars. Sometimes it is because of fear or the conflicts with cattle farming, or we have seen new reports on cultural customs and habits associated to tourism, cultural habits associated to the shaman in Amazon. I was there for 2 years where I did my PhD. Many times they came here and they said, these tourists want to see a fang of a jaguar. They asked me if I had a fang of a jaguar. Of course, I didn't. Well, we did have, but we were not going to do that. But there's this shaman and these mammals that have, they have it there. Maybe the girl needs, they have this need and they sell. Dr. Payan, time is up. Could you please conclude? And then we can go back to you if we have more time to complete your presentation. Because this is the perfect transition to the next topic that discusses the culture. This is how the jaguars are found, and this is the jaguars that have messed with the cattle. So what we can expect is that trade is going to increase because jaguars are a high-value prey, especially when these Asian tigers reducing and depleting. So they're being replaced. It's a lot easier to hunt a jaguar. So this type of hunting is happening in these border areas, mining, deforestation, planting. So this creates new ways of transport and trafficking in this globalized world where the purchasing power people is increasing, and of course poverty is also increasing. So that differentiation, this socioeconomic difference, causes this perfect storm for trading. So beyond impact on biodiversity in general, the challenge is to manage cattle farming. Latin America is very keen on cattle farming, so serving this cattle farming together with conflict and trying to control it so that we don't end up like this. This is it. Thank you very much, Esteban, from Colombia. I would headline this for some newspaper saying that the trade of the Jaguar is going to increase because of this situation, because of the characteristics you've made reference to. In addition to the conflict there is between or with the cattle farmers. So we have Renata with us. What other aspects, local, cultural aspects, and then gender components influence the illegal trade of jaguars in the region? What do you think it's important here to consider in our understanding of the topic? Renata, take it away.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say that I'm not a specialist in the jaguar. I would have loved to, but I talked to a very specialist in jaguar to be able to do my thesis. He said that he didn't have. I ended up doing a thesis in the histology of the snail. Therefore, I'm not an expert on the topic, but what Esteban was saying, it's highly relevant, and what I would like to say it's that the tolerance that exists when the people are this risk perception that we currently have about the jaguar derived from the negative interactions that we have with the species is going to determine the attitudes that the people may take in a case of conflict, as Esteban well said. And this tolerance can be determined by different factors that are very important to consider when we are doing different research. This can be comments, it can be the age, or even the gender. Even gender determines the tolerance towards the coexistence with a species. In this particular case, the jaguar. It's very important to consider these factors because this is going to allow us to decide much more integrated preservation strategies, and as a matter of fact, to avoid that we ended up with retaliation hunting. And okay, I'm going to set an example that it's much more an anecdote, but we in WWF, we have a jaguar preservation when we talk about the conflict, and also in the jaguar traffic in the Mayan, in the border with Guatemala, as Esteban will said. This means that the jaguar traffic also happens because of opportunities, not because there is a demand, but there is an offer, and when there is the opportunity, these parts are sold. And to be able to reduce the jaguar traffic, we wanted to reduce the conflict. Therefore, I was walking with the technical team to see some electric fences in next to a producer, because yes, the producer had already threatened to the fact that he was going to threaten a jaguar because the jaguar was eating his cattle. Yes, we determined the electric fence. Okay, the producer said that okay, that his perspective had changed because thanks to the jaguar, he already had an electric fence that not only was it going to help to reduce the depredation, but at the same time it was always going to take care so that the people would come in to steal what they had. Okay, this was a success cases. We were able to achieve that the perception that there was a favorable changes against the presence of a jaguar. We were about to leave when I say that the lady leaves, and I see the face like she doesn't seem to look so happy, and therefore I asked the lady that how was she doing, and she tells me, okay, then the lady tells me that that she doesn't feel safe when the man goes, when her husband goes working, because she has to stay at home in the Jaguar. It's in the backyard. And therefore, for me, it was like a reality. It's that we're designing preservation strategies that have 15%, but we're not asking, or we don't consider that gender in this specific case have an impact in the family decisions of whether the species is, as we hunt a species or not. We did a study that whoever is interested, I can tell them, where we include the gender perspective in the traffic, and we find that women can be a determinant that determine if someone goes to hunt a species or not. And we also did a very interesting study about the perception of the tolerance of living with the jaguar, and this was not something that we actively were able to reduce the gender perspective, but they're very interesting data when we can see that people have lower tolerance to the living together, and that compared to their counterparts. Therefore, Juan Carlos, just to close up, like a very important point, it's very important that CITES starts to work in a gender action plan like other conventions of the United Nations have done, like the one in climate change, because CITES is not considering these factors, and both in the legal as illegal trade, it's regulated by these gender regulations. Okay, that's it. Okay, I am listening. Thank you so much for this perspective. And in CITES, we don't do many plans, we just do. And therefore, you're going to see if there's any decision to be considered in Panama, it has to be drafted, and we do it. It's already drafted, okay. Therefore, we don't need to do a plan. Everybody, okay. Women are the administrative authorities in many countries, and women are the ones that take decisions in many homes, as you have well said. Therefore, we don't have it, but we have it in action. Now it's an action. Now we're going to go to another platform with Robert Wallace. We're going to go to illicit online trade. Wallace from Bolivia, it's with us. It's connected, and he's from the WCS, and he is communicating from he's in La Paz. Okay, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. Okay, yes. Can you see the presentation? Yes, I can see it. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you so much for. I am going to talk very briefly about a study that a lot of some researchers from the WSF we have done in a multilingual study in regards to the online and regarding the body parts of the jaguar. And therefore, I am going to expand a little bit, trying to see that this particular problem, especially of the fangs and the body parts, was detected in 2014 in other countries and in the region, and we. With different Bolivian institutions, including the Ministry of Environment and the Bolivian police, we have been able to use all the compile all the information of all the different cases that the authorities that we were able to do in the whole story, knowing that together there is the trade is focused on fangs, and basically they represent at least 202 jaguars. This information is something that was shared with CITES and Melissa for the report, and therefore the question that we had and as a group of researchers was how typical is this information, because there was information regarding Bolivia, but there was no information of other countries. And on the other case, we wanted to know what happens online. That's why we have done a study with a protocol. We've developed a systematic search protocol online trying to cover a period of more or less 1 year between 2019 and 2020. And we had more than 13 different researchers trying to do some research on 23 online platforms, including 17 countries, including the distribution of the jaguar in Latin America and also in Asia, and also covering 7 languages. And also that this was done, and this was published in a journal, and we also have publications in 4 languages once it's ready. And the idea is that most of the cases that were detected were in social media, and we can say that this was done in Spanish but also in Portuguese. But we have also seen in Chinese, and some of the publications and posts for although Bolivia was rather high in the percentages where we have been able to identify the country, it was not the only one, and there are several other countries in the region where we have detected some online trafficking, saying that this problem goes beyond Bolivia. When we sum up both the publications as well as the total of parts that have been detected in the different publications, we can see that the 3/4 or most of the trade that has been detected, its fangs are. That's why this shows that this is also a problem for the jaguar. As a matter of fact, our data confirm that the transcontinental illicit trade of body parts of the jaguar, it's there, and that it represents an issue for that jaguar, as we've also heard of other researchers in this space, and this can reduce their population. On one hand, this study has also made visible a domestic trade in some countries that probably has persisted for a long time, but on the other hand, it has also reflected a transcontinental trade that it's also part of organized crime, and this is something that it's associated and it also weakens the rule of law of the country. It emphasizes that we need to do additional work to try to stop the illegal trade of fangs and body parts of jaguars. And here we have a picture of a jaguar next to camera trap. I think that if we need to understand what is happening and what it's the impact of this, we need also to keep on monitoring. And we have already the methodologies we already know, and what we do know is that we need to have places where we can do long-term monitoring, and that's why we need and and thank you so much for this initiative. Thank you so much, Robert Wallace. And that's why many times the jaguar trade, it's a threat, and it suggests several immediate actions that have to be done. We go back to the government once again. I would like to invite Doris Rodriguez from CERFOR in Peru to ask her the question that I would like. Renata, if you can please complement what Doris will briefly said from the government perspective, and with the specialists in wildlife. How much do we know from the government institutions regarding to the illicit trade? And therefore, what would be, according to your government experience, what are what allows us to determine this impact and to determine the impact of illicit trade? Also thinking about recommendations and to adopt in COP19 in Panama. Doris, welcome. Thank you so much for the presentation and invitation. Yes, from Peru. Okay, this is the impact of there is a lot of things that been doing to be able to work in this register. And we do know that the threats of the jaguar don't happen in an isolated manner. This is something that has a feedback cycle. For example, the lack of resources pushes the jaguar towards the cattle, but at the end, we think that there are different things as well as the monitoring of the fauna, but also the impact of some regions. We do know that there are some and this affects the jaguar. What we require better research. We also need to know this situation creates a much more solid base to be able to understand what is the impact of adding this threat of the illicit trade on this species that has other problems. So we also do consider that it's very important to keep this standardized, and we can have a lot of problems with standards. Also, sometimes the records are not given the relevance that they do, and also the trends where there's a higher incidence of our problems with the jaguar, and also to be able to have a much more solid base, and this is basically what we are seeing in Peru, and therefore there are decisions that need to be found, and sometimes the idea is to keep on move forward with according to the following study has shown us the ideas that we need to improve the data compiling, and also when we talk about on the habitat and preservation as well. Doris, thank you so much for the relevance of the contributions. Now I'm going to give the word to Ronaldo, because I would also like if you can please tell us about something about the scale of working this in a very scientific manner, the jaguar preservation units, according to units through corridors, what scientific categories do you think that can be handled here, and from the government, what else can you complement to what Peru is saying? I didn't understand the question. El problema era de sonido.
A difficult question to answer is because in case in Brazil situation, we have a very big country and with a lot of GCUs here, and also jaguars we can find jaguars in several biomes here, maybe at least 4 biomes here in Brazil. We, as from the government part, as I belong to an institution that works with conservation units, we are focused in conservation units and try to identify the main threats to jaguar population inside protected areas. So I would focus on this in these areas first and try to investigate how much is the impact of removing jaguars in these areas.
Thank you very much, Ronaldo, and mil disculpas por salirme un poquito del libreto, pero creo que era una pregunta importante.
For moving off the script because it was a very important question that I, as an attorney, was not able to say it well, but it was the scale about how to talk about the jaguars. And now I'm going to give the floor to Melissa Arias that maybe can tell us something more. And we're going to keep on talking with the government to give the word to Maria Piedad Bautista from the von Humboldt Institute. Maria Piedad, apparently we don't have a lot of information about the levels of illegal killings of jaguar and of the traffic, both at the national level and as well at the regional level, as well as the international level about the jaguar traffic. And this it's one of the biggest challenges that we need to cover. In this case, I would like to ask you from the Humboldt for the development of a monitoring mechanism. What do you think should be the first steps, and how can we structure some monitoring and how we can measure the levels of and how this system could include the perspectives that are covered today in this panel. I know that it's not an easy, but if you can give us some ideas, some about how we can focus on this topic. Thank you. I am going to talk from the basis of what the Humboldt does, which is this a coordination between science and decision making. And one of these things is that a good decision making process requires a very solid base. And in this situation, the first steps that need to be considered and based it's to be able to identify those tools that allow us to emulate what we need to do for the monitoring of the killings of jaguars, but also we have already mentioned the aspects, the gender, the subsistence method, and all those motivations that we have behind the killings that can be incidental or also by demand, and also to take into consideration that we need to identify these ecological variables, but also the socio-ecological variables, that they understand in this context that it's to differentiate which is the species of the jaguar. And how do we structure this? It's the second part of this questions, and following this same tools or mechanisms that we currently have, and even for other species, and that can be tried to emulate. I mean, we try to identify technical groups that at the same time strengthen the institutionality in the different cases, not only the scientific, but also the general attorneys, and also administrative level, and that yes, that this research group, it's a technical support for the identification of variables, but at the same time we have a validation of preservation networks when we can try to connect this investigation efforts that can be done and that can be reported and that can measure the impact or what traffic is, or and what trade is, illicit trade is, and the other drivers of jaguar killings. And I think that basically those would be some of the considerations, not to make it too long. Okay, thank you so much, Maria Piedad. And these questions between science and decision making, it's critical, it's central for this topic, in the fact that we don't have a very solid information system. It's something that gives us the indications that this is one of the main actions that needed to be considered, along with the gender approaches and the subsistence methods. And I finally want to highlight that we need to work in a network, because if criminals work in networks and we work in an isolated manner in silos, well, we have lost the battle. Okay, having said this, I would like to invite the audience, if the audience has a question, please think about it, and we can answer at the end after Melissa Arias. After the Melissa Arias, I don't find the word in Spanish when someone accompanies us from the UK. And she is going to make a summary of the main ideas and the conclusions of this first round about the science and the information that is required for the preservation and to fight the illicit trade of the jaguar. Thank you so much for the invitations and to be able to do a summary of the key points about this discussion. It's an honor to be able to share with you, the panelists, and it's an honor to be here. As you will know, this panel wants to look for the challenges regarding the current knowledge of illicit jaguar trade in the region and the challenges from this lack that it's standardized for the compilation of information about and the hunting of jaguars. The lack of solid information leads us to take to educations that are not evidence-based and that could lead and we want to see this from the perspective of the civil society representatives. And okay, Esteban Payan talked about the possibility of considering not only those organized aspects or international aspect of the jaguar trade, but also domestic, as we can see the conflict between humans and jaguars, the cattle depredation, so the cultural use of the parts of the jaguar. And these parts require interventions at the community level that go beyond the application for the transformations of behaviors and also the improvement of the coexistence, and also trying to find gender components not only in the response and in the territory, but also at the level of possibilities of illicit trade. We heard from Bob Wallace that talked about how we have been monitoring the sales of products and parts of the jaguar in several areas, but also in several and also affirming the relevance of the jaguar parts at the domestic level in several countries in the region. And that's why we have the recommendation of considering the important role of technology and of the online platforms in trying to avoid it, because they take advantage of this to be able to have wider supplies chains. The idea is how to handle how to use virtual platforms and how to identify online private groups. We also would heard from the representatives from the government of Brazil and Peru talking about the lack of knowledge of the jaguar illicit trade and the measurement of being able to measure in a very solid manner the impact of this threat on the jaguar populations. The challenge is not just the lack of information, but also the lack of solid biological data and ecological data of the species. To this, we have to add the impact of other threats that also affect the jaguar populations, as deforestation and the elimination of the prey. That's why the panelists made a call that before being able to measure the impact measurement, we also have to have the moral obligation of protecting the species. And we also have the implementations of Maria Piedad Batiz about the steps to be able to acknowledge a comprehensive monitoring system that allows us to improve the knowledge about the jaguar trade. We see that such a thing needs to be based on the existing standards, taking into account the each context and also the monitoring system. It also needs to be supported in effort in the existing efforts, and need to have technical support and also people that it's related to data processing. And we would also thank the panelists for excellent discussions and which are going to be very useful in the research and monitoring in the next years. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Arias. And okay, this continues. Therefore, I do hope that we can keep on in contact with all the members of this panel, including you. And I would like to close this first part of the block of Jaguars, thanking the government of Colombia for accompanying us, and the government of the UK for the organization of these meetings, but also the NGOs that were included in the organization of this panel. Pantera, thank you so much, Andrea Rivera, and also the WWF, Renata Cao, and also all the colleagues from Freeland as well that have also been part of this. Juan Carlos, the MC, shall we continue with the second part of the panel? Yes, but before that, we have two questions. Okay, we'd also like to thank our panelists that are also here connected. We would like to thank you, Juan Carlos, to the people that are still connected through the YouTube of the Ministry of Environment, and they have also been here and the people that have been here in Cartagena to accompany us in this event. We have two questions. I don't know if this for this panel or the other. Santiago Wills asks about the YouTube channel, and is there any plan by CITES to do a partnership using social media? And there is another question done by Diego Alejandro Usa Perez. Do we know what kinds of populations do we have in each country? And therefore, as you decide if in this or in the other panel.
Let me get that, and I suggest that the first question we answer in the second panel, which is going to give us the opportunity to speak about partnerships. And for this panel, we can answer that scientific question. We want to thank Santiago Wells. He is a journalist writing on jaguars, and also Diego, who wants to answer that question on the science and the status of a population of jaguars. Do we know what population do we have in each country? That's the question by Diego Alejandro. Who wants to answer that question? Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna ask Robert and maybe Melissa, 30 seconds each, please. Can you talk about the state of the populations? Let me start straightforward. That's a bit too much, but we have a lot more information we had 20, 25 years ago. The advances on the analytic framework allows us to estimate the densities of a population of jaguar. In certain areas, thing is that the scale of the jaguar distribution is huge. So we have information on the majority of the type of vegetation where the species is found now, but this is fine-tuned as we continue to have more published papers. So it's always a piece of debate. Models can always be improved, but we have advanced a lot with the camera traps and the analytical frameworks of recapture models, and that's no doubt that we've advanced a lot in the last 25 years. Thank you, Robert, and I promised to give the floor to the other scientists on the panel, but they only tell me that we only have 20 minutes for the second panel. So we are not going to have time. I want to thank Ronaldo, Esteban, and Melissa. Could you please answer through YouTube or any other channels? We want to invite the panelists on the second topic to come on the stage. Sure. So I'm going to call them up if you agree. We have Carlos Castro, prosecutor from Minas in Peru, Andrea Costa, who's going to be connecting virtually. We don't have her anymore. Marcos Usquiano from the Biosphere Reservation de Estación Biológica, also connecting. Joaquín de la Torre, Ricardo Moreno, Specialist Advisor to the Environment Ministry of Panama, Carlos Mario Rego of the Administrative Authority Cities from Costa Rica, and Adriana Rivera from Pantera. So these are the experts that are going to be with us in this last panel. Before we move on, I want to update you on the agenda. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. is in the same venue. We're going to have the event, Local Perspectives, Best Practices of Local Communities to Reduce Illegal Trade of Wildlife. This is going to be hit today, tomorrow. This was going to be a parallel event, but it then was transferred to tomorrow 8 in the morning. So now, Juan Carlos, the floor is yours. Take it away, please. Thank you very much once again, and without further ado, we have 20 minutes and we're going to be strict because from here you have to run to the clock tower for the reception tonight. If we have a chance tomorrow, we can then continue with the discussion, and I'm sorry because of this rush, but I think it's been us the ones trying to respect the agenda, to stick to the agenda. So thank you to this and welcome to the second part of this panel, and I want to thank all the panelists. Moving on with comments on this emblematic species, the ambassador, the central character of this conference, which is the jaguar. The illegal trade is increasing in sophistication of Can you not hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, let me repeat. Illegal trade of wildlife is increasing in organization and sophistication, as we have been seeing along the days of fighting these illegal killings on jaguar, and the trafficking of their byproduct and body parts has brought the attention of governments and NGOs. In the last years, recent years, and the strategies at international level have been focused on reducing demand, as we have seen in the previous panels, to reinforce the enforcement, the law enforcement, and involving communities in the governance of their resources to guarantee their protection. In this regard, I'd like to have a conversation, and please brief the messages. Please give us messages more than explaining cases and detailed presentations. Please give us the key messages that you bring today for the issue makers in Panama and for the audience who's listening. So I'd like to start with the prosecutor, because prosecutors are a central part of this mechanism, and it is you, the ones bringing the cases before the judges to be ruled against the offenders or the perpetrators of this crime. So from this prosecutor perspective, I want to invite Mr. Carlos Castro. Mr. Prosecutor, while there is certain level of organized crime around jaguar legal trade, what to do with that is not considered organized crime? How are prosecutors' officers equipped technically to respond to the set of obligations that are acquired by the countries internationally in terms of illegal trade? Please go ahead. And thank you. I think Prosecutor Castro is there in person with you. Can you hear me there? Yes. Good evening. Thank you very much for the invitation. I want to thank the organizers of the event and all the panelists and the participants from different countries. I'm very pleased to be here and sharing with you this night in this very important panel. I want to start discussing this organized crime framework in Peru. It is under Article 317 of Criminal Code, and it's developed in the Law 3077. It's got 21 types of crime, and 20 of them are referred to environmental crime. On timber and illegal mining, the legislator has indicated that organized crime must have certain elements. The first element is the numbers. Number two, the distribution of roles, the structure, the permanence, the organization to commit crime, and violence and threats. The wildlife crime, meaning illegal trade, also present certain characteristics that must be taken into account. First, it is a transnational type of crime. It's got multiple threats. It's a crime that causes serious threat and harm. There is no real remediation for this. It impacts the cycle of the species. It affects the ecosystem. There is a dark network. There's also money laundering. There's also the trade. Oh, it's got an economic profit. And I want to stop here. It is a crime of magnitude, and it's got an economic interest. So, therefore, this wildlife crime must be considered so that it is not seen as a second-tier crime as it's seen in other countries. So these crimes are taken as like minor crimes or petty crime when they have all these characteristics that I've indicated. Awareness is also very important to determine the harm, the severe harm that's caused on the ecosystem. In this line of thought, the Congress of Peru, through a Peruvian Congressman Ventura and Malaga, have presented a bill intended to introduce the crimes of wildlife under the umbrella of the crimes that are indicated in that law 3077 on organized crime. Currently in Peru, because of a principle of legality, these wildlife crimes and illegal trade are not included in this umbrella. So therefore, in Peru, Peru can only have illegal mining, environmental crime, and timber. However, all the crimes do not belong to this range of organized crime. Therefore, they could also be prosecuted as a crime on illegal association, which is the trafficking of wildlife. And therefore, there could also be robust investigations because of the complexity of these two types of crime or felonies. Now, the prosecutor's office specialized in environment have two branches. The first branch is the preventive branch, meaning building of awareness, training, assistance, education, preventive education, of course. And as the campaigns that have being conducted with the administrative agencies, such as don't buy or do not be accomplice, or the other prosecuting branch, sanctionatory branch with regards or with respect to the crime, to the felony. So there is a job by the different institutions. So this is why the specialized prosecutors' offices on environment have this technology support, namely the satellite monitoring unit, and we also have an entity that supports the expert inspections, which is the forensic team on environmental matters, with which we have the scientific and technical support to do all the sampling and all the proceedings relevant to the case. Decentralization of the roles among the institutions that favor investigations. As we know, through this transfer of roles that go through the organic regulatory framework in this regional government, in Article 1 of his regional governments have specific roles. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are short of time, and your colleague from Surford, they took all the time they had, because you've touched on multiple very relevant topics, and prevention, I think, is vital. But could you please give us that last idea so that we can move on to the next expert? The function transfer I'm talking about is surveillance and control, and the permitting and authorizations, which is what we use to articulate the strengthening of connections among agencies in order to preserve natural resources and also to achieve sustainability. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I hope that you have a chance to expand on all these concepts maybe tomorrow. And those informal interactions you get to have today and tomorrow. Now I want to give a floor to Marcos Usquiano, who's connecting so he can talk about the involvement of communities, which is something that I would like to discuss with the delegate from Panama, Ricardo, the importance of the communities in the efforts to protect the jaguar. What's the experience you have in the field, and what opportunities do you identify to involve communities in the surveillance and protection of a jaguar? Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, let me talk about the experience we have with working with local communities. It's been interesting to evaluate first the commitment we have from different communities and the indigenous people, but also it's interesting to see to see the deficiencies that we have seen in this effort, not only indigenous populations but the neighboring communities in the context of these protected areas. In this case, in the Amazon of Bolivia, we've had very satisfactory experiences where the local community gets involved from the process itself, the monitoring, surveillance of information, and the reporting of alleged or indication cases where we can follow up on these cases on illegal trade of jaguar teeth. And we've also identified, as you've mentioned before, and it is the conflict there is between communities and jaguars, or between the cattle farmers and the jaguars. There is a problem that we haven't been able to respond effectively from the state levels to respond to this problem. I think that this conflict of jaguar and communities is one of the main causes that is resulting in the killings of a jaguar that then result in possible trading of its parts, specifically the fangs. So this year, as rangers, because the perception that I'm giving you right now, it's a perception from a ranger's perspective, and from there, the experience we've had, as I said at the beginning, has been satisfactory, but with these nuances that have happened in the development of everything we've done locally. But at the same time, I want to emphasize the weaknesses that we've identified locally from the rangers' view around this illegal trading of jaguar. One of the main ones is the lack of capacity, the lack of capabilities, or the lack of awareness of the competent authorities, meaning the police or the municipal governments, departmental governments, or other public entities that are involved in the rural management, because that's where we stumble to enforce our control. We as rangers, we're not a police entity. Our jurisdiction is the protected areas, but outside in the areas of influence where we have had these cases of jaguar fang trade, we've seen this problem where we haven't had this immediate response from state agencies. However, it is also important to highlight that we have had joint operations, direct interventions, also with the police in some cases, with the ministry and with the attorneys of a biodiversity office. We've been able to arrest some of the individuals when we started to see this problem in the year 2016, 2017, basically. Or in some other aspects, like the lack of control that we've identified in the transport stations. As a story, a few days ago, I had the opportunity to visit a population in or a town in the north of La Paz, where we were running a case. Marcos, please, I'm sorry, we ran out of time now, and we're not going to have time for the story that you were going to tell. I'm sorry about that. And we have an issue. I'm going to have to ask Maria or Natalie to explain why, because we're going to have to move this governance debate to tomorrow, because we just ran out of time. And then we have all the governance block, and we have Carlos Mario, we have Ricardo, we have other names that just slip in my mind. We have Adriana and Joaquin de la Torre. They still have to talk, and we're not going to be able to have them tonight. So, Maria, how do you think we can do this? What I suggest is just 30 seconds each person to give us an idea, so we get to know them, and then to reschedule for tomorrow the governance block. Marcos, again, thank you very much, and I'm sorry for this tight agenda we have at the end of the day. They're still here in person, and we still have a lot of people connecting through YouTube, so I don't know what you want to do. I think we still can continue for a few more minutes, and I don't know, maybe a few minutes before 7 we can then break out for the next event that starts at 7 p.m. at the clock tower. And it's very near, right? It's just 5 minutes on foot. Okay, so move on, and as you tell me, as you give me the signal, that there we can stop. And it's a pity, because this topic deserves time. I think we can be here until 6:50.
Thank you so much. It's very important to have the vision from the ground. Marcos has the perspective according to what he does as a park ranger, and he's connected to the communities. And you'll tell us the anecdote about the monkeys for when we have more time. As we're talking about communities, I would like to give the floor to Ricardo Moreno from Panama, so that you can briefly explain why it's important to involve the communities in any strategy against wildlife, and what actions are being done in Panama to be able to be useful for some countries in the region when we talk about comprehensive strategies to combat the illegal trade of the jaguar, and also the illegal killing of this animal. Okay, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. to all this wonderful event, I'm going to tell you two beautiful stories. I'm going to tell you two very short stories about this topic. In the year 2018, I had the opportunity to go to the UN in New York to support the Environment Ministry. And from there, they asked me a question. They say, okay, you know how to do things, you know how to compile information, but what do we need right now? And what we said, okay, what we currently need is to work directly with the communities to teach them how to work, how to work in different lines. And what happened is that 7 organizations work with us. We, along with the Environment Ministry, we advise these community-based organizations to work on different pathways, and one of them is environmental education. The other one is all the topics associated for the preservation of the jaguar. But the thing is that they are not killed and that there's no illicit trade. That's the first story. And the second one is that in Panama, we know that since 1989 is that we know that they've killed 738 jaguars. Some people have a lot of people have gone into illicit activities, and the police what happens is that we believe of those 378 jaguars, there's a big percentage that has to go to illicit trade, because some of them, by creating trust in a lot of the people that have killed the jaguars, as we have to be in the middle of the situation trying to look for this information that probably is not going to be given to a lot of people. Generating this trust, we need to find this information, how we translate this so that this doesn't happen, because there's people that tell me, hey, I have sold the complete jaguar, but then we may get to a network, maybe, that working with the communities, we've been able to work in Panama. And what we are doing is trying to explain to the people how relevant is the jaguar for us. The jaguar, it's part of our environment where we have water, air to breathe, so that the people have this real connection with this feline, because a lot of people see it as the enemy. We support the community-based organizations so that they generate projects for their own communities, and so that these projects don't fall. We get involved in the scientific investigation. We'll be working in cattle growing farms, doing farm management, sustainable farm management plans. But not only do we do this farm management plans, but we also have anti-predator methods, so that people can see that not necessarily do we need to kill the jaguar, but in many other ways, and changing from the traditional to modern, people are seeing in how in these work areas that we have, in that end, that things can be changed. And this is when we talk about, okay, we can see that more than 250,000 people are connected to me directly in Panama, and this comes from the Environment Ministry, or with we in Jaguaraca, Panama, that connect directly to the environmental police and a lot of in a group that we have trained, that we call them the environmental promoters for the preservation of the jaguar in Panama. Okay, we need to stop there. I found a technique. Okay, I'm gonna leave you, and okay, we're running out of time. Okay, a lot of people are waiting. Okay, therefore, we are going to continue to talk about governance. Thank you, Ricardo, and we're going to continue this conversation. Carlos Mario Rego from Costa Rica, who is the administrative authorities from CITES, and therefore and that's why Carlos Mario, the idea is to tell you how do we find the coordination of those initiatives that are doing regarding the Jaguar to be able to joint efforts and to coordinate the activities from the different from the different things that we're going to obtain in Panama. And okay, we can say we would like to thank the government of Colombia, the UK embassy, and all the NGOs that made this possible to get here together in Cartagena. As I want to tell you. Let's look back in time. Let's think that in 2018 in London, when we declared illicit trade as an organized crime, we took the CITES statement in COP18, the proposal with Mexico, Guatemala, Peru, and Bolivia, and Costa Rica, and here we are going to take the products and subproducts of Jaguar that it's also part of this for the next COP 19 to the 2020 we took with Argentina and the inclusion of the Jaguar in the Annex 1 and 2 of CMS. So we have I think that the impact of the Jaguars we may have the conference of the parties between 2030 and to hand out more products and a higher impact. And yes, that's why we want to have a unique understanding between CITES and CMS that's being built, and also validating the proposals of carnivores in Africa and uniting it to America, so that all the people that work in the Jaguar distribution are be part of this effort that can have a higher impact. This is something that needs to be done. We need to work in each country with conservation plans, transborder corridors, because it's the topic of connectivity, to keep on doing the research, monitoring, and to work in the living together with the cattle farmers, permanent monitoring, defining the biological corridors, and so that we can ensure that the connectivity is preserved. And this is an effort of all the stakeholders. We need to work with the cattle farmers and the governments and the NGOs. And this possibility of partnership, it's then all of them are people that are signatories of the CMS, but they are of CITES. Therefore, that's why of the 19 countries, so for the distribution area of the Jaguar, we can have a higher coverage. That's why we want to invite you all to support this effort. That we're going to work with the distribution area to check it out in COP19 in Panama. Thank you so much. Okay, this is the idea, to divide up the tasks and to use the best of each of the instruments to be able to ensure the preservation of the Jaguar and to share illicit trade of its parts. We're going to continue with Joaquin de la Torre from I4. Joaquin, welcome. I think that you're online, right? And okay, Joaquin has been very active, and therefore, if you have any ideas to share about this topic of about governance for the preservation of the Jaguar. Okay, I'm going to speak up. I'm going to stop being to say. I'm going to skip the thank yous because of time. Apparently, it's hard to be brief when you love a topic, but this is a very clear example of where we may have measurable activities for the preservation of the jaguar. This is a topic that it's also been mentioned in all the presentations, that it's the illicit trade of wildlife in the internet. We have investigated cybercrime since 2004, and we have worked with different platforms. We have been able to accomplish some things like the prohibition of ivory in the platforms, etc. And that's why we need to join efforts, and that's why we get together with the WWF and Traffic to be able to do the coalition in internet, and that's why we are going to work with this with 21 companies that have more than 9,000 accounts of users. I think it's amazing. It's amazing the number of accounts, and why? Because the traffic it's moved. Okay, if they close the one platform, they open another one. We cannot only work with one. And thank you to this coalition, we're able to accomplish that all these platforms develop policies to be able to combat trade. And the good news is that tomorrow I'm going to talk more about this topic of the coalition. But the good example with the jaguar that I want to show is that in 2019 we did a research about all the jaguar products that were found, and as mentioned in the prior globes, most of them were fangs, and that's why we can say how in 2019, after we activated in full, we have developed all the keywords with the coalition, and that's why we're going to use the same methodology, and we didn't find anything. As a matter of fact, the only announcement that we found was a TikTok video of 2019 that for some reason survived. But okay, yes, it was already reported and eliminated. And another example, one clear collaboration, it's that besides this work as a coalition, we work directly with some of the platforms that want to develop tools, and thanks to the coalition, we have more than 2,500 keywords that we know that the traders use, and we block them. But sometimes as they know that they show images. That's why we're working for some platforms so that their AI tools are able to detect the products, although they have no text, and they send an alert that this can be illegal, and that's it. And in this what we did in 2021, we detected 7,720 images of wildlife products, and of which some went of felines, and of those 56 were illegal. And of those 56, 0 were of jaguar. And I think that it's very important to go to the cocktail with a very good image, with a good news working with this. Thank you so much. And before you leaving, I want to give the word to Diana Riveri from Panther to close up this panel and to drive some conclusions. Talk about governance, Adriana Rivera. Thank you so much for all the efforts to make this workshop possible, and for the panelists, and to collaborate with the script. Thank you so much to Pantera and to all the other partners of this panel, WWF, I4, and Freeland, and all the others that have collaborated in the UK as well to make this panel possible. Okay, we're gonna close up, and then you may leave to the clock tower. Whoever is in Cartagena, please close up, Adriana. Okay. Okay, this is going to be very brief. Basically, I wanted to thank everybody here that made this this inclusive panel for all, and this is also a call to the joint cooperation. If you see it, we have several levels of cooperation to be able to push forward all the jaguar preservation programs. This is an international framework. We have CITES, UAE, ODC, CAI, Quick, ROA, DEBIS, all kind of initiatives at the regional and international level. But our main recommendation, and it's the reason why the prosecutor Castro is here. We couldn't bring the other partner from the forest group from Loreto, is that we firmly believe in Pantera, that we need to keep on working hand in hand and permanently with the authorities at the local level, where these are the authorities that are responsible for implementing all those decisions, protocols, guidelines, etc. That from the international level in the multiple forums where we have found regarding the jaguar preservations, we are interacting. We need to find a process for the strengthening of those capacities at the local level, and to be able that what we are talking about at this international regional level, we have the capacity to be able to permeate at the local level with a way to generate this strength where they can take to their work, to their legal and control process, either the customs, the police, or other regional authorities. It's always important to work hand in hand in that capacity strengthening, and without forgetting the important calls, as Carlos Mario said, to work together in CITES, and we also have the 2030 Jaguar route, but we have all these people working with us. This is our main recommendation. And this is going hand in hand to what Ricardo well mentioned, that we need to work hand in hand with the local institutions. Okay, and having said this, I would like to thank the CITES Secretariat for their support in this panel. We call it the Jaguar Inclusive Panel. Okay, a big round of applause. Thank you so much for being here with us. We had a very interesting, therefore please be here at 8 a.m. for the panel.